Order. Question of Secretary of State for the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, Philip Hollowburn.
Mr Speaker, the Government thanks Henry Dimbleby and his team for their work on the independent review of the food system. We're committed to carefully considering the review and its recommendations and responding in full with a white paper in the next 6 months. This will set out our ambition and our priorities for the food system to support farms of all sizes and our exceptional food and drink producers.
Does the Secretary of State agree that the heart will be ripped out of the British countryside if small-scale family farms in Kettering and elsewhere go under as a result of industrial agriculture and relentless pursuit of cheap food? And what will he do to ensure that family farms remain an important and permanent feature of rural life?
Mr Speaker, my honourable friend makes a very important point about the importance of small family farms in our agriculture system. A lot of the economic analysis that have been done by the government and also companies like AB Agri actually shows that some of those smaller family farms are technically the most proficient and often the most profitable, since they have attention to detail. The government is going to be bringing forward more proposals to support new entrants to our farming industry so that we have a vibrant, profitable sector with farms of all sizes.
We now come to the Chair of the Select Committee, Neil Parry.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The National Food Strategy has recommended that governments must define the minimum standards we will accept in future free trade deals and a mechanism protecting them. The report says, without this, and I quote, "There is a serious peril that tariff-free deals could not only compromise our own attempts to drive up these standards, but also allow cheap imports which would undercut our farmers." Given that the Trade and Agriculture Commission already made exactly that recommendation in its March report almost 5 months ago, can the Secretary of State tell me when these core standards will be set out and if that mechanism for defending them will be in place before the Australia deal is signed?
Well, Mr Speaker, the Government is working on an SPS policy statement that will set out the UK's farm-to-fork approach on these matters, the science of good farm husbandry and how that improves food safety standards. We've also got some key things in our legislation, such as a ban on the use of hormones in beef and also the ban on the use of chlorinated washes. Those are in our legislation and will not change.
Please.
New measures to crack down on livestock worrying are being introduced as part of the Kept Animals Bill. These will expand species and locations covered and will enhance enforcement. Improved powers for the police will make it easier for them to collect evidence and, in the most serious cases, to seize and detain dogs.
Miller.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Farmers in Aberconwy have been speaking to me about the threat that dogs out of control in particular pose to livestock. Dan Jones, who farms the Great Orme above Llandudno, told me just yesterday about how 5 ewes were killed in 2 attacks in just one day. This week I was pleased to support my friend, the Honourable Member for Ynys Môn, in her bill that she introduced to amend the Dogs Protection of Livestock Act 1953, because this is a UK-wide problem. Will the Minister meet with her, myself and other North Wales colleagues to discuss how we can strengthen legislation further to deal with this menace?
I would be delighted to meet with colleagues to discuss this important subject. New measures in the bill specify that a dog will be considered to be at large unless it is on a lead of less than 1.8 metres, or the dog remains in sight of the owner, who's aware of the dog's actions and is confident that the dog will return if called. I think it's important that we continue to work on these details to get it absolutely right.
Tamnajit Singh Desi.
Number 4, please, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We've amended the Environment Bill to require a new historic and legally binding target for species abundance for 2030 to be set, aiming to halt the decline in nature. The details of the 2030 species target will be set out in secondary legislation, and the target will be subject to the same requirements as the other long-term legally binding targets set under the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The UK is amongst the most nature-depleted countries, wherein half of our wildlife has decreased since 1970, and 1 in 7 species is now at risk of extinction. Given a decade of huge cuts, all the rhetoric and the modest uplift in the Natural England funding cannot hide the fact that the government has consistently missed UN biodiversity targets. So, Minister, in order to show leadership and set an example to the rest of the world, shouldn't a natural target be set now rather than wait so that we can stop and reverse the decline of nature by 2030?
Thank you. Well, I hope he will agree that this government is taking this really seriously. We are the first government to set a target such as this, aiming to halt the decline of nature and indeed recover it by 2030. We're working on the detail of that target. It will be set along with all the other targets through the Environment Bill, which will work together to raise up nature everywhere, and we will be announcing those targets in October 2022.
Let's go to Shadow Minister Olivia Blake. Olivia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've become accustomed to the flurry of press releases from the department and the long list of initiatives the Minister has a habit of reciting when questioned about biodiversity and species abundance. Does the Minister agree with the Chair of the Environmental Audit Committee when he says, although there are countless government policies and targets to leave the environment in a better state than we found it, too often they are grandiose statements, lacking teeth and devoid of effective delivery mechanism. So, where is the plan?
Thank you. Well, I hope she'll agree that the plethora of press releases demonstrate just how much work is going on in this department. We are bringing through groundbreaking legislation that will actually put in all the measures we need to tackle these really serious issues. So we've got the targets in the Environment Bill, and we've got a whole range of grants and funds like the Woodland Creation Grant, the Peat Restoration Grant. They're open now, and people can start applying for them, and we really are moving on this.
Let's go to Bob, Captain Bob. Good to see you, Bob. Bob Blackman.
I think there's a substantive question first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I got confused about the numbers there. The England Trees Action Plan, supported by £500 million from the Nature for Climate Fund, announced a series of funds to support the creation of woodland over this Parliament. This includes over £25 million for our woodland creation partnerships this year and £6 million for the Urban Tree Challenge Fund for the next 2 years, and a £2.7 million local authority treescapes fund for 21-22 and £15.9 million for the woodland creation offer this year.
Bob Blackman, come on, Bob.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for her answer and for the work that she's doing. Clearly, in urban and suburban settings, new trees are a lifeline to encourage the green lungs of the cities and towns around our country. What more can she offer and encourage local authorities to implement new street trees, which are appropriate in the setting, not only on streets, but also in parks and open spaces?
I thank him for that question, and of course he raises a really important point. It's not just about planting trees in rural areas. Our urban areas are so important because that's where people engage with the trees. So I'm sure he'll be pleased to hear about the Urban Tree Challenge Fund, which is providing this £6 million over the next 2 years to support trees in exactly the places he said, our towns and cities. And we've also opened that £2.7 million local authority treescapes fund to encourage more tree planting in non-woodland settings, but particularly along roads and footpaths, just as he is suggesting. So I hope that he will be encouraging his local authority to apply for some of those grants.
Andrew Brown.
Question number 7, sir.
Well said.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, it's very good to see my honourable friend back in the chamber after his illness. But for 2021, the government has secured fishing opportunities of around 628,000 tonnes of quota across all of the annual negotiations, and that's approximately 55,000 tonnes more than last year. The government is now preparing for the next round of annual fisheries negotiations. We've held a series of briefings with stakeholders this month on the latest scientific recommendations, and we will be developing our negotiating mandate in the months ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for that answer. The decision not to come to an agreement with Norway was met with mixed reactions across the different sectors within the industry. Whilst the pelagic sector is undoubtedly doing well out of our new status, there have been challenges for the demersal sector. So can my right honourable friend give a commitment that the government is determined to deliver on a sea of opportunity for all sectors in the industry, demersal as well as pelagic?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is right. The pelagic sector in particular have benefited from the UK becoming an independent coastal state with more quota and less competition from Norway and Faroes, who've not had access to our waters this year. For 2021, the fleet received an increase of around 5,800 tonnes of mackerel compared with the year before. But my honourable friend's also right. We want to deliver for all sectors. That's why in England we have given a significant uplift to the inshore under 10-metre fleet with additional quota this year. And it's why, as I speak, we are in the final stages of negotiations on annual exchanges with the EU that will help the whitefish sector.
So, Secretary of State Luke Pollard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fishing industry knows that the government's failed to negotiate real terms quota data with the European Union, and they also know that the government has no idea how much non-quota species are being caught by EU boats in our waters. With the shellfish ban on exports and British fishers being harassed for catch data we don't require from EU boats, where in the Tory manifesto did it say that you would actually give away control of our waters? And where's the plan for fishing? Where's the plan?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll take no lectures on these matters from the gentleman opposite, who, of course, wanted us to remain in the European Union and wanted to allow EU vessels to have the ability to fish in our waters without even requiring a licence to do so. The government has required all foreign vessels, including EU vessels, to have a licence to fish in our waters. That sets certain conditions. We have access to vessel monitoring data so that we can track the precise location of all of those vessels. And we are also working on methodologies now so that they have to declare their catch when they leave our waters and when they enter our waters. And that will give us the data that the gentleman suggests we need.
Substantive question to Minister.
The government has a manifesto commitment to introduce compulsory microchipping of cats, and this was recently restated in the Action Plan for Animal Welfare. We carried out a public consultation which ended in February, and DEFRA officials are currently analysing the 33,000 responses. We'll publish the details of our proposals later this year.
Let's go to Catherine McKinnell. Catherine?
So despite widespread public support, as the Minister confirmed, we're yet to have a timetable for the compulsory microchipping of pet cats. We know the 2.6 million unchipped pet cats in the UK have less chance of being reunited with their owners if they're lost or stolen, despite how heartbreaking the loss of much-loved pets can be, and the recognised need to improve animal welfare. So will the government ensure that the consultation on cat and dog microchipping reports as soon as possible and announce their timetable for introducing regulations to make microchipping compulsory for pet cats?
I share the Honourable Lady's enthusiasm for microchipping cats. 74% are already microchipped, including my own, I'm pleased to say. And we will be working hard as soon as we've done our response to the consultation to ensure that this can be put into legislation as soon as possible. Only secondary legislation is needed in order to bring about changes if those are considered necessary. So I don't anticipate any great delay, and I would like to reassure the Honourable Lady that we're working on this at pace.
Brown.
Mr. Speaker, question 10, please.
The Seafood Response Fund gave funding to shellfish, aquaculture and catching businesses across the UK when they'd been affected by COVID or by trade disruption. The size of each payment was based on the average fixed costs for each business, and for catching businesses this was based on vessel size, and for aquaculture businesses it was based on the number of people they employed.
Speaker, now the Minister's had time to read the deal the UK Government signed, so we know it's a bad deal and there's been a lot of trade disruption. Now, January and February, Scottish companies were losing roughly £1 million per day. By the end of February, the Scottish Salmon Producers Organisation stated their members had lost £11 million. So what does the Minister estimate the total cost of COVID and Brexit on the Scottish seafood industry? How much compensation has been paid to Scottish companies, how much compensation is still to be paid, and what should be done to resolve the issue of exports to the EU?
Well, the honourable gentleman will be aware of the extensive work that's been carried out by the Scottish Seafood Task Force, chaired by my honourable friend on the front bench, which has assisted in practical and sensible measures to assist with exports to the EU. In terms of this specific fund, we were very careful to make clear that Scottish businesses shouldn't lose out, so the fund was available for all eligible UK businesses, and Scottish businesses were able to apply for a top-up if that was appropriate. So we were very careful to ensure that Scottish businesses were treated equitably.
Substantive question to Minister Powell.
Measures in the Environment Bill will help address the problem of untreated sewage entering the rivers. On the 9th of July this year, Southern Water was fined £90 million, the largest sum yet for a water company, for persistent illegal discharge of raw sewage. Ministers have been clear with water industry CEOs on their company's legal duties, and we are also tackling river pollution from poor farming practices. In addition to regulation and financial incentives, catchment-sensitive farming helped thousands of farmers to make water improvements.
Let's go to Andrew Shalhoub. Andrew.
Leighton Sewage Works pumped raw sewage into the River Ouzel for 149 hours in 2019, and in March this year in Mardle Road, wastewater was pumped into the river for several weeks. Volunteers Ruth Mundy and Liz Hooper report the absence of ducks, egrets and kingfishers, which were common in the past. Will the new Director of Water Quality at the Environment Agency be able to achieve a rapid and sustained improvement?
I thank him for highlighting that issue. Clearly something that is unacceptable. I hope he will agree that we've got many measures now in place, and he's been involved in pressing for those. The Storm Overflows Task Force has been set up to deal with these sewage overflows, which in our view are used far too frequently. Much more monitoring is in place through the water companies. They have to publish a plan on this. The government has to report back on it. And we are really cracking down on this whole issue of water quality, and he's right to raise it.
Substantive question to Minister Prentice.
The Agricultural Transition Plan sets out how support for farmers is changing. Instead of paying farmers subsidies based on the amount of land they own, we're introducing new schemes to incentivise good ecological practices. We will also offer grants to support new entrants to the sector and improve productivity and business planning.
SNP spokesperson Deirdre Brooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The UK government yesterday indicated it was willing to break its own trade deal with the EU because of the consequences that they told us wouldn't happen. The EU may then very well implement tariffs on UK exports to the EU, as they have a right to do under the Tory negotiated deal, which would be calamitous for our agricultural sector. Now, the Secretary of State or Minister will no doubt answer with reference to all the new deals the International Trade Secretary is signing the UK up to. But just days ago, the New Zealand Prime Minister warned that failing to keep to treaty commitments could threaten membership of the CPTPP. So will the Secretary of State or Minister commit to covering the extra costs to farmers this whole sorry mess is causing, or are the consequences of this ideological Brexit crusade to be borne by everyone but the UK government and its ministers?
Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's any secret to this House that I was no Brexiteer, but I must say that for farming and fishing, I think we have really gained from Brexit. In England, we don't think the environment can wait, Mr. Speaker. We want to start paying public money for public goods to our farmers, and that is how they will be supported in the future.
Substantive question to the Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, the Scottish seed potato industry is renowned globally for its high health status, and it is second to none. It exports to some 40 countries around the world. 80% of its exports are outside of the EU to markets such as Egypt and Morocco. Now, as my honourable friend knows, the EU has adopted a curious stance in respect of authorising Scottish seed potatoes. While EU law provides a mechanism for equivalence to be recognised, the Commission have so far refused to even allow their SCOPAF Science Committee to assess our application. We are continuing to work with industry to unblock this issue.
Let's go to Douglas Ross. Douglas.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for that response. To remove the risk to Scotland's seed potato industry, will the UK Government agree to prohibit the importation of seed potatoes from the EU in order to respect the principle of reciprocal trade?
Mr Speaker, we introduced a temporary 6-month marketing authorisation that allowed EU seed potatoes to be marketed in England and Wales earlier this year. That has now expired, as agreed with industry and the devolved administrations. If any applications are received for marketing equivalence, the UK will consider if seed potatoes have been produced under conditions equivalent to requirements in GB regulations. And of course, the sensible thing to happen here is for the EU to apply their own rules and their own laws and assess the application that we've lodged with them.
We have a substantive question to the Secretary of State.
Mr Speaker, the UK has a resilient food supply chain built on strong domestic production, open markets and an advanced logistics and retail sector. The impacts of the pandemic and labour shortages mean it has been tested, and we've been working with colleagues across government to ensure that our food supply chain has the support that it needs. The Agriculture Act also requires regular assessments of food security, and the first of these will take place later this year.
Let's go to Ian Byrne. Ian.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. DWP data revealed the shocking fact that 43% of households on universal credit pre-COVID were food insecure. With the planned removal of the £20 uplift from universal credit, can I ask the Secretary of State what impact assessments his departments have completed on the impact of removing the uplift regarding the food security of the 6 million people on universal credit?
State.
Well, Mr Speaker, we regularly monitor household food spending on food, and it's important to note that last year household spending on food among the poorest 20% of households was the lowest on record at around 14%. That said, we absolutely recognise that there are individual households who struggle to afford food. That is why the government has brought forward a number of initiatives over the last 12 months to support them through groups like Fair Share, but also the holiday food scheme as well.
Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. There's crops rotting in the field due to a shortage of people to pick them. There's a self-inflicted shortage of HGV drivers due to the government's poor Brexit deal. And there's now empty shelves across Britain because thousands of retail workers are doing the right thing and self-isolating. So can I ask the Secretary of State for Food, why hasn't he got a grip on the lack of food security in the country, and where's the plan?
Well, Mr Speaker, when it comes to labour, the honourable gentleman will know that we've introduced a seasonal agricultural worker scheme. That's been crucial this year in providing farms with the seasonal labour that they need, and we have allowed 30,000 seasonal workers to come in under that scheme. And we're also continuing to work with businesses on this issue of staff having to isolate. The government will shortly be saying more about its approach here to ensure that key critical infrastructure is able to continue.
We now have a substantive question to Minister Power.
We are introducing reforms to the waste sector which will help us increase the amount of material we recycle. These reforms which include introducing consistency in household and business waste collection in England, extended producer responsibility for packaging and a deposit return scheme for drinks containers. And together, these measures will help us meet our commitment to recycle 70% of packaging by 2030 and 65% of municipal waste by 2035.
Let's go to Jessica Morton. Jessica.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Not only are we in Wales the third best at recycling in the world, but in Newport Newport under the leadership of Newport Council and Waste Savers, with the top recycling city in Wales, and the reuse centre in my honourable friend for Newport West seat is one of 3 nominated for Civic Amenity Centre of the Year with rates of 90%. Does the Minister agree the government can learn much from Wales and Newport?
I thank her for her question. You know, I'm not going to be sniffy about this. If we can learn lessons from anyone, I'm never too proud. But equally, we're setting up. The challenges are different in every place, and quite clearly, we have set our targets to increase our recycling rates here in the UK, but actually Wales will be joining with us and Northern Ireland in the deposit return scheme, and we very much welcome all the negotiations and consultations we're having to make sure that will work across the borders.
Final question before topicals. We have a substantive question to Minister Power.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Reducing leakage is an essential part of our ambition to improve water efficiency. Ofwat has set companies a performance commitment to reduce leakage by 16% by 2025. The water companies have further committed to deliver a 50% reduction by 2050, which could save up to 1,400 megalitres of water per day. I will require water companies to develop their water resource management plans on this basis.
Sir Robert Neal.
The problem we have in Bromley is that 95% of the mains, according to Thames Water, are cast iron and therefore much more liable to breaking, rather than an average in London of 50 to 60%. That means that we have repeated leaks, often in the same place, patched up time and time again, 133 in one postcode area in 4 months. In one instance. This is actually causing real issues for my constituents. Can we have a specific programme to replace outdated Victorian infrastructure and bring it up to purpose for the 21st century?
I thank him for that, and I do realise the challenges that they are facing in his constituency. And repairing and replacing leaking pipes, as he points out, is absolutely critical, particularly obviously critical to maintaining clean, safe, reliable drinking water to our homes and businesses. And identifying those leaks is obviously challenging, and water companies are looking at innovative ways to improve outcomes. And it is really for the companies to decide how to maintain their infrastructure, but we are pushing them with those targets that have been set. And to minimise disruption caused, though, they are required to provide notice of planned work to customers and local authorities.
We come to topicals. Matt Weston.
Mr. Speaker, over the past 18 months, the key workers in our food supply chain have worked incredibly hard to keep the nation fed during the difficult context of the pandemic. The recent hot weather has increased demand for some items, like bottled waters, and staff absences have increased, but remain lower than seen earlier in the pandemic. We are working with colleagues across government to support businesses in the food supply chain, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all those key workers working on farms, in food factories, in the distribution system, and in our food retail sector for their extraordinary efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the last 2 years, we've seen tragic floods in Yorkshire, Cumbria, South Wales. We've seen the floods, obviously, in Europe and now in China. Obviously, the government has cut spending on flood defences by 10%. Why?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman's incorrect in that the capital spending on floods is increasing to £5.2 billion. That's almost a doubling on the previous programme. We have held various meetings around the Yorkshire area, and Yorkshire is going to be one of the key beneficiaries from that investment we're making.
Shelley-Ann Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In many villages such as Winchelsea Beach and my beautiful constituency, sewage or foul water drainage is not separate from rainwater, stormwater drainage. There is a combined system, which means that at times of high rainfall, many residents suffer sewage flooding in their gardens. Does my right honourable friend agree that in view of environmental and health concerns, it is imperative that sewage is kept in a separate pipe from rainwater, and if so, what steps will he take to ensure that these changes happen?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend makes a very important point. Some of the challenges we have are typically with houses that were built in the Victorian era, whereas she says the street drainage system goes into the foul water sewage system. That can lead to it being overwhelmed at times. Most developments that have taken place since the 1960s do have that surface water drainage separated from foul water sewage systems. We have set up a task force to look at how we can address this problem and, in particular, reduce the use of combined sewage overflows.
Shadow Minister, Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had a good trip up to Newcastle under Lyme recently to meet with residents and the pressure group Stop the Stink and to see and smell for myself the horrific emissions from Wally's Quarry, the local landfill site which has the dubious honour of being the smelliest tip in England. So what engagement has the Secretary of State had with the owner of the site, Red Industries, to restore residents' physical health and mental well-being and stop the stink? Where is the plan?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend, the member for Newcastle under Lyme, has been raising this issue with me and with the Prime Minister and others consistently. There is a challenge. I met him twice to discuss it. I've also met the local team in the Environment Agency dealing with this, and I've discussed it with the Chief Exec of the Environment Agency. One of the problems here is that it's thought that some plasterboard was illegally dumped in the site. That's what's causing this current problem with hydrogen sulfide. The Environment Agency are working on a plan to flare those gases off, and we are doing all that we can to support them in that endeavour.
We now go to Claire Coutinho. Claire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be hosting another Green Timber in East Surrey this year, a whole month of pushing for environmental progress and looking at the small actions that we can all take as residents to protect nature. As this helpfully coincides with COP26, would ministers consider my request to speak at an East Surrey COP summit this year?
Stay.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable lady is absolutely right that this is a really big year for the environment internationally, not only with COP26 being hosted in Glasgow, but also the CBD COP15 as well, where we're going to be setting some crucial biodiversity targets. I'm sure that one of either myself or our ministerial team would be more than happy to speak to her event, and we're speaking to many other such events around the country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I visit schools in Luton North, including Leland's, where I went recently, one of the top concerns for young people is plastic waste. The government says it will eliminate plastic waste by 2042. But by that time, the kids that I met in Leland's will be adults. They would have had jobs. Many would have become parents. Will he work with us on this side of the House to improve recycling rates and actually deal with the plastics crisis affecting landfill and ocean across this country and across our planet before those children become adults?
Mr. Speaker, I'm regularly contacted by students in schools around the country on this great challenge. We have made some very important steps forward with the ban on some single-use plastics, and we intend to go further with such bans, the levy on single-use carrier bags, and we have in our flagship Environment Bill the proposal for extended producer responsibility that will make the people who manufacture goods and use the packaging responsible for its recycling at the end of its life. And that's going to be a significant change that will help reduce the use of plastics.
Much, Mr. Speaker. The annual scientific advice on fish stocks provided by ICES is a crucial element in terms of determining sustainable fisheries in European waters. But there are concerns that without an independent peer review process, the government may take that wholesale without considering other elements such as social or economic concerns. Can I ask what steps the government are taking to ensure a whole industry process which takes all of these factors into account when determining TAC and quota for the year ahead?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the UK government works very closely with ICES. Indeed, our chief fisheries scientist at CFAS is the deputy president of ICES. ICES regularly receive submissions from CFAS, and where their methodology, we believe, is incorrect or wrong or missing certain things, it's often our scientists in CFAS who help to update that information. And of course, when we set quotas annually and set our position on that, we take into account a range of factors, principally the ICES advice, but other factors as well.
Mr.
Almost 60% of people in England are living in areas where levels of toxic air pollution were exceeded legal limits last year. Putney High Street and other local main streets are one of the most polluted set of streets in the UK, so my constituents know the dangers of air pollution only too well. So why has the Secretary of State rejected every attempt to include World Health Organization air quality targets in the Environment Bill? Yeah. Will he commit to doing this when the bill returns to the House later this year?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're doing a very detailed piece of work on all of the targets we intend to set under the Environment Bill, including on air quality, but also on water, on biodiversity and in waste and resource management too. We're looking very closely at two particular approaches on air quality. One would be a concentration target on PM 2.5, and I know there have been representations for people that it should be 10 micrograms. The other will be on population exposure.
Let's go to Bill Wiggin. Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I understand it, the DEVA test is being piloted at the moment. When can we expect it on farm? And if we must wait for approval, why has he cancelled culling licences before the approval has been given?
Mr. Speaker, we've not cancelled culling licences, but it is the case that the intensive four-year culls in many parts of the country have run their course and have therefore ended. To answer his question, we are running field trials at the moment on that DEVA test, and we will be planning to have that vaccine in 2025.
Speaker, shortages of workers in warehouses and food processing centres across the UK is having a real impact on packaging food for supermarket shelves, with Tesco bosses warning that every week 48 tonnes of food is wasted. And this is exacerbated by an estimated 100,000 shortage of HGV drivers. What interventions will the Secretary of State make to address this shocking state of affairs?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Department for Transport have announced already some plans to increase the speed of driver testing and to deal with some of those logistics issues. And secondly, we are working across government to ensure that where isolation is needed, we protect particularly important strategic infrastructure.
Let's go to Mark Palsey. Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the Secretary of State was shocked to see the huge volumes of litter that were left around Wembley and London's West End after the European final. He referred earlier to extended producer responsibility for packaging, and that seeks to put the blame for litter on manufacturers and make them responsible for the costs of the clean-up. Does he agree that this was all caused by illegal actions of the public? And while it is important to consider business responsibility, shouldn't the government also look to ensure that its citizens behave responsibly?
Absolutely agree with my honourable friend. We all have a role to play in this. People should take responsibility for their litter. We have taken some steps such as fixed penalty notices so that we can issue on-the-spot fines to people who do litter, but we need a culture change in this area.
Final question, Kenny McCaskill. Kenny McCaskill, not here. Let's move on. The questions, Church Commissioners, the House of Commons Commission, the Parliamentary Work Sponsor Body, the Public Accounts Commission and the Speakers Committee on the Electoral Commission. We come to number one, Philip Holliburn.
Number one, sir.
We go to Richard Bacon. Richard.
Mr. Speaker, the National Audit Office produced an important report recently considering how effectively central government and local authorities in England are collaborating on net zero. The report emphasised the need for clear roles and responsibilities and for ensuring that local authorities had the right resources and skills to tackle net zero. The question of when the government will respond is a matter for government, but I can tell my honourable friend that the Right Honourable Member for Ludlow, the chairman of the Environmental Audit Committee, told me this morning his committee will be taking evidence on this National Audit Office report on Wednesday, the 8th of September.
The National Audit Office's report concludes that there are serious weaknesses in the government's approach to working with over 350 local councils in England on decarbonisation due to a lack of clarity over the council's overall roles, piecemeal funding and diffuse accountabilities. Will my honourable friend encourage the Public Accounts Committee to also scrutinise the government's response to this important report when it's eventually published?
Richard.
Mr. Speaker, as my honourable friend will know, the Public Accounts Commission approves the NAO's strategy and budget and doesn't involve itself in individual reports. But he will know that the National Audit Office report recommends that central government does carry out an analysis of the net zero funding available to local authorities, and that it has highlighted the fact that despite budget available going from £74 million in 2019-20 to £1.2 billion in 2020-2021, that the approach remains fragmented. And so I hear what my honourable friend says.
Right, we have two withdrawn, so we have a substantive question to Andrew Slew. Andrew.
Can I first apologise to you, Mr. Speaker, and all members participating for not being present in person, but I'm required to self-isolate at home. I'm so pleased the Honourable Lady's asked this question because, like her, I'm a big supporter of social prescribing, and I'm delighted to tell her the Church of England is a member of the DEFRA Green Social Prescribing Advisory Board, and that we work closely with the members of the National Academy of Social Prescribing.
Go to Rachel Maskell. Rachel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While hospital chaplains play a crucial role in providing support within our NHS, our community chaplains, clergy, are highly trained professionals and could play a far more integral role in the provision of community health, not least as primary care is completely overwhelmed currently. So I would like to know what further discussions have taken place between the Church Commissioners and Department of Health and Social Care, and also clergy and their local primary care networks, as to how they can support the social prescribing agenda in their communities.
Salute.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for praising the valuable work which clergy do in this area. And examples of church social prescribing are our therapeutic gardening projects, often in urban areas, and the new cycle routes to all our 42 cathedrals. And nearer to her, I can tell her that the Joyful Connections Cafe at St Luke's Church in York is linked to a GP social prescribing scheme and has run dementia-friendly church services. And indeed, a 2018 American Journal of Epidemiology study showed the positive impact on well-being and mental health of faith in Jesus and being a church member.
Question 4, Mr. Speaker.
Andrew, are you ready?
I certainly am, Mr. Speaker. The Church has published fresh guidance to help clergy and parochial church councils in their decision-making, recognising that the circumstances in each parish may differ for space, age and demographic reasons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It has been nearly a year since people in churches could lift their voices in song. And this Sunday there will be joy. But for some church leaders, some concern seems to remain, despite the very well established known physical and mental benefits associated with singing. So does my honourable friend agree with me that those benefits should be very much in the hearts and minds of decision makers as they look to how to progress this summer?
Let's see if he can sing his answer. Andrew Sullivan.
Well, just like my honourable friend, I am very much looking forward to be able to sing in church again. And if it stops raining or being a heat wave, we could even worship outside as well. Now, clergy will want to do what is right in their own churches and cathedrals, recognising that we are many members within one body and are called to be responsible to and for one another.
Substantive question to Christian Matheson.
Speaker, any changes to the Commission's accountability are a matter for the UK Parliament through statute, not the Speaker's Committee. The Elections Bill was introduced to the House earlier this month. Members of this House will have the opportunity to debate the proposals relating to the Electoral Commission during the passage of the bill. The Commission will provide briefings for parliamentarians to support their considerations on the bill's content and impact, covering the full scope of the measures proposed.
Let's go to Gavin Newlands. Gavin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for that response. But under the government's proposals in the Elections Bill, the Electoral Commission's powers to ensure criminal offences under electoral law are prosecuted will be drastically curtailed. And given the numerous instances over recent years of sharp practice and outright criminality and the corrupting influence of dark money in our democratic processes, will the Electoral Commission be able to fulfil its basic remit and properly regulate donations and spending if this bill is passed?
Matheson.
Mr. Speaker, the Electoral Commission tell me that effective enforcement when the rules are broken gives voters and campaigners confidence in the system. Where any political party or campaigner deliberately or recklessly breaks electoral law, voters have the right to expect they will face prosecution. The Government does not consider prosecution to be an area of work for the Commission should undertake. If the Elections Bill is passed, the Commission will work with the Government and other prosecuting authorities to ensure that there is no regulatory gap across the full range of offences. The Commission will retain a range of other powers and access to civil sanctions to continue its important work in regulating political finance.
Sir Desmond Swain. Andrew Shelley.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to answer this question with numbers 7 and 8. And I am enormously grateful to all three of my honourable friends for continuing to bring the House's attention to the ongoing horrific levels of persecution of people for their religion or belief.
Sir Desmond.
How concerned is he about the rise of persecution of Christians in India, and is there anything to be done?
Andrew Selou.
Well, my right honourable friend is right about the reports which keep coming out of India, and the Church is pressing the government to see India as a country of particular concern, where targeted sanctions on individuals and entities responsible for severe violations of religious freedom may be needed. And overseas development assistance should be used to advance the human rights of people of all faiths in India.
Alexander Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend will be aware of the terrible conflict currently raging in the Tigray region of Ethiopia. There have been disturbing reports of violence against Christians there, including shocking allegations that priests and nuns have been attacked and killed. What is the Church doing to help ensure that Christians are protected in Tigray and that Ethiopia's religious diversity is safeguarded?
Andrew Selou.
My honourable friend is absolutely right that the situation in Tigray is a truly desperate one. Both churches and mosques are being attacked and looted, and in some cases, their worshippers killed. And our bishops have raised their concerns very forcefully with the Ethiopian ambassador and have asked our ministers to relay their concerns to the newly elected Ethiopian government.
Jacob Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Nigeria, the violence against Christians is ongoing, and since December there's been 10 mass school kidnappings and repeated attacks on churches and religious leaders. The week before last, 30 people were killed and 200 homes and 4 churches were destroyed. What is the Church doing to bring this to the attention of global leaders so that this appalling suffering can be brought to an end?
Andrew Selou.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for raising this issue, and sometimes we just need to pause for a moment to take in the enormity of what is happening. The Church of England continues to press the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office to provide the financial and technical assistance necessary to address these horrendous violations of religious freedom. The Church is also working to enable parliamentarians in Nigeria and elsewhere to be able to hold to account those who perpetuate this horrific violence. These victims will not be forgotten by us.
Substantive question to Damien Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Supported by the Delivery Authority, the sponsor body is currently developing the detailed plan that will, for the first time, give an accurate sense of the costs, timescales and full detail of the work needed for restoration and renewal. It will be put before both houses for decision before works commence, and securing best value for money is fundamental.
Let's go to David Simmons. David.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that this House has debated the subject numerous times, supported the Joint Committee's proposal from 2016 and passed the Restoration and Renewal Act 2019, does my right honourable friend agree with me that continually re-examining the scope and the cost of the project increases the risk that we are not making our national parliament fit for purpose and run the risk of our own Notre Dame moment with our beautiful and historic building?
Damien Hines.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for that supplementary question, and he's absolutely right to mention the terrible fire at Notre Dame, which serves as a reminder to us all of the risk to our great heritage assets. He's also right that putting off works tends to increase costs eventually, and so I agree with him entirely about the time sensitivity of action and thank him for his timely reminder.
Let's go to Alistair Carmichael.
10, Mr Speaker.
Christian Matheson.
Mr Speaker, the Commission collects and annually publishes data from all UK police forces on allegations of electoral fraud. This data shows that the UK has low levels of proven fraud. In 2019, police forces across the UK recorded 34 cases of alleged personation in polling stations, which resulted in 1 conviction and 1 police caution. Cases of electoral fraud that are not reported to the police would not be captured in this data. The Commission has no reliable method to estimate how much electoral fraud goes unreported.
Mr Carmichael.
If the data shows low levels, Mr Speaker, then it's curious that the Commission should have reached the conclusion that some measure of voter identification was necessary. Can I ask the honourable member to convey to the Commission the view that, in fact, a rather more robust and substantial data gathering exercise is required here before the case can truly be said to be made for changes in voter identification?
Mr Speaker, I will indeed convey that. The Commission believe that it is highlighted that polling station voting in Great Britain remains vulnerable to fraud, since there are no checks in place to prevent somebody claiming to be an elector and voting in their name. This distinguishes voting at polling stations from other parts of the electoral process where identity checks already exist, such as for voter registration and postal voting. The Commission's public opinion research shows that this is an issue that concerns voters, but I will pass that on to the Commission.
We have a substantive question to Christian Matheson.
Mr Speaker, the Commission's independent evaluation of the government's pilots held in 2018 and 19 found that a large majority of people already had access to the forms of ID that were used in these pilots. There was no evidence that levels of turnout in the pilot scheme areas were significantly affected by the requirement for voters to show ID at polling stations. However, the Commission was not able to draw a definitive conclusion from the pilots about the impact of a voter ID requirement, particularly as a national poll with high levels of turnout. The socio-demographic profiles of the pilot areas are also not fully representative of many areas of Great Britain. The Commission has recommended that any ID requirement should be secure, accessible and realistically deliverable. The detail of the government's proposals for a free locally issued voter ID card will be key to ensuring that those who do not have another form of photo ID can vote.
Let's go to Andrew Gwynn. Andrew.
Thank you. Can I thank my honourable friend for that answer? He knows that in the 2019 general election, there were over 47 million people registered to vote and only 6 convictions for electoral fraud, a rate of less than 0.00001%. Now, he knows that there are fears that mandatory voter ID could suppress turnout and discourage voting in some communities. I don't want that. He doesn't want that. I don't believe any MP wants to exclude people from voting. So with this in mind, can my honourable friend tell the House what more is being done by the Electoral Commission to try and increase participation and turnout in elections?
Speaker, increasing participation is one of the Electoral Commission's core missions. They tell me that they undertake significant public awareness ahead of activity or ahead of major polls to ensure that voters can understand how to participate and have their say with confidence. This May, the period of its voter registration campaign saw over 1 million applications to register across Great Britain, breaking its own targets. If the voter ID requirement is passed into law, the Commission will be responsible for new public awareness activity to ensure that voters can understand the new requirements. This would significantly focus on audiences least likely to have the required identification and so most likely to need access to the proposed free voter card.
Andrew Jones.
12, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, Restoring Parliament will use UK materials wherever possible and create jobs and apprenticeships in the supply chain across the UK, from high-tech design to traditional stonemasonry. My honourable friend will be pleased to know that the project is already engaged with a Harrogate business, providing professional services on procuring works on a value for money and UK-wide basis.
Well, I'm very grateful to hear that. I have to say I didn't know about that Harrogate business, but in addition to promoting opportunities for businesses in Harrogate and Knaresborough, I was trying to get at a sort of an underlying point that the wider the contracts and benefits of the restoration project are spread around our country, then I think the broader the support there will be for the large sum of money involved in it. Now, I'm sure we've all heard people say, you lot down in Westminster, as if Parliament has got nothing to do with them. So does my right honourable friend agree that this project has the capacity to either compound or militate that?
Well, I do agree. My honourable friend is right. It would be a large sum of money, and it's essential not only that best value is secured for that money, but also that the benefits of it are spread, and visibly so, across the country. The programme's currently working on its supply chain plans and already recruiting, and the shared apprenticeship scheme, for example, is an example of an innovative approach to make sure also that smaller firms can share in the benefits of the programme.
Weston.
Number 13, sir.
Andrew Shalhoub.
The Church believes very strongly that it does not make sense to put value-added tax on the repairs and restoration of listed buildings. While the Church is grateful that the government have extended the listed places of worship grant scheme to refund this VAT for another year, we cannot continue with these short-term sticking plaster measures. We need to put the maintenance of our listed buildings on a sustainable basis.
Mark Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank him for his response. In 2019, I'm sure he'll be aware that Historic England commissioned a report into the economic value and repair on a sample of 30 churches and discovered 26% consequential costs to those projects. Obviously, if VAT is charged, it can be claimed back under the listed places of worship grant scheme, as he says. In two cases in my constituency, St Mary's, Warwick, and All Saints Parish Church in Leamington, that consequential cost could be up to £750,000 for both. Would he agree with me that we should just be scrapping VAT on these projects?
Andrew Shalhoub.
Well, the honourable gentleman is absolutely right that when regular maintenance is not done, the final costs are indeed much higher. We have had other one-off grants in the past, such as the Roof Repair Fund, which we've been grateful for, but which have not provided a long-term solution. Now, the government has gained new tax freedoms having left the European Union and could use these to permanently reduce or even better zero-rate value-added tax on the repairs and restoration of listed buildings.
Mr. Speaker.
Sir Charles.
The House of Commons Commission has ensured that the House Service has implemented the working safely during coronavirus guidance to ensure we remain a COVID-secure workplace. At every stage of the government roadmap or when updated guidance has been published, the parliamentary COVID risk assessment has been reviewed and updated to ensure the appropriate mitigations are put in place. I thank the honourable member for that response. And, Mr. Speaker, I would like to echo your repeated thanks to the members of staff of the House of Commons who do so much to ensure the smooth and safe proceedings of this House. Now, members of this House we travel extensively to our constituencies and within our constituencies. Being gregarious is almost a job requirement. We meet lots of people, and yet there is no requirement on us to wear a mask in this place. Can I ask the member if he will give further consideration to what requirements can be placed on members of this House to better protect those who do so much to protect us? Say to the honourable lady, I'd like to thank the staff as well. We're all gregarious, not just members of Parliament, but also House staff. And I hope when they're not looking after us, they're out enjoying the restaurants and clubs and bars of London that are reopening. And of course, our protective embrace cannot cover them there. However, face coverings remain as one of the many mitigations available to the House in managing the risk of COVID. The Commission continues to support their use in line with national guidance. But the Speaker has no power to prevent democratically elected members from coming onto the estate or into the chamber when the House is sitting. As such, there is no meaningful way to enforce a requirement on members to wear a face covering in the chamber, but they are strongly encouraged to do so.
We have a substantive question to Andrew Shalhoub. Andrew.
The Church is hugely appreciative of the work of the Archbishop's Anti-Racism Task Force and has already committed to implement 34 of its 39 recommendations and is keeping the other 5 under review.
To Janet Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Church Commissioner appreciates, like I do, the importance of cultural change in the Church. Clergy from diverse backgrounds must be supported and given equal opportunities from the new ordinance settling in to those moving towards senior roles. Will the Commissioner tell me what powers the new Commission led by Lord Boating will have to hold the Church to account as it enters the implementation stage?
Andrew.
Well, as the Honourable Lady says, in the autumn, a new Racial Justice Commission will start work under the chairmanship of Lord Boateng, with Lord Way being a member as well. And I'm delighted to say that we have the highest number of recommendations for stipendiary ordained ministry training in a generation, at almost 600, with 10.9% of those from minority ethnic backgrounds, a 2% increase on the previous year. So the Church is making gradual but steady progress to make sure that its clergy look like the nation it serves, and the Racial Justice Commission will certainly hold the Church to account on future progress.
I'm now suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable the necessary arrangements to be made for the next business order. Order. Before I call the Minister to make his statement, I have to say I was far from happy that yesterday the House heard from Health Minister giving us an NHS update with no mention at all of the pay deal for NHS. a point of great political interest. I find it hard to believe that any negotiations were still going beyond that time, and I would urge the Government again to ensure the House is the first, not the last to know. But it's not my fault that the Secretary of State got pinged, that if he does want to make announcements from his garden, somebody could have been here, the ministers could have shared that information with us. So glory in the sunshine should not detract from this House hearing it when that announcement's made. It matters to all of us. We've all got hospitals, we've all got constituents that work for the NHS. So this clear message is, once again, this House should be told. Now then, let's come to a man that's come to the House to make his statement. I now call Minister Nadeem Sahawi to make a statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And can I offer the apology of the Secretary of State and the Department of Health on the inability of the Department to make a statement on the acceptance of the pay review, independent pay review body that NHS staff should get 3%. I hope you will accept my apology on behalf of the Secretary of State, as he is self-isolating. Mr. Speaker, before...
Just on that point, just to say, I really do appreciate the Minister is so courteous, but it's a bit... makes it worse when the Minister is actually at the dispatch box when all this is going outside, and to turn to the House and say, well, I can't tell you. Not that I don't know, but I can't tell you, is even more worrying. Sorry about that.
The Speaker makes a very powerful point. Mr. Speaker, before I turn to my remarks today, I wanted to say something to you, sir. I want to take a moment ahead of this House rising for the summer to thank you, sir, and everyone who works here in Parliament, your whole team, for everything you've done to keep us all safe over the past few months. The fact that we've kept our democracy running and running safely at this time of crisis is an incredible achievement, and we're all extremely grateful to you and your team. Mr. Speaker, with permission, I'd like to make a statement on the COVID-19 pandemic. This week, we've taken a decisive step forward, taking step 4 on our roadmap and carefully easing more of the restrictions that have governed our daily lives. But although we're moving forward, we must remember that we move forward with caution, because this pandemic is not yet over. The average number of daily cases in England is around 41,000, and hospitalisations and deaths are rising too, although at a much lower level than we had this, if we had this number of cases during previous waves. So even as we take step 4, we're urging everyone to think about what they can do to make a real difference. And today we're launching a new campaign, encouraging everyone to keep taking the little steps that have got us this far, like wearing face coverings in crowded public areas, making sure rooms are well ventilated, and getting rapid, regular tests. We're also supporting businesses and organisations, helping them to manage the risk of transmission within their venues, including through the use of the NHS COVID Pass for domestic use. I know that this has been of great interest to honourable members, and I wanted to use this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, today to reiterate this policy and offer the chance for the House to have its say. Mr. Speaker, this week, after a successful trial, we have rolled out the NHS COVID Pass. This allows people safely and securely to demonstrate their COVID status, whether it's proof of vaccination status, test results, or natural immunity. Anyone can access a pass via the NHS app, the NHS website, or by calling 119 and asking for a letter to demonstrate vaccine status. People will also be able to demonstrate proof of a negative test result. Although we don't encourage its use in essential settings like supermarkets, other businesses and organisations in England can adopt the pass as a means of entry where it's suitable for their venue or premises, and when they can see its potential to keep their clients or their customers safe. But for proprietors of venues and events where large numbers are likely to gather and likely to mix with people from outside their households for prolonged periods, deploying the pass is the right thing to do. The pass has an important role to play in slowing the spread of the virus, and so we reserve the right to mandate its use in the future. Next, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to update the House on vaccination as a condition of entry. We all know the benefits that both doses of a vaccine can bring. Data from Public Health England estimates that 2 doses of a COVID vaccine offers protection of around 96% against hospitalisation. And today, Mr. Speaker, we have new data from Public Health England that estimates the vaccination programme in England alone has prevented 52,600 hospitalisations. That is up to 6,300 from 2 weeks ago. A fitting example, I'm sure you will agree, sir, of the protective wall that our vaccination programme has given us. A wall that's getting stronger every day. It's this protection that's allowed us to carefully ease restrictions over the past few months. But we must do so in a way that's mindful of the benefits that both doses of the vaccine can bring. This strategy, this philosophy, has underpinned our approach over these critical next few months. This week, as part of our Step 4 measures, we allowed fully vaccinated adults and all children to return from amber list countries without quarantine, with the exception of France due to the persistent presence of cases of the beta variant. From the 16th of August, children and under 18 and people who are fully vaccinated will no longer need to self-isolate as contacts, given their reduced risk of catching and passing on the disease. And as I updated the House on Monday, at the end of September, we plan to make full vaccination a condition of entry to those high-risk settings where large crowds gather and interact. By this point, everyone aged 18 and over will have had the chance to be fully vaccinated, and so everyone will have that opportunity to gain the maximum possible protection. So, as a condition of entry to these venues, people will need to show that they are fully vaccinated, and proof of a negative test will no longer be sufficient. This is not a step that we take lightly, Mr. Speaker, but all throughout this pandemic, just like governments all across the world, whether it's Singapore or Australia or Germany and France, we've had to adapt our approach to meet the threats of this deadly virus. And this is no different. But we will always keep these measures, like all our measures, under review with the goal of returning to the freedoms that we love and cherish. Mr. Speaker, we should all be proud of the enthusiasm and uptake we've seen for our vaccination programme. 88% of all adults have now had a first dose, and 69% of all adults have had both doses. And this uptake means the latest ONS data shows that 9 in 10 adults now have COVID-19 antibodies. But there are still many people who are unprotected, including 34% of people aged 18 to 29 who have not had either dose. So I'd like to once again, ahead of the summer recess, urge everyone to come forward and get both doses to protect yourselves, protect your loved ones and your community. Our battle against this virus, Mr. Speaker, is not the kind of battle where we can simply declare victory and move on with our lives. Instead, we must learn to live with the virus, doing whatever we can to slow its spread while we maintain the vital defences that will keep us safe. And that is exactly what this government will do, and I commend this statement to the House.
We now go to the Shadow Secretary of State, who is virtual. A virtual Jonathan Ashworth.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement. But let's be frank, it was a shambles yesterday, and it was an insult to the House, and it was a letdown for health and care staff. Ministers have been dragged kicking and screaming to this 3% settlement, and can he accept, and does he accept, that it isn't an NHS-wide pay settlement because it doesn't cover all the health and care workforce who don't fall under the pay review body? It doesn't cover, for example, our junior doctors who have had an intense year caring for sick patients on ventilators who have been redeployed to other sites across the NHS, have seen their training disrupted. So will the junior doctors get a pay rise, especially given that the pay review body in paragraph 10.36 of its report urges ministers to recognise the role of doctors out of scope? Will all health staff who work in public health receive the settlement? And yet again, even though care workers are obviously not covered by this pay review body, we know that our care workers are so valuable. Will care workers finally get the real living wage that they deserve? And how will this pay settlement be funded? NHS trusts don't even know what their budget will be beyond September. Now, the Health Secretary has just said the pay settlement costs 2.2 billion. So where is the 2.2 billion coming from? Or is he expecting trusts and general practice to find it from their existing budgets? And at a time when the NHS is in a summer crisis, where we've seen COVID admissions increasing, where there's more patients on ventilators in hospitals now, when we see operations being cancelled again and waiting times growing because of the pressures that the NHS are under, rather than getting a funded settlement for the NHS, we've seen this week briefing and counter briefing from the Health Secretary, the Chancellor, Downing Street about what may or may not be coming for health and social care. But the NHS needs more investment now to cope with the pressures that it is under. So can he confirm that the government are going to break their manifesto pledge to increase national insurance? Or is the Business Secretary correct to say this morning, I don't see how we could increase national insurance? Because the Prime Minister promised on the steps of Downing Street 2 years ago this Saturday that he would have a social care plan. But this isn't a plan for health and social care. It's a government in disarray, which now brings me on to the so-called pandemic with the problems with isolation. But the problems with isolation we are seeing is a symptom of what happens when ministers allow infections to get out of control. Now, the government are apparently U-turning today and agreeing a list of workers who could be exempt from isolation based on a negative PCR test. Well, with infections running at more than 50,000 a day, possibly on the way up to 100,000 a day, can he absolutely guarantee that PCR testing capacity will be available to cope with the inevitable increased demand this summer? And if he wants to avoid shutting society down, he needs to bring infections down. So why have the government ruled out extending statutory sick pay for the lowest paid? And what is he doing to drive up the vaccination rates amongst younger adults? Because he will know that allowing infections to rise amongst this cohort sets his vaccination programme back, given that somebody has to wait 28 days post-infection for vaccination. Now, today he's repeated his support for vaccine passports. So can he explain why he thinks it's safe to go out clubbing to the early hours this Friday, but in September it's only safe to go out clubbing if everybody is double jabbed? Can he confirm when the relevant statutory instruments will be laid and when the vote will be on introducing these passports? Now, he has a proposal for nightclubs in September, but does he have a proposal for schools in September? Because 1 million children have been off school recently. So as we asked him on Monday, will he use this summer to install air filtration units in schools in time for September? And is he considering bringing mask wearing back in schools as well? And finally, Mr. Speaker, can I, like the Minister and others across the House, thank you and all the staff especially for the extraordinary work that you have put in these last 12 months to ensure our smooth running of Parliament in these most unprecedented of circumstances. And I hope you all are able to have a suitable rest over the summer recess.
Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member asked the question about who is included in the 3% pay rise that has been recommended by the independent review body. It is 1 million NHS staff, including nurses, paramedics, consultants, and of course salaried GPs as well. The junior doctors that he speaks about have got a separate multi-year pay rise over 3 years, amounting to 8%. He asks about the capacity for testing, and I looked at this, Mr. Speaker, before coming to the House, and the capacity currently for PCR tests is not 600,000 a day, it's actually 640,000 a day as of the latest data I looked at. He asked about schools. There will be 2 supervised tests for schools. He will know because at the Monday statement we announced our acceptance of the JCVI guidelines on vaccinating vulnerable children, vaccinating children who live with vulnerable adults, and of course those who are 17 but within 3 months of their 18th birthday. And the JCVI will keep under review the vaccination of healthy children as more data becomes available from countries like the United States of America and Israel. He asked the question around the COVID vaccination pass and nightclubs and other crowded, unstructured indoor settings such as nightclubs and music venues, or large unstructured outdoor events such as business events and festivals, or very large structured events such as business events, music and spectator sport events. They are the ones that we are most concerned about. We've seen in other countries, whether it's in Holland or in Italy, the opening of nightclubs and then having to reverse that decision rapidly. So what we're attempting to do, the reason we have the COVID vaccination pass in place, is to work with industry in this period whilst we give people over the age of 18 the chance to become double vaccinated. It would be hugely, I think, unfair to bring in that policy immediately. Giving people until the end of September is the right thing to do, whilst at the same time allowing those businesses to open safely using the app now, because the app went live and is very much something that the industry is engaging with. Mr. Speaker, I just want to really sort of address the House on, there are no easy decisions to anything we have had to take with this virus. This is the one thing that we have learnt about this virus. The most effective tools we have against the virus is, of course, the vaccine programme, followed by the tool of self-isolation. So if we want to get back to normal and get our lives back, we need to transition this virus from pandemic to endemic status, from pandemic to manageable menace status, as we quickly and safely as possible deliver that. If we release all restrictions now, we risk, of course, including restrictions around isolation, which I know a number of colleagues will, I'm sure, ask about today, we risk the number of infections, which he worries about, as I do, rising rapidly. That could risk the transition of this virus at this time. We're working flat out with industry, and I commend companies like Lidl, who know they're under pressure, but will work through it with us, and of course critical and frontline and key workers to allow people to be able to take a negative test, as I announced on Monday, for frontline health and social care workers, and then get back to work. And of course by the 16th of August, everybody who is double vaccinated will be able to do that.
Chair of the Select Committee, Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I start by wishing you and your family a ping-free summer, and also thank you for upholding the values of this House over the last few months. The Minister of State will have heard of an organisation called YouGov, who this week said that 1/10 of the people who have the NHS COVID app have deleted it, and a further 1/5 are considering doing so. Given that he made his living from listening to public opinion, does he not think it's time for the government to listen to public opinion and scrap the 10-day isolation requirement immediately for people who are pinged who have been double jabbed, in favour of having to get isolated until they have done a negative PCR test? Otherwise, we risk losing social consent for this very, very important weapon against the virus. And with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to briefly ask you about the issue we were not able to ask ministers about in the House yesterday, which is the decision on NHS pay. I support the decision to accept the pay review body recommendations. It's the right thing to do, but it costs £1.5 billion. Could the Minister confirm this will not be paid for by cuts to other parts of the NHS budget? And if it's going to be funded through what the Times say today is this new national insurance rise for health and social care, will he confirm that the funding for social care would be ring-fenced in that situation, so we do not have a situation where social care once again loses out because of pressures in the NHS?
I wasn't responsible when you said you. For the decision yesterday. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me take those questions in reverse and thank the Chairman of the Select Committee for his always diligent and thoughtful questions. As he will know, we gave the NHS in England an historic settlement in 2018, which will see its budget rise by 33.9 billion by 2023-24. We've provided over 27 billion to support the NHS in England since the start of the pandemic, including 9.7 billion so far for 2021-22. We'll continue to make sure the NHS has everything it needs to continue supporting its staff and providing excellent care to the public throughout the pandemic and beyond. And he asks specifically about social care. I know that the Secretary of State and the Prime Minister are committed to making sure that we deliver on that social care promise we have made by the end of this year. His question around the data and, of course, public compliance. Public compliance is incredibly important, and I want to thank each and every person who, one, has come forward and got themselves protected. We've seen over the last few days almost doubling of people going onto the NHS website to look and book appointments, almost doubling of appointments as well, which is incredible considering where we are at the moment, i.e. with almost touching 90% of all adults. These hard yards, people are still coming forward. There are no easy decisions. I said this, I think, in answer to the Shadow Health Secretary around this. We know that our most effective tool is the vaccination programme, but the second most effective tool is self-isolation. What we are attempting to do is transition this virus from pandemic to endemic status. If you allow all these things to happen too rapidly and people then decide not to self-isolate, then I think you run the risk of infection rates running away with us and challenging the strategy of transition, being the first major economy to transition. So we are working with business. We're working flat out with the frontline critical infrastructure, with key workers to get that guidance out. And colleagues in this House, I'm sure, will be the first to receive that guidance. I will make sure of that, even during recess.
Let's go to SNP spokesperson, Dr. Philippa Whitford. Philippa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to wish yourself, colleagues, and all the House staff a safe and happy summer recess. It's clear that vaccination is critical to fighting this pandemic. So while we all need to encourage uptake among younger adults, is the Minister in a position to guarantee sufficient supplies of Pfizer or Moderna vaccines to vaccinate them before the end of September? Whether legally, as in the case of care home staff, or through excluding people from social activities, does the Minister recognise that making vaccination mandatory can increase distrust among those who are hesitant and actually drive them to become outright vaccine refusers? Despite the talk about caution, COVID cases in England were already surging when the government ploughed ahead with lifting all legal restrictions on Monday. While vaccination has reduced the hospitalisation rate to between 2 and 3%, the Secretary of State himself suggested COVID cases could soar to 100,000 a day, which would result in 2,000 to 3,000 admissions, similar to the first wave. So does the Minister really not recognise that would put health services under enormous pressure and cause the patient backlog to grow further? Is the government even considering the impact of uncontrolled virus spread on vulnerable people, the incidence of long COVID, or the risk of generating yet another variant with even greater vaccine resistance than Delta? And finally, what contingencies are being put in place in case during recess the government need to reintroduce COVID restrictions, as has happened in Israel and the Netherlands?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Lady makes a number of important points, especially her final point, reminding the House, as I did in my statement, that a number of countries have had to open up and then reverse some of their decisions, which is why we're being very careful to ensure that this transition to step 4 and then transitioning the virus from pandemic to endemic status is as successful as possible. She asked about children's vaccination. She will know because the Scottish Health Minister, Mr Humza, has, as the Welsh and Northern Irish, and of course ourselves in England, accepted the JCVI guidelines of vaccinating vulnerable children, children living with vulnerable adults, and those approaching their 18th birthday. And if the JCVI go further, as they are reviewing more data on vaccinating all children, then I assure her that we have the supply available of Pfizer and Moderna to undertake that, whilst we also continue to deliver on the double vaccinations of all adults by the end of September. She asked about the immunosuppressed. Of course, against guidelines have gone out in terms of the precautionary measures that immunosuppressed people would take, similar to the rest of the country, to be careful, to wear masks in crowded indoor spaces, of course, ventilation as well. And the JCVI has gone further in our interim advice from the JCVI for the booster campaign. They've placed the immunosuppressed at the top of the priority list for the boost campaign, which will begin early September. That is the operational target that we are working to begin boosting, and of course to co-administer wherever possible the flu vaccination.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the massive opposition that there is amongst those who operate nightclubs and events, the decision of the government to make their introduction of COVID identity cards voluntary is probably a sensible one. But can I explore with the Minister what he means when he says we reserve the right to mandate their use in the future? We might have hoped, Mr. Speaker, that the right that the government sought to reserve was the right to seek the permission of this House to make their use mandatory in the future. I hope that this was just a small piece of ministerial arrogance that led the Minister to misspeak, but I would like his assurance that we will be given the opportunity to express a view on this before mandatory use of COVID identity cards is introduced. And last week I asked the Secretary of State for Health a whole range of questions about the practical consequences of this voluntary scheme. I asked what constituted large events, who would be the judge of what they were, what was meant by encouraging businesses, and what would be the consequences for any businesses that resist the encouragement from government. The Secretary of State for Health had no answers to these questions. Will the Minister today answer the questions, if not necessarily for the benefit of the people in this House, then at least with a bit of respect to those who operate nightclubs, big events, restaurants, bars and others who have absolutely no idea what is going to be required of them? Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is unlike the member for Central Ayrshire to accuse any colleague of being arrogant, and I certainly hope that I didn't come across as such. He's always courteous and polite, and I've certainly found him over the years. He asks several important questions. In terms of reserving the right, of course, the government will come back to the House if the decision is to mandate the double vaccination requirement for, as I've outlined in an earlier response, nightclubs are crowded, unstructured indoor settings, large unstructured outdoor settings, and of course the very large events such as business, music or spectator sports events. In the meantime, we would encourage the use of the NHS COVID pass in facilities or events where people are likely to be in close proximity to large numbers of people from other households. We're working with the sector. Indeed, the Minister for Business, Mr Scully, met with the sector yesterday, again, as he does regularly. The sector itself would have seen what happened in other countries like the Netherlands. And I think it's in the interest of all of the sector and businesses to want to reopen and reopen permanently, not have to open and close and open and close. Hence why what we're doing is working with the sector in this period and, of course, giving people a chance to get their double vaccinations by the end of September.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Just on that last point about the decision, by the way, the statement's very clear. It says the government has decided we plan to make full vaccination a condition of entry. So my reading of that is the decision's been taken, so the government needs to come to the House to ask the House's permission to legislate. The right honourable gentleman was exactly right. But can I ask the Minister about the pandemic? We've just had the data for last week. Over 600,000 people using the app were told to self-isolate. Now, the Minister set out clearly that on the 16th of August, the right way of proceeding is that those who've been double vaccinated will be asked to take, will be advised to take a PCR test, and if that's negative, then they'll be able to go about their business, reflecting the reduced risk of them being infected and therefore passing on the disease. In a discussion this morning on the Today programme, the Business Secretary was told that businesses in a key sector were operating in that way now with the advice from the app. And he was asked whether that was appropriate and safe. He said it wasn't. Now, if it's not safe, I think it is safe. It's the government's policy for 16th of August. If it's not safe now, how does it suddenly become safe on the 16th of August? And given it is safe on the 16th of August, because that's the government's policy, can we not just implement it now? The danger is large numbers of people will either delete or stop listening to the app, and then when we get to the 16th of August, they won't be getting the advice to take a PCR test, and we'll have actually made ourselves less safe and less well protected. So I urge the Minister to think again, bring it forward now. People will then be taking tests where they're advised to. Otherwise, I think people will simply stop listening, and that's very dangerous for public health.
I'm grateful for my honourable friend's, right honourable friend's excellent interventions, as always. Challenging, but nevertheless the right challenge to think through. I refer to my answer earlier around there are no easy decisions, and what we are attempting to do, and probably one of the first nations, certainly the largest economies in the world, that will see, I hope, our transition of this virus from pandemic to endemic status, to manageable menace from pandemic, is through our vaccination programme as our primary tool. But actually, the second most effective way is to make sure people do self-isolate. I take on board his point and the point made by the Chairman of the Health Select Committee, which is why we're working flat out with critical infrastructure, with key workers, of course, with frontline NHS and social care staff, which I announced on Monday, to make sure that people have that ability to test and then PCR test and then follow up a week or up to 10 days of daily lateral flow testing instead of self-isolation for 10 days. There are no easy answers, is the honest truth. I tell him this because the very clear clinical advice and the evidence is that if we don't do this carefully and slowly, then we could risk the transition of this virus. On his question around the requirement around nightclubs by the end of September, I'll give him this assurance that, of course, we'll be coming back to the House to make sure that the House has its appropriate say on the matter. But it is something that I think, as we've seen with this virus in other countries, is the right thing to do.
Jim Shaw.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Minister for his statement today and for all that has been done for the COVID-19 vaccine rollout. Recent news from the Northern Ireland Assembly Health Minister states that at the end of July the closure of mass vaccination centres, for example the SSE Centre in Belfast, will come into force. The Minister has taken this opportunity, the Minister here in this House has taken the opportunity through the press today to urge people one last time to get the vaccine. Can I ask the Minister, has he come to an assessment on the closure of mass vaccination centres in England, given the clear success of the vaccination process? And ever mindful that this autumn we will be doing a COVID-19 vaccine booster process as well, and that, along with the flu, will, I would suggest, add pressure to the health system. And will the Minister ensure that there are options in place, for example, pharmacies and community centres, that will be there to bridge the gap? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Strangford for his excellent question. He's absolutely right. We are preparing a pretty ambitious vaccination programme beginning early September for the COVID boost. According to the interim advice from the JCVI, now that could adjust as more clinical data comes through from the trials, from the COVID boost trials that we're currently conducting. And of course, wherever possible, we will co-administer flu vaccine at large scale. Again, my big concern is that we have not had much flu circulating in communities, and we could be in a position where in a bad flu year we could lose 20,000 plus people, hence why our ambitions are equally high for flu. We will look to co-administer wherever possible. We're looking to raise the number of pharmacies as well. We currently have over 600 pharmacies in the COVID vaccination infrastructure, as well as, of course, the brilliant primary care networks, the hospitals and the vaccination centres. So the COV boost and the flu will be equally ambitious, and we look at the whole infrastructure and how we utilise it, as well as, of course, making sure that GPs are also able to get back to doing the work they need to do, which is looking after their patients.
As has been mentioned, I am seeing in Harvard and Hasland and in my age group there is a hesitancy to take up the vaccine. So can I ask the Minister what work is being done with local authorities to target these groups and alleviate their fears, because the only way out is a vaccine, and we really need to get that message across.
I'm grateful for the honourable member for Hanburn for her excellent question and her work in her constituency to highlight the benefits of being vaccinated and fully vaccinated. The work that has gone on in Hindburn is tremendous. What we're doing with local government is to make sure that the NHS has the flexibility to launch, whether it be pop-up sites or increasing the hours of vaccination during this period of Eid celebration, to look at how we encourage more of our Muslim fellow citizens to come forward and get vaccinated, and of course lots of messaging and just pointing to where people can get information at different media, hyper-local media, as well as, of course, some of the media that I think her generation will be more familiar with than mine, including TikTok and social media and influencers and YouTubers. That is all happening at scale, and it's great to see in the last couple of days the number of appointments booked has doubled on the national booking system, almost doubled I should say, but also the walk-in centres. People can just walk in without any appointment and get their jab.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I also add my party's thanks to you, House staff, and to everyone across these islands who has worked so hard to save and preserve life during the pandemic. I want to pick up on a vital component which I believe the government needs to give great attention to in terms of vaccination. And it will not have escaped the Minister's attention, and anyone who's attended the regular briefings that we've had around this virus will have seen in Professor Van Tam's heat maps the distribution and the upward spread of the virus, where it seeds in the younger population and exponentially grows up through the ages. And I really want to ask his opinion on why he thinks the JCVI are being extremely cautious in extending vaccination into the 12 to 17-year-olds, given that the CDC have now been vaccinating that population in the States with some concerns, but I think manageable numbers of concerns, and why we are not progressing more vigorously to vaccinate that population, and it's only limited to those with underlying health concerns or related to those with underlying health concerns. And there's a fundamental advantage there because it will increase their well-being, it will improve their access to schooling after the holidays, but more importantly, it acts as...
Order. We've got to be, if we can, nobody else is going to get in today, and that's not fair to other members. They've got to be short questions in the statement. I hope you're going to finish in a second.
I will finish now, Mr. Speaker, and I apologise. Does he not see the advantage in delivering those vaccines now, and what do we do if we decide that that needs to go live during recess?
I'm grateful for the member for Caldy and Cowdenbeath's question, a very important question. The JCVI are constantly reviewing the data from other countries who are vaccinating all children 12 to 15 years old. Their concern has been centred around vaccinating healthy children. There's this very rare signal on myocarditis on first dose, and they are awaiting more data on second dose. And of course, they will continue to review that and will come back to us. And of course, we will come back to the House.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In North East Lincolnshire, the infection rate has been hovering around 1,000 per 100,000 now for the last couple of weeks, which is of obvious concern to my constituents. I'm in regular touch with the Northern Lincolnshire and Goole Hospital Trust, who are doing an excellent job. But could the Minister reassure my constituents that if additional resources are required by the Trust, that the Department will provide them? And one other request from the Trust management is that they've had a big expansion of demand on A&E over the last few days. Could the Department step up the campaign to encourage people to use the 111 service?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend's question. I think in his constituency of Cleethorpes, they have now done 122,397 cumulative total of doses, which is a tremendous, tremendous achievement. I will absolutely take away his request and we'll come back to him once I've had a chance to discuss it with NHS England.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I must thank the Minister for our Friday mornings together. Not just me, but every member of this House is grateful for the weekly fixture highlight Zoom Fest. Is he aware that there are already glitches in the shiny new NHS COVID passport he mentioned? Constituents are reporting, Connie and Charlie, two of mine, they've been going for a year for Novavax trials, and now they're being treated as if they're vax deniers, the text they get from the NHS, and they're grounded. And plus, another guy, Carl, returned to his native US to have his 2 jabs because he's not eligible for NHS treatment. He says that it's xenophobia, that he can't access events that Brits can. I'm sure it's unintentioned. People think they're being punished for doing the right thing. Will he rectify?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am really grateful to the member for Ealing and Central Acton for that excellent question. And I'm grateful for her comments about our Friday morning meetings. Her constituents can rest assured those who are in clinical trials, including the Novavax trial, will have their data on the NHS COVID app as being fully vaccinated, whether they are receiving the placebo or the vaccine across all trials, and that is happening, and I will take that offline to look at their case to make sure that happens for them, because I'm assured that the system already recognises that in terms of UK nationals who have been vaccinated overseas, by the end of this month they'll be able to talk to their GP, go through what vaccine they've had, and then have it registered with the NHS as being vaccinated. The reason that for the conversation with the GP is to make sure that whatever vaccine they've had is one approved in the United Kingdom, but also is one that ultimately will be a coordination between WHO, ourselves, the European regulator and the US regulator and other regulators around the world, because we're working at speed. At the moment, it is UK nationals and citizens who've had UK vaccinations who'll be able to travel to amber list countries other than France and come back and not quarantine. We want to offer the same reciprocity as the 33 countries that recognise our app, and that will happen also very soon.
Congratulate the Vaccines Minister for working his socks off over the last year and doing such a tremendous job in vaccinating the nation. In Northamptonshire, the vaccine rollout has been a tremendous success, with between 90% and 100% of each of the 5-year cohorts above age 50 receiving both jabs, and over 67% of 18 to 24-year-olds already having received their first dose. Will the Vaccines Minister join me in congratulating all the professionals and volunteers locally who have made possible this tremendous local success?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend, the member for Kettering, for his work locally and taking that local leadership, like many colleagues have done, to get the message out that vaccines are safe, vaccines are our way out of this pandemic. And of course, I will join him in congratulating the whole team, the professionals and the volunteers, in the tremendous effort they've made. I think the figures I have is 124,042 in the Northamptonshire STP. Numbers are even tremendous, even amongst the 18 to 24-year-olds. They're leading the way at 67%. We want to get that number even higher as quickly as we can.
Mr. Speaker, and can I welcome the Minister's acknowledgement that the virus is now endemic, as indeed has the Government of Singapore. Unfortunately, government dither around this may have scuppered the vaccine pass. But has he had any indication from its diverse opponents as to how the country can otherwise take a risk management approach rather than risk avoidance that has led, for example, to the pandemic? Or on the other side, the Wild West approach advocated by some on his own side, leading to a possible further lockdown? Can he also indicate whether the Treasury are actually engaged in this debate on the side of the economy and public finances, or are they still in yellow submarine mode, disappearing under the waves?
I'm grateful for the honourable member's question, Mr. Speaker. I would just remind him that the Treasury have put £407 billion to work to shelter the economy and people's livelihoods and, of course, protect jobs. He raised a number of important questions about looking at other countries. And I think, as I said earlier, these are all difficult decisions, but I think we're making the right, cautious decision as we transition, I hope, and see this virus move from pandemic to endemic status.
Chris Green.
I was wondering if my honourable friend would give me a better sense of the scope of how the COVID ID cards may be used in the future. So would it apply to the London Marathon? Would it apply to political gatherings, that you need an ID card to attend a political gathering, whether it's supportive or in opposition to the government? And could he rule out now, please, that this will not be used in educational settings, whether sixth form colleges or universities? That should be excluded because the focus now is on young adults, and it shouldn't be a passport to education or a denial of education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can certainly give him that last question and give him the assurance that in education or any public buildings, this will not be applicable. As to things like the transport system or essential retail, that is our very strong commitment. Look, I keep repeating this message. We know what we need to do, and part of what we're learning from the data here and around the world is try and work with industries like the nightclub industry, like the sports bodies, to make sure that we reopen fully as safely as possible and continue to be open. The worst thing for any industry, for any sport, is to open and then sadly have to shut down again, as people have seen around the world.
Owen Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened very carefully to the Minister when he was saying how events where large numbers are likely to gather together, mixing with people from outside their own household and deploying the pass would be the right thing to do. Given that situation and making sure that we are keeping in step with the public, is it the intention of the government that this would apply, or potentially even reserve the right to mandate, that this place would have to adopt the pass going forward? Or is this another example of us and them?
I'm grateful for the member from Middle Lothian's question, and I think, as I've in answer to the previous question, I said in public buildings such as this place, and of course in essential travel and of course essential retail, then that will not be applicable. That is very clear.
Let's go to Dr. Andrew Morrison. Andrew.
22,000 people died from seasonal flu in 2017-18, and modelling suggests that this year's season will start early, be severe, and will affect younger people than COVID, a demographic that tends to go to mass events. So have the government also been considering mandating proof of flu vaccination? And can the Minister ensure that vaccination records are transportable between the NHS records of each of the home nations, which is not the case at the moment, to the huge frustration of those seeking second jabs or anticipating the need for proof of vaccination that he has confirmed today?
I'm grateful for Dr. Murison's question and also what he has done during this pandemic in vaccinating and protecting people and helping with the vaccination, the COVID vaccination programme. He raises an important question around flu, which I addressed earlier. I am concerned about the flu season, which is why we are being ambitious and looking to co-administer wherever possible. The operational plan is to go early September, for both COVID boost and the flu campaign. But he will also know that flu is not in the category of the COVID in terms of it is endemic. We're hoping to transition COVID towards where flu is at with an annual vaccination programme. So it's a very different virus to deal with.
Let's go to Barbara Keeley. Barbara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the vaccine rollout, I'd like to ask for prioritisation of two groups. Firstly, for unpaid carers to be prioritised for boosters in the autumn, as JCVI has not put them on the priority list, but they were put in cohort 6 for earlier vaccines. Secondly, can I join my honourable friend for Ealing Central and Acton in asking for a solution to be found for the wonderful volunteers on the Novavax vaccine trial, who now find themselves not able to travel as they cannot get a vaccine certificate and their vaccines are not recognised in the EU. So, Mr. Speaker, can the Minister tell us if he will prioritise boosters for unpaid carers to ensure they're fully protected this autumn and enable vaccine certificates for those trialists who have received live Novavax vaccines?
I'm grateful for the honourable member's question, Mr. Speaker. On the Novavax trial participants, they will have their vaccine pass in the United Kingdom, and of course we're working with other countries to make sure that that is recognised. But as far as the UK is concerned, they will be considered as fully vaccinated whether they've had the placebo or the vaccine. On her very good question on the booster campaign, the JCVI's interim advice is that phase 1 is what would have been phase, sort of the old 1 to 4 categories plus the immunosuppressed, and then phase 2 would be the 5 to 9, which would include in category 6 those unpaid carers as well.
Can I just say to everybody who's left, if we really are short and quick on answers and questions, I'll get everybody in. If not, we're due to actually finish now, but I'm going to give it a try. Jason McCartney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister join me in thanking Sylvia, Fahad and all the fantastic local team who have vaccinated over 47,000 people in Honley, Slathwaite and other pop-up sites across Kirklees? But can the Minister, though, also just confirm one of the questions they're being regularly asked, the rationale of the JCVI guidance that there should be an 8-week minimum interval between jabs?
I would certainly join my honourable friend in thanking Sylvia, Fahad and all the local team on the extraordinary work they've done. The JCVI advice on the 8-week interval is based on real-world data that suggests actually that offers the highest level of protection in terms of antibodies and T cells for people. Anything below that, and I know a number of colleagues here have asked me this question, would not be advisable.
Let's go to Vicky Foxcroft. Vicky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ministers should be aware of the fears of immunocompromised people. And unlike the Health Secretary, I know the Minister is aware of the Optase study. Does he know when this will be published? And can we have some plans for antibody testing? Immunocompromised people need to be allowed to make informed decisions. And has a ministerial directive been issued to JCVI to investigate this? And if people are seen to have low protection, what extra support are the government looking to deliver for them?
I'm grateful for the honourable member for Elizabeth Deptford's question. She knows that she and I discussed this on the Friday morning, means there is Octave and Octave Duo as well, and I know Octave is imminent to report, and I will share that data even when the House is in recess with colleagues on our group that I will make sure happens as soon as we receive that data. We want to make sure that people are protected. There was some very encouraging data from Public Health England on the immunocompromised with 74% protection for some, not all, after 2 doses. But she's quite right to point this out. We look to vaccinate and protect them with a 3rd dose, a booster dose, as the top of Group 1, Phase 1, as well in September.
To Richard Graham. Richard.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Nobody underestimates the huge challenges the government faces or the great success of the vaccination programme. But does the Minister recognise the frustration by the many hundreds of thousands who've been double-dosed, pinged, self-isolating and following the guidelines to learn of the data earlier shown that suggests how many people are actually turning off or deleting the NHS app, and ministers reportedly advising businesses that this is only guidance? Does he not share my view that surely what is right on the 16th of August for the double-dosed is right now? And would my honourable friend agree to consider implementing this as soon as possible so that businesses don't have to close, the hospitality sector suffer, and many of us self-isolate unnecessarily?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend, Member for Gloucester, makes a very powerful point, as he's made to me many times. It is important clinical guidance to people. It is important that people take personal responsibility and corporate responsibility, as we're seeing with some great companies like Lidl, who are coming under pressure at the moment because staff are having to self-isolate. As I said earlier, there are no easy decisions on this, but to be able to transition this virus from pandemic to endemic, we just need that careful, a little bit more time until the 16th of August, not long to go, where everyone who's double dosed can have the ability not to have to self-isolate for 10 days.
Bill Esterson. Bill.
We all know a negative test is a crucial risk indicator. NHS staff off work, restaurants and pubs forced to close, empty supermarket shelves. This is a time-critical problem in essential parts of society. So when is the government going to publish a list of sectors where staff can use a negative test result so they can go to work now? Making employers apply for an exemption is simply not going to be enough. And the economy and society simply can't wait until the 16th of August.
Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, I think I've addressed this question fully. Suffice to say, where I would gently disagree with the member for Sefton Central is that actually society came together, and we saw that with the vaccination programme, with 80,000 vaccinator volunteers, 200,000 volunteers. People are doing the right thing, as are corporates as well. We're working flat out, both in terms of critical workforce, critical infrastructure, frontline, and that we announced on Monday for NHS and social care staff.
Vaccination programme, but a number of my constituents have received the AstraZeneca vaccine from batches made in India, which isn't recognised by the European Medical Agency. So will my honourable friend reassure those constituents that they will be able to travel to Europe in France and Italy, for instance?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, the member South End West, and his championing of his constituents' concerns. He's absolutely right to raise those, although what I would say to him is that the European regulator recognises all vaccinations of AstraZeneca Oxford in the United Kingdom and recognises our pass. France have now issued guidance very clearly that they recognise all batches of AstraZeneca Oxford vaccine, and as well as most of the rest of Europe, and I think we're working with the Italian authorities just both our regulator and the EMA to get that right. Suffice to say, I also had one of those batches, and it's an excellent vaccine.
Let's go to Charlotte Nichols. Charlotte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today it was announced Australia and New Zealand have withdrawn from autumn's Rugby League World Cup, which we're proud to be hosting, citing safety concerns given the shambolic pandemic response by the UK government. The New Zealand Rugby League chief executive said, "The tournament organisers have moved heaven and earth to make this work, so it is not an easy decision, but the COVID-19 situation in the UK shows no sign of improving, and it's simply too unsafe to send teams and staff over." Will the Minister therefore commit to meeting with Rugby League MPs and officials to ensure a safe and competitive tournament can take place with appropriate measures to protect and reassure teams and fans alike?
I'm very happy to do.
Just for the record, I'm meeting the Chief Executive in an hour's time of Rugby League. Minister.
I'm grateful to you, Mr. Speaker, and I know something that you focus on and is important to you and your constituents, of course. And I will happily do the same and meet with them and bring the relevant officials to make sure we reassure them as well.
Simon Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Minister join with me in thanking the many scientists and staff involved in developing and producing the COVID vaccines in the UK, including the Watcart employees in my constituency of Clwyd South, as their achievements have been truly world-beating and remarkable?
I'm grateful for my honourable friend, the member for Clwyd South. I would certainly join with him to congratulate Dame Sarah Gilbert and her team, and of course the team at Watcart, who I know that the Prime Minister has also visited and has thanked on behalf of the whole nation.
Right, let's go to Steve McCabe. Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further to the question from the honourable gentleman for Southend, what does the Minister suggest a constituent of mine should do if they are planning to travel to Portugal or Italy in the next 2 weeks and they've had the Indian manufactured Covishield jab?
For the honourable member's question, the MHRA, our regulator, the EMA, and of course officials are working with the Commission wherever we spot these inaccuracies. We address them. We address them with Malta, with France now, pretty much the whole of Europe, I'm assured, as of last night, other than the Italian authorities, which we are working with, will accept the AstraZeneca vaccine from any batch, because all batches, all factories are approved by our regulator before they enter the United Kingdom.
Brian.
Mr. Speaker, you can go to the Latitude Festival with a negative test or 2 jabs. You could do it at the Open Golf last weekend with the same, yet you can't report for work in the NHS or put food on the supermarket shelves. We are rightly worried about the 3 million healthy 18 to 30-year-olds yet to get a vaccine, but put ourselves in their shoes. They see all of us get a jab and they wonder what they get in return. So I ask the Minister, Mr. Speaker, do we believe in our vaccine or not? And what is the scientific evidence to explain the difference between July 19th and August 16th when it comes to isolation for the double jabbed? The evidence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend, Member for Winchester, always asks important, challenging questions. The 18-year-olds can look forward to travelling to 33 countries now that have accepted double jab Brits. If they can demonstrate that from September, mid-September, if they have their jab now, it'll be mid-September, and they can go to those countries. They will be able to look forward to enjoying life clubbing by the end of September, as well in terms of their enjoyment of the Winchester nightlife. And of course, I hope I make clear to the House that giving ourselves that additional few weeks where self-isolation is probably the second most effective tool after vaccines, makes a huge difference as we transition this virus. It is not easy, but I certainly think we're doing the right thing to be able to give us the space and the time to transition this virus from pandemic to endemic status.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The app forcing self-isolation is grinding our country to a halt. Delivery drivers, shops, transport, hospitality, factories, essential public and blue light services are at breaking point. The Minister has said there would be no more exemptions to self-isolating. The Business Secretary said the same just this morning. Then, just over an hour ago, he has told the press, Mr Speaker, not this House, that he has changed his mind. Who are we to believe, this Minister or the Business Secretary?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think the Honourable Lady for South should just demonstrate how difficult these decisions are. And I would just say to her that we are working flat out in the Department of Health and the Business Department to work with business to get and reassure whether it's the critical infrastructure that the Business Secretary spoke about or any other part of the economy so that we can safely return to a place where we open up and open up permanently.
Redcar and Cleveland has the highest COVID rates in the country at more than 1,500 per 100,000. However, in the last 28 days, we have not seen a single death from COVID, such as the protection the vaccine provides. We need more people to get the jab to ensure our hospitalisations and deaths stay low. So will he work with me and Redcar and Cleveland Council to ensure we have the additional vaccine centres, supplies and vaccinators? And secondly, will he consider the chemical industry as part of our critical infrastructure, producing the pharmaceuticals for vaccines and the plastics for syringes for exemption from the usual isolation rules ahead of August 16th?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, the member for Redcar, and his championing of his businesses and his constituents. There is no shortage of vaccine. I'll very happily work with him in terms of the workforce and making sure there's a resource to be able to continue to vaccinate at scale. And, of course, the industry that are delivering some of the essential products for the vaccination programme are incredibly important in this effort.
Mr Speaker, in order to beat this virus, the government has to not only take care of its domestic responsibilities but its international ones. So can the Minister update us on what's been done to ensure vaccine supply to middle income and low income countries, and update us on the international approach?
I'm grateful for the member for Glasgow South West for his excellent question. Incredibly important because we pledged to deliver 100 million doses, excess doses, beginning with 5 million immediately and then 20 million by the end of the year, then the balance next year, as well as, of course, the AstraZeneca Oxford vaccine being delivered around the world at no profit to AstraZeneca or Oxford. I can certainly update him. We've actually sent out our first deliveries of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine as per the Prime Minister's pledge. And speaking to the Serum Institute of India, they are now producing not 100 million doses a month, they are at 200 million doses a month of that vaccine. So it really is an extraordinary achievement by Sarah Gilbert and her team and AstraZeneca for saving the world from this awful virus.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister was very grateful in helping us secure the Tunstall mass vaccination centre that's delivered over 50,000 jabs into the arms of people and is the City of Stoke-on-Trent's mass vaccination centre. As part of the autumn rollout, where we'll be getting a third dose into the arms of many residents, will the Minister confirm that the Tunstall mass vaccination centre will stay in place over the autumn and winter this year?
I thank my honourable friend, the member for Stoke-on-Trent North, and his effort in getting 116,657 jabs into the arms of his constituents and offering them that protection. I will certainly have a look at the vaccination centre as part of our infrastructure. We have a very ambitious programme to deliver. First phase, about 15 million people. Second phase, cumulative 32 million people. So we will be doing that at scale, as well as, of course, flu vaccination wherever possible.
I am now suspending the House for 2 minutes for the necessary arrangements to be made for the next business order. Order. Today is the last day when we are operating under the orders relating to proceedings in the pandemic. May I first say a big thank you to all the members and their staff who have continued to serve their constituents and this country in these difficult times. We're grateful to those parliamentary staff who have enabled us to maintain our work throughout the pandemic. I would like to mention particularly the virtual chamber team who enable members to participate remotely in the proceedings, the broadcasting, digital and procedural support teams who have helped establish and maintain the pandemic operating model, working with my office, and in particular I'd like to put a big thank you to Jim Davey and all those who have created and supported the temporary physical modifications we needed to make in and around the chamber. As we come to the summer recess, I would like to express the thanks to the whole House, to all our staff, for all they do to support us. I now call the Leader of the House to make the business statement. Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The business for the week commencing Monday the 6th of September will include Monday the 6th of September, the remaining stages of the National Insurance Contributions Bill, Tuesday the 7th of September, the second reading of the Elections Bill, Wednesday, the 8th of September, an opposition day, the fifth allotted day, there will be a debate on a motion in the name of the official opposition, the subject to be announced. Thursday, the 9th of September, remaining stages of the rating, coronavirus and directors' disqualification dissolved companies bill, followed by a general debate on the legacy of Joe Cox. The subject for this debate was determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Friday, the 10th of September, private members' bills. The provisional business for the week commencing the 13th of September will include Monday, the 13th of September, consideration in committee in the remaining stages of the dissolution and calling of Parliament Bill. Mr. Speaker, I should like to take this opportunity to wish farewell to someone who has worked first in the House of Lords and then for the government to support the legislative agenda. Talitha Rowland will be leaving her role as head of the Cabinet Office's Parliamentary Business and Legislation Secretariat after the summer recess. For the last 3 years, in not always easy circumstances, she has been ensuring that this House has had a good, well-thought-through legislative programme. Her contribution as a civil servant to the business of this House has been formidable. And it was, of course, Talitha and her team who worked so hard behind the scenes to prepare for the state opening in Her Majesty's gracious speech delivered on the 11th of May. And so, having been busily digesting the end-of-term report cards prepared for my children by their excellent teachers, I thought I might attempt one of my own for the House on the progress made in delivering the government's legislative agenda. The government remains committed to delivering its ambitious legislative programme, which will level up opportunities across all parts of the United Kingdom, supporting jobs, businesses and economic growth, and addressing the impact of the pandemic on public services. Between the end of Easter recess and prorogation, 7 government bills received royal assent. 6 bills were carried over from the last session, including the Finance Act, which has received royal assent, and there are now 25 government bills currently before Parliament, including the Health and Care Bill, the Nationality and Borders Bill, the Building Safety Bill, and the Dissolution and Calling of Parliament Bill, not to mention the more than 200 statutory instruments laid before the House since we returned from the Easter recess. The government's legislative programme is about unleashing the potential that exists in every part of the United Kingdom, and it is a principal function of Parliament to deliver for voters by making laws. I hope a point that is fully grasped by all of those who have worked so hard to keep the House operating this term. May I join you, Mr. Speaker, as we come to this recess, in thanking all the members of the staff, and as we end the virtual proceedings, in thanking the virtual Parliament team, the broadcasting team, who from a standing start worked absolute wonders. It is worth remembering that in Easter of 2020, when we went away for the recess, people wondered how Parliament would be able to sit at all, and yet we were back just a few weeks later, and that was a terrific achievement. And keeping it going, though it mainly seems seamless, is in fact a great deal of work but behind the scenes. But I also want to thank everyone else who works here for all they've done to keep the parliamentary show on the road. The clerks, the distinguished clerks who keep their knowledge for us and present it to us in a way that ensures that we legislate properly. The doorkeepers, those founts of knowledge, who, may I advise, as long as the whips aren't listening, any backbenchers here, that if you ever want to know whether there will be a vote on a particular day, ask the doorkeepers, because they will tell you, and they will almost always be right. I'd like to thank the cleaners. It is amazing that they have been here the whole way through the pandemic. They have been going around sanitising everything every single day, and they do so without us normally seeing them. They do their work discreetly and quietly, and they deserve our gratitude. The facilities team, the catering staff, like Napoleon's armies, it is true that politicians march on their bellies, and therefore we are very lucky to be so well catered for. The security staff and the police, and Hansard, who I'm always grateful to, because Hansard takes the stuff that I unleash and turns it into pearls. So I'm very grateful for their grammatical enhancements, improvements and terminological additions that they ensure make all our speeches so elegantly phrased. It's worth remembering that Dr. Johnson got so fed up with writing better speeches for Whigs than they had actually delivered, that he gave up reporting on Parliament. So I hope that my speeches, when being transcribed, will not have this effect on the current generation of Hansard. So I want to thank everybody and wish everybody a most enjoyable recess.
Now come to Shadow Leader of the House, Tangan Debonair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Leader of the House for the forthcoming business, and I will come to my own thank you list shortly. But just turning first to the Leader's report card. I mean, he really does sound as though he's been marking his own homework, or perhaps been on a creative writing course, I don't know, because if I was going to give the government a report on their last year, contrary to what the Leader says, it's been such a chaotic year that to cover anything more than the last week, we'd have to sit through recess. And if the government wanted to be graded, it would be Fs across the board. It would take a lot more than summer school, Mr. Speaker, and their own lacklustre education catch-up plan before we see any improvements. And this is a government that's clearly desperate for a summer recess. But I'm afraid for the rest of us, it's another summer of chaos, thanks to them. 1 million children off school last week, businesses facing closure, supermarket shelves empty, millions forced to isolate over summer, and they won't be able to do so from a country residence. And now more chaos in the sporting arena as Australia and New Zealand have pulled out of the Rugby League World Cup on safety grounds. Can the Leader please confirm that it will go ahead and it will be safe? All this, and the government still can't make up its mind whether to follow the NHS app or who is exempt. The Prime Minister and the Chancellor on Sunday clearly thought it was one rule for them and one rule for everyone else. The Investment Minister wrote to businesses saying that the NHS app was an advisory tool. And the Business Minister said the same thing on Tuesday morning. But then Number 10 came out and said it is crucial people isolate when told to do so. Now, yesterday, the Prime Minister, the checkers won, zooming in for PMQs, offered no answers. So, for the avoidance of doubt, could the Leader please clarify what the government's position actually is? And on mask wearing and social distancing, which is still government guidance, Mr. Speaker, people outside and inside this place have noticed the difference between this side and that at Prime Minister's questions. Clearly, some people on the government side don't seem to note that the government's own encouraging rules are that we should wear masks and socially distance in enclosed spaces, and it's clearly one rule for them and another for the rest of us. And amidst all this chaos, Mr. Speaker, we must not forget that over 150,000 people have died of COVID. And Mr. Speaker, I met some of the grieving families yesterday at the photographs of 650 people, one for every constituency, just a fraction of the total number of deaths. They are still desperately waiting for a public inquiry. The government's mistakes throughout the pandemic must never be repeated, and the former Health Secretary certainly has the time to appear before one. So will the Leader please schedule time for this in the first week back for a debate on this? Mr. Speaker, turning to the government's missing in action social care plan, all we've had are rumours of a national insurance hike to pay for it, and I've heard one argument that, and I quote, this would hit public sector workers and someone earning £32,000 would pay exactly the same as someone earning £132,000. But no, those are not my words, Mr. Speaker. They are the words of the Prime Minister. So why has he changed his mind? The Prime Minister, the Chancellor and the Health Secretary haven't denied these reports of a national insurance hike, but then more chaos this morning when the Business Secretary seemed to be saying that he didn't see how there could be one. So, 2 years after the Prime Minister first promised the social care plan, could the leader actually confirm when it will finally be published? Mr Speaker, the Nationality and Borders Bill also came back this week, and we've heard lots about a broken asylum system from benches opposite, but they're the ones who've broken it. In the last year alone, 33,000 people were waiting more than 12 months for an initial decision on their asylum claim, many in my own constituency, 10 times more than the amount in 2010. The appalling crime of people trafficking must be stopped, but this bill doesn't do that. It fails on its own terms because there are no commitments on refugee resettlement or family reunion, and despite a lot of rhetoric, safe routes have not been properly reopened. The Dubs scheme closed after having settled just a fraction of the 3,000 children promised, and in March this year just 25 refugees were resettled. So much for safe and legal routes. And Mr Speaker, we've already had the cuts to international aid rammed through. This bill further undermines the UK's efforts to tackle the forces of poverty, war and violence that drive people from their homes, and it criminalises those who had no other choice, and the Home Secretary should think again. Mr Speaker, over the past year, the Leader of the House has kindly committed to ensuring that members receive timely responses to ministerial correspondence, and I thank him for that, but it seems so far little improvement. Could he commit to sorting this out by September? And finally, Mr Speaker, I'd like to wish Team GB the very best of luck as they begin their Olympic campaign in Tokyo. My constituent, Lily Owsley, will be playing for the women's hockey team. We're all very proud of her, and I will be cheering her on. And I would like to thank all the staff, all the wonderful staff who've kept this place going in exceptionally difficult circumstances. It's been a very difficult year, but I hope that everyone can have a peaceful and safe summer. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, may I begin with the very important point that the Honourable Lady made about the number of deaths from COVID. And I think it is right that the House should pause briefly to pray for the repose of the souls of those who have died, and to think of the families who have lost members of their families and those who have lost friends. Requiem aeternam Done Eis Domine, lux perpetua lucet eis, requiescat in pacem. Amen. But now let me get to her political points, because it really is the push-me-pull-you opposition. We have complaints about the government's policy on immigration by an opposition that opposed the Borders Bill. We have complaints that we are not being tough enough on stopping people coming into this country, and then the efforts to make it tougher are opposed. But this country has a proud record on ensuring that there are routes for refugees. We have settled 25,000 refugees over the last 5 years, and a further 29,000 refugees through family reunion. We have to make our borders safe. We have to have safe routes for those who have a genuine fear of persecution, but we have to stop the people traffickers. And the opposition has become the party of people traffickers. It doesn't want to do anything effective, and it cries crocodile tears whilst it opposes the government's efforts to be effective in dealing with our borders. And they're the ones who should be ashamed, rather than chuntering from the benches. They couldn't even, Mr Speaker, find enough speakers to fill up the time available for debate. We ended up with this side speaking because the other side, their benches were empty. Merely the honourable and most distinguished gentleman, the member for Strangford, who is always in his place and always doing his duty, unlike some others that I could think of. And as we come to the summer, we still have a pandemic going on. And yes, the restrictions have been reduced, and yes, we are able to make decisions for ourselves, and that is quite right. But it's also right that people who are pinged isolate. That is the government's strong advice. If you are rung up by test and trace, Mr Speaker, which I hope you are not, it is the law that you must isolate. If you are pinged by the app, it is the strong advice of the government that you should isolate. Advice and law are different, but the government is right to give a very clear indication of what ought to happen. And as regards the wearing of masks, well, Mr Speaker, I have one in my pocket along with a handkerchief that is here in case the chamber is full. But it's not. And there is a good deal of space, amazing amount of space from some people who may have gone on recess earlier on the other side of the House, but even on this side, even my hard-working, enthusiastic fellow Conservatives are not squeezed in, and nor were we at PMQs yesterday. A normal PMQs, we are all sitting squeezed in with hardly an inch between us. But yesterday there was space, and therefore it was a reasonable decision for individual members to take for themselves in accordance with Mr. Speaker's guidance. The Honourable Lady asks for debates. Well, she's got an opposition day coming up in the first week back, so the Honourable Lady will be able to choose the topics of debate that she wishes to have. She mentions also the Rugby League and the fact that the Australians and New Zealanders think they're going to lose and therefore have pulled out. And I must confess, Mr. Speaker, that this is rather sad, isn't it? I always thought that the Australians, of all people, one of the countries which we in this House love most, are never ones to pull out of a competition. But they think they're going to lose, so they're staying at home. That is a pity. That is a pity. And I'm sure the Rugby League will run the competition with enormous effectiveness and ensuring COVID security is followed. And finally, as regards gossip on social care, the government has consistently said it will be announced by the end of the year, and therefore reading tittle-tattle and coming up with bits and pieces of gossip is not necessarily particularly helpful to this House.
Just to say, I'm meeting the Chief Executive of the Rugby League in about 10 minutes, and I just want to reassure him that the competition does need the Australia and New Zealand, so we can beat them. Now then, let's come to Sir David Innes.
I echo your words, Mr. Speaker, but very much include your good self and your brilliant team in the praise that is being handed out. This is the finest parliament in the world, and that is in no short measure due to the people who run it. And I do wish everyone a very happy summer. Will my right honourable friend please find time for a debate on delays at the DVLA, which is having an impact on drivers and businesses generally. They work terribly hard, but I understand the coronavirus pandemic has had an impact on staffing levels. Constituents are complaining about it. I do hope that during the course of the debate we would try to address these urgent issues.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to my honourable friend for raising this because I think it's been raised with all of us as constituency MPs, and the DVLA service is currently not good enough. It has been hindered, unfortunately, by industrial inaction by members of the Public and Commercial Services Union, which has made the problems of the pandemic worse, and the Welsh Government's additional social distancing requirements, which have reduced the number of staff on site, and an increased demand for its services, which has led to delays in dealing with paper applications. Her Majesty's Government is working to put this right, and DVLA has, for example, leased an additional building to accommodate more operational staff. Currently, driving licence applications made on paper are likely to take 6 to 10 weeks to process. There may be additional delays in processing more complex transactions, for example, if medical investigations are needed. I will obviously pass on my honourable friend's concerns to the Secretary of State, and there will be the end-of-term adjournment debate to raise any further issues of this kind later today.
Now go to a video link. Pete Wishart.
And thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And as you have rightly noted, I am participating virtually in what will be the last opportunity for me to make use of these simply amazing facilities. There was no way I was venturing down to COVID Central this week in the middle of a raging pandemic. But these facilities have been a great parliamentary innovation, which has allowed all members to participate equally during this pandemic, making sure that all of our constituents, regardless of where you are in the UK, have a voice and that we have been represented. It almost feels like democratic vandalism now to tear them down, but it also feels like madness to remove them when infections and hospitalisations are doubling weekly with the out-of-control Johnson variant. And we have absolutely no idea where we're going to be when we come back in September. And the Freedom Day, of course, became Farstum Day when the Health Secretary caught COVID on Freedom Eve, and half the cabinet ended up as casualties of the pandemic. This is a government that couldn't organise a drunken event at a happy hour in a nightclub where you may or may not need to be double vaccinated. So does the Leader of the House agree with me that the first thing we need to do when we return in September is to have a debate taking stock of exactly where we are and what we might require in order the way facilities so that we can continue to represent our constituents? And with shops throughout the country reporting empty shelves due to a combination of COVID, pingage and Brexit, a serious shortage crisis is coming, and we might need at some point to recall this House. What are the provisions in place if that is required, particularly when we might have a predicted 100,000 cases per day? And lastly, Mr Deputy Speaker, can I follow the Speaker and pay tribute to the technical staff who delivered this facility almost unprecedented speed? And can I wish all of the staff, and the leaders mentioned them all, and I've not got time to go through them all, obviously, with the time available to me, but can I wish them all a well-deserved break? We have simply an amazing team on this estate. And I want to also commend, and I know he's off to see the Rugby League representatives, but can I commend the Speaker for his leadership during this past year. When this House needed someone to get us through, it got the man from Chorley. And I also want to thank all his deputies, including your good self, Mr Deputy Speaker, for all the work that you've done in order to ensure that order has been continued in this House. And we'll see you all in September. Have a great break, everybody.
You are a wonderful man. Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Yes, I agree with the Honourable Gentleman that Mr Speaker has been the pilot who weathered the storm, and I think we should raise a toast to him in that capacity. And I'm delighted to see that the Honourable Gentleman, the member for Perth and North Perthshire, has started his holiday early and seems clearly to be enjoying it already from his fastness in Perthshire. I thought he might be in mourning today because it is, of course, the anniversary of the Battle of Falkirk in 1298, which was not one of the most glorious events in Scottish history. The victory of Edward I on that occasion is one that we are all aware of. But to come to his points on this House works better when people are here, and we do a better job of representing our constituents. We do a better job of holding ministers to account. Speaking as a minister from the dispatch box, quite honestly, remote participation is a doddle. It is just so much easier than having that immediacy, that spontaneity that you get from somebody in the chamber who comes up and is aiming to catch you out. Having the call lists makes life much, much easier for ministers. We are here, and I say this as a minister from the dispatch box, to make ministers' lives testing, so that we hold them to account to seek redress of grievance for our constituents and to check that government policy is well thought through as it should be. And that leads to better government because policy is then better thought through, better known and better argued for. We have a duty to be back for the good of democracy. And I'm sorry to tease the Honourable Gentleman for going on holiday a day early, but actually that's the effect of virtual participation.
Damien Johnston.
Mr Deputy Speaker, cash is used by many people to buy essentials, and constituents of mine like Joseph from Drayton are very concerned that with the expectation now people will pay with contactless cards, both their access to cash and their ability to pay with it will be restricted. My right honourable friend will have seen Telegraph Money's Keep Cash campaign, which I warmly welcome. But can we have a statement from the government that makes clear people who want to be able to access and to use cash will always be able to do so?
Mr Speaker, I thank my honourable friend, whose constituency I much enjoyed visiting last week. He has a very fine and beautiful constituency with some of the greatest technological innovation in the country going on in it. But I'm also grateful for his question and for his support for Telegraph Money's campaign. I just reiterate what I said last week to our right honourable friend, the member for East Yorkshire. The government indeed recognises that access to cash remains important to millions across the UK, and we are committed to legislating to protect access to cash and ensuring the UK's cash infrastructure is sustainable in the longer term. So there is a one-word answer to my honourable friend: yes.
Video link. Ian Mains.
very, very grateful, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm afraid to say today is the second of 2 days running, which are really sad days for the Scots. Today is the anniversary of the Battle of Falkirk, as the leader has pointed out, and yesterday was sadly the anniversary of the death of Robert Burns in 1796. So, being a Scotophile, Mr Deputy Speaker, I know of these things, I'm afraid. Can I thank the Leader of the House for announcing the business for the return after recess, and can I also thank him for writing to DCMS ministers on my behalf following last week's business questions. And Mr Deputy Speaker, applications for backbench business debates continue to come forward, and I can assure the Leader of the House that he will have willing takers for any time he can furnish us with after the recess. And could I also, Mr Deputy Speaker, add my thanks to all of the staff of the House for everything that they have done in the last year to keep us all going. But in particular, Mr Deputy Speaker, could I thank our clerk of the committee and all the committee staff who helped the Backbench Business Committee to function, I believe, so very well.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. May I thank the honourable gentleman for the distinction with which he chairs his committee and manages to keep so many members of this House happy with the difficult job he has of balancing the many, many requests that come for debates.
You, Joe Gideon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, button batteries are found in many household items, from hearing aids, LED lights to birthday cards. My constituent, Harper Lee Fanthorpe, tragically discovered the devastating effects of ingesting a button battery when her life was recently cut short at only 2 years old. In 2019, the US recorded 3,467 ingestions of button batteries, with 53% of those children under 6. Whilst the data in the UK is unknown, button battery ingestions pose a significant and considerable health risk for children. The effects of ingesting button batteries and what we can do as parliamentarians to make them safer merits a full debate in this House. So would the Leader of the House ensure parliamentary time is made available?
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend raises a very important and sad issue, and I know that the whole House will want to send its condolences to Harper's family. The Government is working with the Royal Society for the Prevention of Accidents, the Chartered Trading Standards Institute, the Child Accident Prevention Trust and the British and Irish Portable Battery Association. The Office for Product Safety and Standard has produced safety messages on how to keep children safe. But it is obviously important that children are kept safe and that this risk is understood more widely by parents. I do note that my honourable friend presented her button battery safety bill yesterday, and it will receive its second reading, according to the will of the House, on the first sitting Friday after the recess. And I will, of course, pass on her comments to my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Business.
Video link. Andrew Gwynn.
Thank you. I once said in a debate on the 1950s born women's pension issue that wasps are nuisances, they're pests, they buzz around, and if you bash them away, they get angry, and when they get really angry, they sting you. And the waspy women are nuisances, they are pests, they won't go away, and they are stinging. Now, this week, the Ombudsman found maladministration in how the DWP treated these women. Today, the House rises for summer recess with no statement on this issue or an opportunity for ministers to be questioned. There's great interest and support across party lines. I'm co-chair of the APPG with his honourable friend, the member for Waveney. So can the Leader of the House please guarantee that in the first week back, DWP ministers will come to this House specifically on this issue and make a statement? And if not, what mechanisms does he think will be available to ensure we make it happen?
Mr Speaker, the WASPI campaigners, and they are in all constituencies, have campaigned hard and long in the cause that they support. And as with all our constituents, they do so with the right to do so, that is part of parliamentary accountability. But I would say that the Ombudsman's report yesterday is part of a process. It is not the end of the process. There will be more to come from the Ombudsman. But it's worth remembering that both the High Court and the Court of Appeal have supported the actions of the Department of Work and Pensions under successive governments dating back to 1995, and the Supreme Court refused the claimants permission to appeal. It was a move towards gender equality that was decided more than 25 years ago to make the state pension age the same for men and women, and that seems to me a good and justifiable policy objective. As regards how to achieve this matter being debated on the floor of the House, there is, of course, the pre-adjournment debate later on today, but the honourable gentleman knows very well how to get debates in this House, the Backbench Business Committee, opposition days, of which there's one announced, and, of course, adjournment debates.
Siobhan Bailey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I am working with SGS Stroud College, Business West, WWT, the Wildlife Trust, the Conservative Environment Network and Onward to highlight the green skills emergency, because we know that 3.2 million workers will need to boost their skills if the UK is to meet its 2050 climate targets. Will my right honourable friend grant me time to debate green skills so that we can explore how innovative Stroud businesses are rising to meet this challenge and how other areas are doing the same, together with what they need to go forward?
Mr Deputy Speaker, my old friend is right in so much of what she says and is aligned with government policy. The 10-point plan has laid the foundations for a green industrial revolution, creating and supporting up to 250,000 jobs by 2030. It is innovation and technology which will deliver net zero while maintaining and indeed improving the public's living standards. Our lifetime skills guarantee will equip people with the training they need to take advantages of opportunities as they arrive. And we will need engineers, fitters, construction workers and others engaged in harnessing British science and technology to create and use clean energy. But we've done great things already, of which we should be proud. We were the first major economy to commit in law to net zero by 2050, and we have managed to reduce emissions since 1990 whilst growing the economy. This is a fantastic achievement and must be the model for what we go on to do in future.
Video link. Catherine McKinnell.
Next week will mark 2 years since the Prime Minister promised to build Northern Powerhouse Rail connecting Newcastle to the North's other major cities. Yet in the past few days, the government's integrated rail plan for the North and Midlands has been delayed yet again, and we've heard that construction on the eastern leg of the HS2 has stopped. Delivering HS2 and Northern Powerhouse Rail in full, alongside upgrades to the East Coast Main Line, are all essential parts of a transformational project to connect the country by rail. So please, can we have a debate on this as soon as possible so that we can convey to the government that building 21st century rail links between London and Birmingham while passengers in the north are left behind makes a mockery of levelling up.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the integrated rail plan will soon set out exactly how major multi-billion-pound rail projects, including the Northern Powerhouse Rail, will work together to deliver reliable train services. My right honourable friend, the Transport Secretary, published the William Shapps White Paper. The government will make railways the backbone of a cleaner, more environmentally friendly and modern public transport system across the country. And there's £40 billion of taxpayers' money that will be devoted to this. So I think the government's record on rail infrastructure is an excellent one.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This morning I met with the African Caribbean Leukemia Trust, which will be running a campaign in the autumn to encourage black communities to donate blood. This campaign will be in honour of my constituent, Richard Okagera, who sadly died earlier this year. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that this is a worthy cause, and would he consider a debate as to how we can encourage black and ethnic minority communities to donate blood, organs and stem cells?
Mr Speaker, may I congratulate my honourable friend in the campaign that she is leading and supporting on behalf of the memory of Richard Okagero. It is an inspiring thing for her to be doing, and for her to encourage people to give blood, and people of all races to give blood, because it is something that is an essential part of a functioning health service. And I congratulate her on the work she's doing with the Leukemia Trust. I would suggest she carries on raising this in the House through all the usual mechanisms. I would suggest Westminster Hall and adjournment debates are the best first port of call.
You're a Hobhouse.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and may I add my sincere thanks to all parliamentary staff across the estate, including our staff, whether they worked remotely or not, for their incredibly hard work. They all deserve a very good break. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government says it is committed to net zero, and this will require a doubling or tripling of the capacity of the UK's electricity grid. This grid is all privately owned, and these private companies look to government if they are to invest. We need to achieve the network capacity for new renewables and installations, the replacement of fossil fuel transport with electric vehicles, and increased electric-powered heating. Can we have a debate in government time, as soon as we come back from recess, on the government's plan and timescales to increase the electric grid capacity as a matter of urgency?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would reiterate what we have achieved already, so that since 1990 emissions are down by 44%. And we've grown the economy by 78%. And this has required changes in electricity supply, which have been carried out very successfully. We are on the way to becoming the Saudi Arabia of offshore wind. This is a great achievement. We won't have any camels wandering through the offshore wind turbines, because camels don't manage to walk on water. But we may have porpoises and also, who knows what sort of sea creatures and sea urchins will be frolicking through the offshore wind turbines. So I think we've done a lot. We've got more to do. Of course we have. But it's all about growing the economy, making our constituents' standard of living higher, whilst at the same point making energy production cleaner.
Andrew Griffith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Would the Leader of the House agree that whilst it's rightly a matter for the Boundary Commission, it is important that constituencies reflect the history and the geography of this great nation? If I may, I'd like to highlight to him just one such example of communities of Pulborough, Coldwaltham and Amberley. Despite being in the Arun Valley, and sometimes sitting literally in the middle of that river when it floods, as it too often does, they would find themselves in the constituency of Shoreham, 40 minutes drive away. So does he agree with me that local residents should take advantage urgently of the opportunity to write to the Boundary Commission, who in fairness have said that they would welcome such representations by residents?
Yes, my honourable friend is absolutely right. The Boundary Commission is independent, and it's important that boundaries are equal. But the Boundary Commission won't have got everything right. I can't pretend I'm best pleased by the report for our area. I'm looking at the Honourable Lady. Keeps on referring to Avon. Avon was abolished in the late 1990s. What sort of planet were the people writing the report on, thinking that this excrescence still existed, and chopping up the historic counties of Somerset and Gloucestershire and thinking that Dorset's more important? I mean, Dorset's a lovely place, but it's certainly not more important than Somerset. So there are issues, and I think it is very sensible that people should put in their suggestions, both for and against. But I must say I am particularly irked that they still think Avon exists. They really ought to be a bit more up to date, and I'm not the most modern person in the world.
Steve Flynn.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I recently met with Adam, who owns and runs the House of Botanicals, an award-winning small business in my Aberdeen South constituency. Now, the reason I met with Adam is because exports to the continent that were taking just a couple of days are now taking almost 6 weeks. Now, the Leader of the House was, of course, one of the leading proponents for leaving the European Union. But can I ask him, what message would he have for a business in my constituency that's being battered by his Brexit?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Brexit has already proved to be a great success. That we are already doing extremely well by not being tied in, for example, to the European Medicines Agency, which the opposition would have liked, which would have prevented us getting our vaccine rollout going so quickly. But businesses have to meet the requirements of foreign governments. Therefore, if the French have decided that they wish to be difficult, which is not an unprecedented habit of the French, then that is a matter you should take up with the old alliance.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, Southport is under attack from the vindictive policies of Labour-controlled Sefton Council, who are trying to impose a cycle network on my constituency. Residents, businesses, disability groups and safety campaigners are against it. Revenues are already down because of an existing scheme, and the inaccurate data used to support this scheme is truly shameful. Will my right honourable friend make time available to debate these schemes I know concern many across this House?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I hear gossip that my honourable friend is actually working in collaboration, whisper it quietly, with the Liberal Democrats in his area against these schemes, which I think shows how completely lunatic they must be to have created an alliance between my honourable friend and the Yellow Peril. So I do congratulate him on his broad-mindedness, but we have to remember the convenience of motorists and the need to have capacity on the roads for motorists, and that cycle lanes need to be safe and to take into account the views of locals. But I understand my honourable friend has also extended the consultation period, the 25th of July, so I'm sure that many people will want to send in their views to this terrible socialist council.
Fleur Anderson.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I've asked the Leader of the House this before, but I'll ask again. Hammersmith Bridge is still closed for vehicles, which is pouring between 500 and 4,000 extra vehicles a day into Putney, increasing congestion and air pollution. The £141 million bill to restore this historic suspension bridge is unaffordable by Hammersmith and Fulham Council. It's unaffordable by Transport for London. Only the government can now fund this bridge. Would the Leader of the House make time in government time to debate the ownership and funding of all of London's bridges so we can get the capital city moving again?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The honourable lady is right to campaign for this, but I think wrong in focusing it on the government. Had the Conservative candidate, Sean Bailey, been elected, he had a proposal for dealing with it really quickly and getting on with things. But unfortunately, a socialist mayor and a socialist council cannot run a Welt stall, let alone keep bridges open.
Nikki Aiken.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm sure that many of us in this House are looking forward to the possibility of catching up on some reading for pleasure during recess, and it's with this in mind that I've been working with the UK's Publishers Association to compile the summer recess reading list for parliamentarians. And I note that your own submission is God Save La France by Stephen Clarke. My right honourable friend, the Prime Minister's, is Scoop by Evelyn Waugh. The Speaker of the House is the Prime Minister's by Steve Richard, and my own is by David Baddiel, Jews Don't Count. With this in mind, would my right honourable friend welcome the publication of this reading list, and would he like to provide us with his own book recommendation?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Scoop is such a wonderful and amusing book, so I'm very tempted to crib from the Prime Minister. But as I expect many members of the House, I have a number of books on the go, some in Somerset and some in London. I would particularly recommend Mark Morris' The Anglo-Saxons, which is a really terrific read. I'm currently also reading Ellis Peters' The Holy Thief, which is one of the Cadfael novels. So if you like a bit of whodunit from the Middle Ages, that's not a bad one. And in a middle-age theme, Walter Hilton, The Ladder of Perfection, is perhaps not the most popular book in the world at the moment, but it is still in print and has been again since the Middle Ages. But over the summer, how can one resist reading anything other than P.G. Wodehouse? So I'm going to give two suggestions. One is Love Among the Chickens, which is Wodehouse's first novel, and explains the complexities of compound interest to anyone who is unaware of how compound interest works in relation to the breeding of chickens, or always the Code of the Worcesters, and I'm particularly thinking of the Code of the Worcesters at the moment because in one of London's leading silver stores there is a Choupet cow creamer on offer, and I must confess I'm quite tempted.
Video link. Ellie Reeves.
Thank you. Forest Hill in my constituency is one of the highest points in London, and yet there are multiple flight paths over the area, meaning my constituents are subject to incredibly low flying aeroplanes. As we move out of lockdown and airports bring forward expansion plans again, we will see more noise, more pollution and more disturbance for our constituents. So can we please have a statement for the Secretary of State for Transport as communities up and down the country are being blighted by this?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not unsympathetic to the Honourable Lady that as airports get back to normal, there will of course be more flights. But this is something that has to be balanced. Flying gives an enormous number of people an enormous amount of pleasure as they go abroad on their holidays, but there is some disadvantage to it. The House has legislated for the expansion of Heathrow Airport, but it is a private project. It is in the hands of the private sector. But as with so many things, there are competing interests. But I would not wish to see the airports remaining as unused as they currently have been.
Video link, Peter Byrne.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'm sorry I'm not there in the Commons today to thank the staff personally, and also particularly to thank Mr. Speaker for putting Parliament first, but unfortunately, I, like many others, have been pinged. Yesterday, there was a statement updating the House on the NHS. The Minister refused to comment on the pay rise for NHS staff. In fact, she said discussions were still going on. Yet just a couple of hours later, the government announced to the media the pay rise. Yet again, the Health Department has shown contempt for Parliament. Yet again, Mr. Speaker has told off the Health Department. And yet again, a minister has come to the dispatch box to apologise on their behalf. The Leader of the House is an exceptional Leader of the House and a parliamentarian. He must be as concerned about this as I am. Would the Leader of the House arrange for the Secretary of State for Health to make a statement in the first week back from recess on this? And if he fails to do that, will he consider summoning the Secretary of State for Health to the bar of the House to apologise?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the last person summoned to the bar of the House, the gift, I think, of Jamaica, if you inspect it closely, was an editor of the Daily Express, Sir John Juna, and he had the temerity to say that members had been abusing petrol ration coupons, and the House was very upset about this, and unfortunately it made the House look ridiculous, which is why we have not done it since. So I am not going to take up my honourable friend on his suggestion, but I do take what he says very seriously. Yesterday, the fact is the decision had not been completed through government channels at the point at which the statement was made, but a written statement was laid in the House with the information concerned. It is sometimes the case that the statement by the government that is being made at one point has other information that is still in the pipeline. And I know the House is aware of this. However, I take what my honourable friend says seriously. I am concerned about issues relating, because of the pandemic, so for excusable reasons, about the responsiveness to correspondence and to written questions. So I'm aware that this is a problem, and I will, of course, pass his comments on to my right honourable friend.
Alex Davis-Jones.
Deputy Speaker, in recent weeks, nations across the globe, from China to Germany, have been hit by flash flooding. While here at home, we have endured a summer heat wave as parts of the UK have recorded their highest ever temperatures. The Leader of the House must agree that we can no longer sit back and ignore the impacts of climate change, a topic close to my heart given the impact of devastating flooding that hit my constituency of Pontypridd last year. Will he therefore join me in supporting the need for a debate on government time on the devastating impacts of climate change and its links to flash flooding?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And can I reiterate the sympathy that everyone in this House feels with people whose homes are flooded, and even a year later, people are probably still suffering from the effects of this, and it's the disruption, the loss of treasured possessions, all that goes with flooding that makes it so difficult for people and for their families. The government takes climate change more seriously than I think any predecessor government. The first major economy to commit to net zero, the continued ambitious climate change targets, but also recognising that the way to deal with this is through technology that will improve people's standards of living and to ensure that the technology is there so that people can do more but cleaner.
And we'll use that technology now. Marcus Fish.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the decision by the government to implement a single unitary local authority in the existing County of Somerset geography? This is a fantastic opportunity to improve economic development, placemaking and planning, service delivery and value for money for local residents. And the single unitary proposal was clearly superior. Will my right honourable friend please make time for a debate as to how all parties can now come together to implement this in the most expeditious way to transform outcomes positively for local people and interact well with neighbouring areas?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful for the support from my honourable friend for the proposals approved by my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government. It is, of course, only part of Somerset that is included in this. It's the former county council area will become the unitary authority. It does not include, for better or worse, the whole of the historic county, which from a personal point of view is a sadness that the whole county is still suffering from the vandalism of the 1974 local government changes. But his idea that we should all work together is a very beneficial one, and I think one that will be well received by all parties across both the old county council area and the whole historic county of Somerset. God.
Video link. John Cry.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The leader will be aware that cuts in fire and rescue services across the country have caused deep concern over many years on all sides of the House. In my case, we lost 50% of our pumps in Leighton and Wanstead, and crewing has also fallen per pump from 5 to 4 and in some areas from 4 to 3. Now with the notably warmer weather, this is causing great anxiety. Could we have a statement from the Home Office in the near future? On the subject, just to add one thing, on the subject of summer reading, or at least the Wodehouse summer reading, could I add 2 recommendations of my own? That's Uncle Fred in the Springtime and Leave It to Smith, which are 2 of the very few books I've ever read that can make you laugh out loud.
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, Leave It to Smith was my recommendation last time, and I entirely agree with the honourable gentleman that it is a book that does make one laugh out loud, and Uncle Fred is one of P.G. Woodhouse's greatest, though least known creations. As regards the really serious issue about fire brigades and their crewing, the number of fires has gone down in this country pretty consistently. We are very safe in terms of fire outbreaks, and the resources in the fire brigade need to be proportionate to the risk. But I will, of course, pass his comments on to my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary.
Video link. Sir Robert Neal.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Parliament created the Greater London Authority deliberately with both an elected mayor and an elected London Assembly to act as a check and balance upon the operations of the mayor, a constitutional function. The current mayor, for financial reasons of his own making, has arbitrarily decided to vacate the purpose-built City Hall, which is iconic in London, and move the Assembly's and scrutiny staff functions to a building in the east part of the capital, out of sight and perhaps out of mind, which has been described as too small and unfit for purpose, whilst he retains offices in central London for his own political appointees and staff. Can we have a debate upon the governance of the Greater London Authority so we can discover whether or not this behaviour by the Mayor is actually consistent with the intentions of the London Government Act 1999?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to my old friend who was himself a distinguished member of the Greater London Authority. I can't promise him a debate, because if we were to set out a debate of the failings of the Mayor of London, I fear I would have had to announce business on that subject Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. We would even have lost private members' bills on the week that we are back. We were lucky in our mayor between 2008 and 2016, when we had the greatest mayor that London has ever seen, who knocked Dick Whittington into a cocked hat. But since 2016, things have gone sadly downhill. We have a socialist who is, as I said earlier, incapable of running a whelk stall, that stall that is so famously run by many competent people who are good at running things, but he can't. And he has failed in so many ways. He's failed in terms of planning of getting the number of homes built in London. He's failed in terms of TfL. He's failed in terms of bridges, so that the part of Putney is disrupted by excess traffic. So I'm afraid it's only a mayor with this sort of record who would try and get rid of his scrutinisers. And I note he has one rule for himself and one rule for his scrutinisers. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's a word for that, but it might be unparliamentary.
Video link. Madam Kaiser-Javin.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This time last week, I shared in the Chamber just a small snippet of the racial abuse that people of colour receive on social media. I, along with many colleagues, have previously asked for a debate in the House to discuss racism on social media. This request, Mr. Deputy Speaker, has been effectively ignored. So a clear yes or no from the Leader of the House, please. When we return from recess, will he make time for a debate within government time to discuss this matter? It is simply not enough for the government to claim that it's not racist. It must be actively anti-racist. And on book recommendations, I'll suggest The Boy at the Back of the Class by Anjali Rolfe. It tells of a child's perspective of the refugee crisis. It may be an enlightening read to many on the opposite benches.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Following our exchanges last week, I of course wrote to the Home Secretary to inform her of what the Honourable Lady had said, to ensure that government knows some of the abuse that honourable members are receiving, the shocking abuse. I would say that yesterday the House voted to put forward its members for the Joint Committee on the Online Harms Bill, which will be the main way of dealing with online abuse, and that will be a process in the Joint Committee to consider the bill line by line to ensure that we get these laws right. The Prime Minister has already said that people who use online racist abuse in relation to football should expect to get bans from going to football matches. So the government is acting. In terms of debate, well, there are debates available, backbench business debates, opposition day debates. We had an SNP opposition day debate recently where members can raise this. The government's programme is pretty full with legislation, but there are many other opportunities for debates.
Video link, Marco Longhi.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. May I apologise to you and the Leader of the House for not being present in person to ask my question. I was asked to self-isolate since last Friday. And as we approach recess, may I also offer my personal thanks to Mr. Speaker, all his team, and to all House staff for the amazing support given during these fraught times. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a feature of my Dudley North constituency is the strong and humbling commitment so many individuals have towards supporting disadvantaged people. Will the Leader of the House join me praising Paul Gough at the Priory Park Boxing Club and Wade Cooper at the Wellbeing Centre in Upper Gornal, and so many others, for the amazing work they do in their local communities?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will very much so join my honourable friend in commending the fantastic work that Paul Gough and Wade Cooper do in supporting young and the most disadvantaged people in their communities. Similar activities go on in my own constituency, and I know how important this is in helping people who have had a difficult start to life. And we should be proud of people like Paul and Wade, whose heroic work to help others is such an important part of life in our communities and our constituencies.
Video link, Kevin Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. On the subject of summer reading, can I recommend that ministers read members' correspondence and respond to it? Because the latest figures, the percentage of responses achieved within target across government is just 70%. Ironically, the Cabinet Office, who compiled the figures, only achieved 58%. But the prize goes to the Education Department, who managed a pathetic 17%, that's 17% of responses to members' correspondence answered on time. What can the leader do to help members debate how they get timely answers to their correspondence? And when will the Education Secretary be carpeted in the head teacher's office for being the biggest dunce in the government?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think the honourable gentleman has come up with the best summer reading list of all of us, and he makes his point very well. and I am concerned about this. I have taken this issue up within government. I took it up with the previous Cabinet Secretary. I've taken it up with ministers. It is a matter of the great seriousness that letters should be answered and answered promptly. I will help any individual member in getting answers to letters that are overdue, and I've had some success with that, though I fear that if I were completely overwhelmed by members asking me to get a response from another department, that system may not work so well. But as long as it's a manageable number, I will do my best, and I will absolutely take up his point with the Department for Education. 17% is not where the figure ought to be.
Peter Aldous.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm speaking in my capacity as co-chair of the APPG on state pension inequality for women, alongside the honourable member for Denton and Reddish, from whom we've already heard. I'd be most grateful if my right honourable friend, the Leader of the House, can emphasise to his colleagues in government the need for them, as quickly as possible, to outline the action that they will be taking in light of the Ombudsman's report on the communication of changes to women's state pension age. This should include how they address the systemic shortcomings that date from 2005, the finding of maladministration, and the failure to comply with the Civil Service Code. And can he also ensure that they will be following the Ombudsman's advice to be proactive in considering both the impact of these failings on hundreds of thousands of women and what remedies will be appropriate? That work will take place in parallel with the Ombudsman's further investigation, as well as the separate work programme that the APPG will be instigating. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And my honourable friend is a very effective campaigner on this issue and is right to raise it. Of course, the DWP will look very carefully at the Ombudsman's report, which has only just been published. But it is, as I was saying earlier, part of a process, and that there is considerable commitment to the fundamental principle that it is right that there should be equality in the retirement age. This was accepted 25 years ago, and I don't think there is anybody who is arguing any longer that there should be a different retirement age for men and women, and that the legal avenues have proved successful for the government, that both the High Court and Court of Appeal have supported the actions of the DWP since 1995, and the Supreme Court refused the claimant's permission to appeal. So yes, of course, the government will listen carefully to further information that comes forward, but the basic principle is a fair and just one.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. On July the 8th, the civil violence and unrest became rife in South Africa after former President Jacob Zuma started serving a 15-month prison sentence for contempt of court. United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland has strong economic, historical and cultural links and contact with South Africa. There is a special relationship. Nelson Mandela, as election in South Africa as president, offered hope. Today, South Africa is in danger of slipping back into chaos. I know that the Leader of the House and myself and others here today share these concerns. So, Leader of the House, what can we do in this House to offer support to save democracy and stability in South Africa?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Whilst we've been thanking people for their attendance work for the House, I think we ought to thank the honourable gentleman, who is the most assiduous attender and is, I think, a model to all members of Parliament in the seriousness with which he takes this chamber, which is the beating heart of our democracy. So I wish him an enjoyable summer, though I have a nasty feeling he will suffer from what I believe is known as cold turkey during the period, the month of August. But he has raised, as always, and I thank him for this too, because the honourable gentleman often raises issues that no one else in the House raises, but which are of fundamental national and international importance. So I'm grateful to him for that, because this should be the chamber that debates these issues. And obviously Her Majesty's Government is concerned by the recent violence in South Africa, which has sadly resulted in loss of life, injuries and significant damage to buildings and businesses. The Government continues to monitor the situation closely, and our High Commission remains in regular contact with the South African authorities. Her Majesty's Government strongly supports President Ramaphosa's emphasis on the importance of the rule of law and the Government's determination to restore calm. The South African government has put a number of measures in place that have restored calm, including the deployment of the South African National Defence Force to support the police. As the Honourable Gentleman rightly says, this country is a friend of South Africa, and as a friend, the UK works closely with the South African government, business and civil society on a shared agenda of security, health, economic and social issues, and will continue to do so. But I will, of course, pass on the Honourable Gentleman's comments to my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary.
Kay Jones.
Thank you. Mr Deputy Speaker, I wish we could all today be at the Royal Welsh Show in Builth Wells in my constituency to celebrate the very best of Welsh farming and hospitality. But the rural community is deeply unhappy after the First Minister laid the blame for rising cases of bovine TB at the door of farmers by saying that they were deliberately moving infected cattle around the country. He also ignored the concerns of pubs and landlords when he told the Senedd he was not an agony aunt for the hospitality sector. The First Minister of Wales very clearly doesn't want to represent rural Wales. So will the leader please grant time for a debate on the ways in which this UK government does want to support rural areas like mine?
Yes, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend raises a very important issue, and I am a rural MP too, with dairy farmers among my constituents, and they tell me, and have told me for some time, that TB is not passed around by farmers, it's passed around by badgers. That's been the cause of TB in dairy cattle, certainly in Somerset, and I believe in other places as well. And I think it's shameful to blame the farmers who may lose their whole herd with an outbreak of TB, which is not only a financial cost, but most farmers have a feeling for their animals, so it is a personal distress as well as an economic cost. I think to be so frivolous about the hospitality and tourism sector when it's been so hard hit by the pandemic is really very poor, that they have suffered more than many other areas, and I hope that Welsh publicans will decide to toast Conservatives rather than Socialists as they try and get back to business, and that they've noted what he has had to say. But we do want to work as a United Kingdom government. We want to ensure that as a United Kingdom government we level up the whole of our great nation, and that this includes those that have devolved responsibilities, because there are areas that are the responsibility of central government.
Video link. Yasmin Qureshi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And may I add my remarks and thanks again, as you said, Mr. Speaker, at the beginning, of all the members of the House who have been keeping us all going throughout the whole pandemic with all the challenges everybody has had. And so my thanks as well to everyone. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the government sneaked out its response to the Cumberland report in a written statement. In that response, the government has refused to implement many of its recommendations, most importantly in relation to redress to those affected by primidose, sodium valproate and mesh. The Leader of the House is well aware of the primidose, as he has been a long-standing supporter of our campaign. Does he think it's fair that despite the government apologising for its wrongdoing, that they will now not compensate these families who continue to suffer and struggle through life? Or will he convey to the Secretary of State for Health that this is not acceptable and that we will not let go of this until we have justice for these victims?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, may I begin by congratulating the Honourable Lady on receiving an honorary doctorate from the University of Bolton. This is a well-deserved accolade for a most impressive constituency Member of Parliament and campaigner on the subject of primidose, where, as she rightly says, I was a member of her APPG when I was not in government, and I think the work she has done, the campaigning that she has done, is absolutely formidable. And working alongside her was, to me, one of the really important things that I've done as a Member of Parliament. There would never have been the Cumberland report without the Honourable Lady's campaign. There would never have been the written ministerial statement without the work that she has done. I will pass on what she has said to the Secretary of State for Health, and I will add a little note pointing out that the Honourable Lady is a very effective campaigner.
Mark Harper.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I, through you, add my thanks to Mr Speaker and every member of staff of the House who has enabled us to continue functioning through the pandemic. But of course, as we've now protected the vulnerable and increasingly every adult through vaccination, we can thankfully in September go back to something close to normal. And I welcome what the leader said, that it's our job, Mr Deputy Speaker, every member's job, to test government ministers. I can confirm I will continue to do so. I enjoyed being tested when I was a minister, and good ministers bringing forward good policies have nothing to fear from that. Now, the leader will be aware that I raised a point of order earlier this week, because the definition in the statement earlier from the Health Minister appeared to at least raise the possibility that members would be required to show proof of vaccination before attending the House later this year. So can I ask that would clearly be an outrage. It's our job to come here to represent our constituents. So can I ask the leader to confirm first that the government, the executive, has no power to limit the right of members to come here, but also that the government will not attempt to legislate in order to put in place any restrictions on our ability to come to this place to serve and represent our constituents.
Mr Deputy Speaker, my right honourable friend touches on one of the key constitutional rights that we have as members of Parliament, and it is of great antiquity. Unmolested entry to Parliament, whether Parliament is sitting or not, as long as it is not dissolved, has been our right since 1340. And the reason that it is our right is that we are here to hold the government to account. And there have been occasions when governments haven't wanted people turning up. Pride's Purge obviously comes to mind as when force was used to keep members out. And that right is a very precious one, and it's not a right on our own account. It's not because of who we are or what we are, it is because of who we represent. We represent 70,000 people, sometimes a few more, sometimes a few less, who have a right for redress of grievance to be sought for them, and for the government to be held to account on their behalf, and for no expenditure or taxation to be agreed without the agreement on their behalf by their representative. And no government could get rid of this by any means other than primary legislation. Primary legislation can, of course, do anything, but it would require primary legislation to change any condition of membership. It is why, for example, the Valuing Everybody training could not be compulsory in this House, because you cannot add new conditions of membership without legislation. Otherwise, the government could decide that you needed, I don't know, to have passed a maths exam before you come in, or that you should have good handwriting, or heaven knows what obstruction could be put in our way to come here to do our constitutional duty. We must protect that right. It is absolutely fundamental, and I cannot think that any government, and certainly not this government, would try and take away fundamental constitutional rights.
Point of order, Mr Deputy Speaker. I seek guidance from you on what options are open to me, and I regret that I was not able to raise this with the Leader of the House personally beforehand, because this relates to something which has happened in the course of the last hour. Unfortunately, and I hope that the Leader is doing this unintentionally, the Leader made use of an extremely offensive racist term, which I find it really difficult to understand, but I'm sure it may be possible that he was not aware that it was, in relation to the Liberal Democrats. Now, it would be really helpful if the Leader could reconsider his words. He has spoken powerfully and correctly over the last few months about the scourge of racism and his commitment to ending it. I would like to know, Mr Deputy Speaker, what guidance you can offer to government ministers, to frontbenchers, to all of us here, about how we can be more temperate with our language, because this use of casual racist phrases, however unintentional, does have an impact. It has a corrosive impact on the fight against racism, which I know the right honourable gentleman shares as an aim. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that every member needs to redouble their efforts as far as that's concerned.
I don't know a single racist member of this House, to be honest, but the Leader of the House, I think, is indicating that he may wish to directly respond to the issue at hand.
I've used a term that is offensive. I apologise profoundly. I had absolutely no intention of using any term that was offensive. I don't actually know what term I used that was offensive, so if out of ignorance I have, I apologise.
Well, thank you very much for that statement. And can I say as well that I will pass on all the thanks to the Speaker's office that I've heard today during business questions. And I too would like to add my thanks to all the staff who have worked tirelessly and beyond the call of duty during what must be the most difficult time in the 29 years that I have been a Member of Parliament, particularly the broadcasting team, who have been quite simply beyond amazing in ensuring that the democracy that we all cherish has not been tarnished, has been allowed to carry on during the COVID pandemic, and I thank each and every one of them. We will now suspend for the sanitisation of the dispatch boxes. Order! Order! Everybody ready? Order! Order. I now call Minister Nick Gibb to make a statement.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. With your permission, I'd like to make a statement regarding the arrangements that have been put in place for awarding qualifications this year and next. Fairness to students was at the heart of the decision that a national exam series this summer could not go ahead, and fairness will remain our guiding principle in 2022. I believe, and this government believes, that all other things being equal, exams are the fairest way to assess students. But we cannot ignore the fact that COVID-19 has caused disruption to education throughout the year as we took steps to reduce the spread of this virus, protect our NHS and save lives. and it would simply have been unfair to ask students to sit exams as they would in a normal year. And that's why this year, 2021, students will receive grades decided by the people who know them best, their teachers. To ensure fairness, this applies to GCSEs, AS and A-levels, and the vocational and technical qualifications that are most like these general qualifications and which lead to similar outcomes and destinations for students. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there was widespread support for our approach because it was the fairest approach. In January, we launched a joint consultation with Ofqual on the methodology for determining grades. This was the largest consultation in the department's history, with more than 100,000 responses from students, parents, teachers, school leaders and other stakeholders, and we considered those responses very carefully. Supported by teachers, parents and students, the approach being taken means every student has the best possible chance to show what they know and can do, enabling them to progress to the next stage of their education, training or employment. We took this course of action because teachers are the people who have the best understanding of their pupils' performance. Teachers were given flexibility to choose from a range of evidence to underpin their assessments, including coursework, in-class tests set by the school or college, the use of optional questions provided by exam boards and mock exams. And importantly, teachers only assessed students on what they had been taught, with students able to see the evidence used to assess them before their grades were submitted. Schools and colleges received guidance, support and training on how to do this fairly. Exam boards also issued grade descriptors pegged to performance standards from previous years to help teachers make sure their assessments were fair and consistent. And while teachers will determine grades, head teachers and principals have had to sign off all grades, and there have been further quality assurance checks by exam boards to provide meaningful assurance of the system and to root out malpractice. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to update the House that more than 99.9% of all teacher-assessed grades have now been submitted for this year. And after submitting teacher-assessed grades, the exam boards asked all schools and colleges to submit evidence, a sample of which was checked to ensure the process by which grades were awarded was correct and that they represent a reasonable exercise of academic judgment. More than 90% of this evidence was submitted within 48 hours, and I'm pleased to report that the process of evidence checking is almost complete. And as of 21st of July, 99.5% of centres have submitted the evidence requested. Where the evidence has raised questions, centres have received a virtual visit and on some occasions have been asked to review grades. Once the quality assurance process is complete, the exam boards will go through the process of final checks ahead of the issuing of results to students in August. Teacher-assessed grades results will be issued on the 10th and 12th of August, and we want every student to feel proud of their achievements during this year. These results are meaningful qualifications, and they will help young people go on to the next stage of their lives. And while I hope all students receive the grades they need to progress, any student who does feel disappointed when they open their results will have many options open to them. Students should talk to their school or college or university or prospective employer to discuss these options. And they can also make use of the exam results helpline run by the National Careers Service. It's only fair that where students wish to improve their grades, they have the opportunity to sit an exam this autumn, as was the case last year. Exam boards will offer autumn exams in all GCSE and A-level subjects and in maths and science AS-level subjects. And these exams will take place over all October, November and December. We've also set out an appeals system for this year should students believe the grade is wrong. Students can ask their school or college to... this approach taken together is the fairest for every student and one that retains faith in our grading system. This approach gives universities and employers the confidence they need that students achieve grades that align with their ability and their work. And ultimately, the grades students will receive will do what they have always done. They will be young people's passport to the next stage of their lives. And as we look forward to Results Day, I'd like to thank all universities and colleges for their commitment to ensuring students have access to the opportunities needed to succeed. And I know that universities across the country stand ready to put students' interests at the heart of decision-making and ensure they have the time to carefully consider their options and make the best choice for the future. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I have said, all other things being equal, exams are the fairest way of assessing students, and it is our firm intention that exams should go ahead in summer 2022. The Department and Ofqual launched 2 joint consultations on the 12th of July on proposed adaptations to exams and other assessments to recognise the disruption to education that the 2022 cohort has faced as a result of the pandemic. For GCSEs, AS and A-levels, we're proposing a package of measures that includes 4 elements. In those GCSE subjects where it is possible to do so without undermining the assessment, we propose that exam boards should provide a choice of topics on which students will be assessed. In all other examined subjects at GCSE, AS and A-level, we propose that students and teachers should receive advanced information about how the content of exams will be focused. We are proposing to reduce the burden of non-exam assessment in some subjects. And finally, we propose that students will be allowed to have access to support materials in the exam room in a small number of GCSE subjects. For vocational and technical qualifications, the consultation sets out a range of proposed measures for those qualifications that are included in performance tables, including adaptations such as streamlining assessment, early banking of assessments, and providing revision guidance. And we're working with Ofqual and wider stakeholders on contingency plans to ensure that students are able to receive grades that are fair, even if further disruption does occur. In putting together these proposals, we have been guided by the overarching principle of fairness. The proposed measures on which we are consulting are intended to help students progress to the next stage of their lives and to succeed when they are there. We look forward to receiving views on the proposals and plan to announce final decisions on adaptations, as well as further details about contingency plans in the autumn term. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I know that students who will take these exams next summer have faced a huge amount of disruption to their education this year. In addition to these measures, we are already investing huge sums to help them catch up, so they are ready to sit these exams. That is why schools have access to both a catch-up and a recovery premium, to enable them to assess what will help their pupils catch up on any lost education and to make provision available to ensure that they do so. And it's why we are targeting support for 16 to 19-year-olds to those who need the most support through the 16 to 19 tuition fund, giving disadvantaged students access to one-to-one and small group tuition. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this year the fairest possible approach to awarding qualifications has been to empower teachers to decide the grades that allow students to move on with their lives, whether that be in education, training or work. But none of this could have been achieved without the hard work of our head teachers, and wider education staff, to whom we all owe a great debt of gratitude. And I'd also like to thank parents and students who have shown patience and flexibility over the last 18 months. I commend this statement to the House.
Kate Green.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement. And on the final day before the House rises for recess, I'd also like to pay tribute to teachers, school leaders and support staff in every part of our education system for all they've done this year and will be doing over the summer. Last summer, the government's incompetent 11th hour cancellation of exam results and the chaotic arrangements for awarding qualifications created confusion and huge distress for thousands of young people. The Prime Minister, the Secretary of State and the Minister have had a full year to learn from their mistakes and get things right this time. But that time has been squandered. For months, school leaders, teachers and teaching unions and the Labour Party, among others, warned of the need for a plan B if exams couldn't go ahead this year. Yet it took until January, even as some young people were actually sitting their BTEC exams, for ministers finally to announce that exams would not happen this year. That's resulted in concerns about fairness. Now, the Minister boasted about catch-up support, but this year, over 560,000 Year 11 pupils will be leaving school having received no support to recover lost learning. Even those pupils who did are likely to have received less than an hour of tutoring a fortnight, despite missing well over half a year of face-to-face schooling. So does the Minister believe he's done everything in his power to ensure that this year's process is as fair as possible? Can he outline what discussions he's had with universities, colleges, employers and training providers about how all pupils will be able to progress on the basis of their results this year? I'm glad to hear the overwhelming majority of grades have been submitted. Can the Minister confirm the work will be fully completed before the end of term? How many grades have been or are likely to be changed in the quality assurance process? And I welcome the fact that the appeals process will be free, but to work for pupils it must be accessible and it must be quick. Can he give me a cast-iron guarantee that all appeals will be processed in time for pupils to take up a place at university, college, in an apprenticeship or in employment? Mr Deputy Speaker, education staff have worked incredibly hard to make a system work that the government chaotically imposed on them. So can he tell me what support staff are receiving now and what support they will receive over the summer, both professional and personal? And does he really believe it's right that schools will receive the same rebate from exam boards that they did last year, even as the workload of teachers has rocketed under this year's system? And will he consider following the example of Labour in Wales, who are providing additional financial support to schools, to recognise this? Young people, families and education staff are worried about qualifications this year, but next year will be just as challenging. And once again, the Minister and Secretary of State have had plenty of time to plan before the start of the new academic year this September. Yet they've only just launched a consultation, only days before the start of the summer holidays, an insult to education staff who desperately need and deserve a break. Can the Minister say why greater topic choices will only be available for some GCSE subjects? And isn't he concerned that providing advance notice of exam content, rather than building in greater optionality, could simply embed unfairness, where pupils who've spent more time than others on a given topic will do better simply through chance? Is he really sure that now is the right time to return to national published league tables, unchanged to reflect the disruption that's continued in this year and remains likely next year? Can he say with certainty that league tables will fairly and accurately reflect school performance? I'm glad he acknowledged the need for contingency measures. Can he tell me when they'll be in place and when schools and other settings will know what they are? And Mr Deputy Speaker, in his statement, the Minister thanked education staff across the country. But teachers and school leaders will find his gratitude hollow after the shameful way he snuck out a real terms pay cut to their salaries last night. Can he confirm that at least 94% of teachers face a real terms pay cut as a result of that announcement? Instead of saying he's grateful with one breath while slashing pay with the next, will he apologise to teachers, to pupils and to families for the shameful way in which this government has treated them as an afterthought throughout the pandemic? Mr Deputy Speaker, no one wants to see a repeat of last year's exams fiasco. But once again, the government's making policy late and failing to listen. Today, the Minister must reassure anxious pupils and parents that every young person will get the support they need this summer and next year, that staff will be supported, and that every student will be treated fairly.
Thank you very much. I do realise that the opposition does have to have a critique, but at every stage we have worked methodically and with Ofqual and the exam boards and with stakeholders and the teacher unions to make sure that we devise a process for awarding grades in 2021 that was the right approach. And we worked carefully and methodically with Ofqual and the exam boards and learning from what happened last summer to determine the right adaptations for the 2022 exams to ensure that they are fair given all the disruptions that students have suffered. We wanted to launch the short consultation before the summer break, which we did on July the 12th, and we want to confirm the position early in the autumn term so that teachers know at the earliest point in the next academic year the structure for exams in 2022. Now, she raised the issue of the appeals timetable, or for priority cases where students have missed out on their firm university choice and wish to appeal results. Students should request a centre review by the 16th of August, and for non-priority cases, students should request a centre review by the 3rd of September. Centres will need to submit those priority appeals by the 23rd of August, and students will be informed of the outcome of priority appeals in most cases by 8th of September. She asked Mr Deputy Speaker about exam fee rebates. The exam boards have all confirmed that they plan to provide rebates to schools this year. Some have made announcements on the rebate already. The department will be providing funding to exam boards directly to support the appeals costs and with any autumn series losses they make, and this will enable the exam boards to pass more funding back to schools via rebates. She raised the issue of performance tables. There will be no performance tables in 2021, and in 2022 there will be performance tables for GCSEs and A-levels, but there will be no performance tables in 2022 for primary school SATs, given that they can't make adaptations to SATs. She raised the issue of teachers' pay. We do know, and I will acknowledge at every possible opportunity, that teachers and support staff have worked incredibly hard over the last 16 months, adapting schools to COVID and learning and preparing to teach children remotely for the first time. Teachers are very much on the front line in the fight against the pandemic. In the September 2020 pay award, teachers received an average increase of 3.1%, with starting salaries rising to 5.5%. The cumulative pay awards for teachers since 2018-19 is 8.5%. The pause on pay rises this year is across the public sector, except health, and it's designed to help address the public finances following the financial response to the pandemic. The pay pause, of course, does not prevent pay rises as a consequence of promotion or indeed for performance-related pay.
Of the Select Committee, Robert Halfon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I just quickly take the chance to thank Mr Speaker and you and all the staff of the House of Commons and the other Deputy Speakers for the incredible way that Parliament has gone on and enabled people who were shielding to participate. It's been a miracle what has gone on. I would like to have said it had I been called in the lead of the House questions. Of course, we all want exams to take place, but can I ask my right honourable friend that given that we know that 1 million pupils weren't in school this week and that 93,500 children have not hardly returned to school since school reopening on the 8th of March, what analysis has the department made of the lost learning of those pupils who have not been in school for one reason or another in exam years before setting out the policy he's done today, particularly those pupils from disadvantaged backgrounds, many of whom have not yet benefited from the catch-up programme. My worry with the approach that he set out is that requiring exam boards to provide advanced information about exam content and support, what the government is doing is in essence reducing a 100-metre race to a 50-metre race, whilst keeping all the pupils at the same starting point, whatever their disadvantage. So the pupils who've experienced the most lost learning will still be the most disadvantaged compared to those who've been in school more of the time. So would it not be better, or could he at least consider, to ensure a level playing field and take a more nuanced, data-driven approach that takes into account the fact that millions of children have experienced lost learning, and this could be done by increasing the time allowed to do the exams or adjusting the grade weighting to reflect the number of days that these pupils have lost?
My right honourable friend's thoughtful question it raises some important points, and we did consider a whole range of alternatives to the proposals that we did finally consult on July the 12th. We worked very closely with Ofqual and the exam boards, and actually optionality and advance notice does disproportionately help those students who've had more time out of school than those pupils who have remained in school for the most time, who will have covered most of the curriculum. So it does help those pupils. It is also why we are allocating over £3 billion to catch up. And the recovery premium and the 16 to 19 tuition fund is deliberately targeted particularly to students and young people from disadvantaged backgrounds.
Can I ask everybody else in questions, please, to focus on shorter questions, as we have two other pieces of business before we get on to the general debate. Video link. Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Last month, the Secretary of State said that we very much hope and intend for exams to go ahead in 2022, a statement not exactly brimming with confidence. And as this school year draws to a close, more than 1 million school pupils in England, including a third of all secondary school students, were absent due to COVID. So is the government confident that the decisions that it has made recently won't affect the ability of schools to reopen in September safely, or to stay open safely for the whole academic year, and that for a third year running, young people sitting exams won't be let down?
A clear plan that exams will go ahead next year. A large proportion of the pupils who are not in school at the moment is a consequence of self-isolating because they've been in close contact with somebody who's tested positive for COVID. From the 16th of August, anybody under the age of 18 will not have to self-isolate as a consequence of coming into contact. They will be asked to take a PCR test, and also when students start school in September, they'll be asked to take 2 lateral flow device tests on the school premises in that first week of term. So we're determined to do all we can to identify asymptomatic cases of COVID, and again, all those measures in schools, ventilation and hygiene, will remain in place despite the moving on to step 4, to ensure that we minimise any risk of transmission of the virus in the school premises. We are also working, as I mentioned in my opening statement, on contingency plans should it be necessary to cancel exams next year because of the direction of the pandemic. But our very firm plans are to proceed with exams because they are the fairest way of assessing young people.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome my right honourable friend's statement. And will he agree with me that exams are not only the fairest way to assess a pupil's ability in their subjects, but having that certainty of how they will be assessed within the rigour and the tried and tested exam system will help avoid the sad cases of anxiety and mental health challenges that far too many of our young people have suffered given the disruption of this pandemic? Yeah.
Yes, my honourable friend is right. When we considered a raft of options, we did take that into account, that actually some adaptations might appear on the surface to be fair, but because they are so different from what has happened in the past, that teachers aren't used to teaching to that approach, and of course students won't be used to taking exams with that approach.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister promise the House that on Results Day it will be him, the Education Secretary and the Prime Minister who will take responsibility for what happens instead of pushing the blame onto hard-working teaching staff?
We've been working very closely with the education sector, with the teacher unions, with Ofqual, with the exam boards, and we have, I believe, devised the fairest approach to ensuring we have that students are able to receive their grades, to have their qualification, and most importantly, to move on to the next stage of their life. That's what we're all seeking to do. There are very rigorous quality assurance processes at every stage, from within the school, from the stage that the exam boards, when they receive the grades. Those quality assurance processes are designed to ensure that grades are awarded fairly and consistently.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank all the teachers and staff in Dudley South and across the country who've gone above and beyond throughout this pandemic. Clearly, students completing qualifications this summer have had their studies disrupted hugely. But those who will sit exams next summer have also faced massive disruption and could be competing against others who were awarded grades this summer or last for college and university waste. What action is my honourable friend taking to make sure that students completing courses next summer will not be at an unfair disadvantage?
The honourable friend raises an important point, and that's why we have set out in the consultation document, the joint consultation with Ofqual, all the adaptations to exams next year, which takes into account the fact that most students will have suffered some disruption to their education by next summer. The issue of grading is a matter for Ofqual, and decisions about grading will be made in the autumn term.
Video link. Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Despite warning after warning, this government has let COVID disrupt the education of millions of children this summer. Young people have had to endure just so much this year. Does he not recognise that young people need certainty over the next few years, not more U-turns, for the sake of fairness, their planning and their mental health, assessing the whole learning journey through a range of different teacher-based assessments with robust moderation will bring that certainty, not the final exams?
Well, I understand the point the Honourable Member is making, but I have to say I disagree. I believe very firmly, as does the Government, that exams are the fairest method of assessing pupils' attainment. It's actually also a workload issue for teachers, and throughout this pandemic, as we have devised systems to ensure that young people can move on to the next stage of their lives, we have always taken into account the workload implications for teachers and schools.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for his statement, and I agree with what he just said about exams and what he said in the statement. Could I pay tribute to teachers in Newcastle-under-Lyme and across the country who've gone above and beyond this academic year, and I know they will next year as well, to help pupils catch up with lost learning. And so could my honourable friend confirm that the measures he has set out will not be putting any undue additional pressure on teachers?
Yes, my honourable friend does raise a very important point. Teachers have worked, and support staff and head teachers have worked incredibly hard in schools and colleges during the pandemic, making sure that schools are COVID secure, adapting to remote education, teaching both remotely and in class, keeping schools open throughout the whole period for vulnerable children and the children of critical workers. So we do absolutely have teacher workload at the forefront of our minds as we devise policy.
Mr Deputy Speaker, my local schools have collated hundreds of and moderated pupil grades, as well as the mental health crisis and catch-up, with none of the assistance from the exam boards that he spoke of. Presumably they've all been on full pay throughout. So can he guarantee that the A-level students of next year who missed their GCSEs last year round will have in-person exams, and also for a profession that in West London has significant staffing gaps anyway, posing burnout, that teachers can now have 5 weeks completely offline, or are they going to have nasty surprises like they did last year? His boss, again absent, seems to already think that the holidays have started.
Yeah.
Well, teachers have been, I think, very well supported by the exam boards with guidance, with training, with grade descriptors. Because what we want to try and ensure is, first of all, that we are doing everything we can to support teachers through this process. We know that despite all that support, it has been a big task for teachers to get these grades, and it's a remarkable achievement that a very high proportion were delivered on time by June the 18th from schools. But that training and those grade descriptors have ensured, I believe, that we'll have consistency and fairness in how those grades are awarded in 2021. For 2022, it is our very firm plan that exams will go ahead in 2022, because, as I said earlier, it is the fairest way of assessing young people.
Who do you think?
Caroline Noakes.
I welcome my right honourable friend's announcement that students will only be examined on what they have actually been taught, recognising the acute impact this year has had on their studies. Both students and teachers need certainty. And can my right honourable friend make sure that teachers will have the materials and resources they need to give their students that confidence?
Yes, and we've set out in the consultation document on July the 12th all the different options for the different subjects. So some subjects, the adaptation will be optionality of choice of questions. For some subjects, it will be advanced notice. In others, it will be formula and aids in the exam room to help those students. And it's to give the students confidence that despite all the disruption that they've had over the last 16 months, that they will still have that confidence to do well in that exam. We'll respond to the consultation in the autumn term so that, as my right honourable friend requests, that they have the certainty that they need to teach the remainder of the curriculum.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Students and teachers in Luton North are deeply concerned by the government's plans to cut BTEC qualifications. The Association of Colleges warns that their plans risk closing down routes for training to work for many working class young people. But, to be honest, should we expect anything less from a Tory government who doesn't know what levelling up is, let alone being able to deliver it? BTECs are valued, successful and popular at Luton Sixth Form. So can the Minister confirm if BTECs will continue to be funded, and if so, for how long?
Well, this is all as a result of the consultation on Level 2 and Level 3 qualifications. There will be a process that exam boards with employers will go through before decisions are taken.
Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome my right honourable friend's commitment to exams going ahead in 2022. And does he agree that they're particularly important for disadvantaged students, because we know from a number of studies their potential is often underestimated by their teachers, and it's only with their exams that they show what they're capable of?
Yes, my honourable friend makes a very good point, and he exemplifies one reason why exams are the fairest system of assessing students. But we're also aware that disadvantaged students have suffered disproportionately compared to the average in terms of disruption to their education, and that's why the recovery premium and the 16 to 9 tuition fund are designed and targeted to those students from disadvantaged backgrounds in particular.
Video link. Jeff Smith.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As the Minister implied, the current Year 10 have arguably been hit harder than any other cohort, having missed most of Year 9 and having had a hugely disrupted Year 10. So isn't it ridiculous to reintroduce performance tables, given the massive disparity for the impact of COVID on different schools and different pupil cohorts? The Minister said that fairness is the guiding principle. How can the government possibly build fairness into performance tables for 2022?
Yes, the honourable member raises an important point. There are no performance tables, as he acknowledged, in 2021. In 2022, there are no performance tables for SATs, but there will be performance tables for GCSE and A-levels, because we haven't had by 2022, we will not have had data, performance measures from secondary schools in either 2020 or 2021. And these are qualifications for young people that really matter for their life chances. And we are able to make adaptations to them, as I've explained. There's also the notion of comparable outcomes. So they will be a fair reflection of schools' performance. And I think parents do need to have that data and that information when making a choice of secondary school for their children. By contrast, in primary schools, we have not been able to make adaptations to the SATs in 2022. And so therefore we didn't feel it was fair to continue with performance measures for the 2022 SATs.
Video link. Bob Blackman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I would like to thank the heads, principals, lecturers, teachers, all the staff, and indeed the pupils and students right across Harrow for all their hard work during this pandemic. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving an early indication of what's going to happen next year. But we do know that the teacher assessments may, in some cases, produce unusual and strange results. So will he come back to the House in the autumn and report on the numbers of appeals that have been taking place, the number of individuals who've then got opted to take the examinations, and what the impact has been, so we can all learn from the experience of teachers and lecturers during this pandemic?
Yes, of course. My honourable friend raises an important point, and we will, of course, be able to publish data about the number of entrants to the autumn series, and Ofqual undoubtedly will be publishing details about the appeals process. The quality assurance process, if I can provide some assurance to my honourable friend, is very rigorous. The exam boards have carried out a check of each school and exam centre's approaches to assessment and their own internal quality assurance. The head teachers have to sign a head of centre declaration form to confirm that the grades submitted are fair and accurate and in accordance with the processes that they have agreed. And schools submit a sample of evidence of how they've determined those grades, and exam boards will review centres whose grades are significantly out of line with previous years. And they will challenge schools where the evidence doesn't support the grade awarded. So I hope that quality assurance process will provide some reassurance to my honourable friend.
Video link. Munira Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. In my recent visits to secondary schools in Twickenham, year 10 and 12 pupils have told me how anxious they are because of the lack of clarity around exams in 2022, whether they'll even go ahead, how they might be assessed, what they might be assessed on. And teachers told me that with all the disruption, they want to focus their very precious face-to-face teaching time with pupils on parts of the syllabus that will definitely be assessed next year. So can the Minister please commit to putting pupils, parents and teachers out of their misery by providing a clear steer on 2022 assessment, not sometime in the autumn, but by the beginning of September?
Well, we published the consultation jointly with Ofqual on the 12th of July, and that does set out the proposals that we have for how we will conduct exams in 2022. We have made clear, and the Secretary of State's been very clear about this, that our plan is for exams to go ahead, and we want schools to teach the full curriculum. The purpose of the adaptations is to make the exams as fair as possible for students and to give them the confidence in taking those exams, given the disruption that they have suffered over the past 16 months.
Jonathan Gulls.
This summer will likely see a huge rise in grade inflation beyond what we saw last August. This benefits no pupil long-term, particularly those in future exam cohorts from disadvantaged backgrounds in places like Stoke-on-Trent, North Kidsgrove and Torque. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, can my right honourable friend explain how grade inflation will not be baked into the system, to use the words of my right honourable friend, the member for Harlow, in the 2022 exams and beyond?
Parents and pupils can have confidence that the grades awarded this summer will be valid. They're supported by detailed guidance. As I've said to an earlier question, there's a robust quality assurance process. We trust teachers' judgments, as they are the best placed to understand the content that their students have covered and their students' performance and how they compare to other students this year. The actual issue about grading is a matter for Ofqual, and there'll be some decisions made about that in the autumn term.
Philip Holloway.
Congratulate my right honourable friend for his personal hard work, commitment and fortitude as schools minister throughout this pandemic. He's done a fantastic job. Will he join me in congratulating all the students and teachers in Kettering for their efforts in keeping education going over this very difficult period? And when it comes to A-level exam students in 2022, will the Minister bear in mind the very important point that normally when you take your O-levels, you've taken GCSE exams 2 years before. This cohort of A-level students won't ever have taken exams. And can he confirm that all things being equal will be back to normal in 2023?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his kind comments, and I join him in paying tribute to teachers and staff in schools in Kettering, indeed throughout the country, for what they have achieved during this pandemic, and also for the way that they have managed to cope with the teacher-assessed grading system this year. It's been very well handled. He does raise an important point that, of course, this year's year 12 our people have not taken GCSEs, and therefore all this was taken into account when we devised the adaptations that we have proposed for 2022, and I can give my honourable friend the assurance that we will return to normal in 2023.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As teachers and students across the Aylesbury constituency begin their summer holidays, may I thank them all for their incredible efforts this year, and will my right honourable friend join me in doing so? Could he also reassure them that the plans he has announced today will not penalise them for the disruption that they have suffered, but will mark an important step back to an exam regime that is both rigorous and fair?
Yes, I'm very happy to join my honourable friend in paying tribute to teachers and staff in schools in Aylesbury, who I know will have worked as hard as teachers throughout the country in making sure that children can catch up as swiftly as possible from lost education. And he is right. We do want to get our exam system back to normal as swiftly as possible. But I believe that given the disruption that students have suffered over the last 16 or 17 months, that the adaptations that we are proposing together with Ofqual in the consultation document we published on the 12th of July is the fairest approach to exams in 2022 as a stepping stone to full normality in 2023, which I know will please my honourable friend and indeed my honourable friend for Kettering.
And that brings us to the end of that statement. I'd like to thank the Minister for his statement and responding to the questions asked. Order. The Speaker has granted leave to the Honourable Member for Gresham, Adam Holloway, and the Right Honourable Member for Beckenham, Bob Stewart, to make personal statements following the recommendations of the Committee on Standards in its second report of the session 2021 to 2022. I remind the House that there can be no debate arising from such statements. And on video link, I call Adam Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I wish to apologise to the House. Yesterday, the Committee on Standards adjudged that I and 4 other MPs were wrong to write a joint letter to 2 senior judges, copied to the judge who was hearing a case, followed by further letters to the Lord Chief Justice and the case judge, judged to try and influence the way personal references in court cases were made public. I now know it was improper to do so. I regret that and repeat and emphasise my apology.
Thank you very much, Mr. Holloway. And I now, via video link, call the Right Honourable Bob Stewart. Hold on, Bob. We can't hear you. Is it Bob's side or our side? Bob, is your side. Can you unmute yourself, please? Something on your computer, Bob? That should... No, still can't hear you, Bob. Have you got somebody to help you? Just to unmute? I'll tell you what, why don't we just suspend at this moment, as we would have done normally, and then we'll come back, hopefully, to Colonel Bob to do his statement. So we'll suspend briefly. Order!
Begins at 72.
Order. We'll just resume the session now and see if a miracle has happened and we can hear Colonel Bob Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I hope the miracle has happened. I want to apologise to the House. Yesterday, the Committee on Standards adjudged that I and 4 other MPs were wrong to write a joint letter to 2 senior judges, copied to the judge who was about to hear a case, followed by further letters to the Lord Chief Justice and the case judge, which they concluded were an attempt to try and influence the way references from court cases were made public. I now know it was wrong. I know it was wrong to do so. I regret it, and I repeat my apology to the House.
Thank you very much, Colonel Bob Stewart. We can now move on as the dispatch boxes have been sanitised, and we will now come to the Select Committee statement. And this is via video link. If we have Darren Jones. We do. I call Darren Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to make a statement on the 3rd report of the Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy Committee as part of our post-pandemic economic growth inquiry, focused in this instance on levelling up. In the Conservative Party manifesto in 2019, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "We have mapped out a fantastic programme for the years ahead to unite and level up, spreading opportunity across the whole United Kingdom." However, since that election, the government has failed miserably at translating the political slogan of levelling up into a real programme of government. Whilst the Prime Minister said he had a map for levelling up, it seems he's either lost it or he's not willing to share it with us. This is important because the promise of levelling up was a major part of the Conservative Party's success at the last general election. Yet so far, we don't have any clear answers on what government thinks levelling up is, how it will be paid for, who is responsible for delivering it, and what a successful delivery of the levelling up agenda will mean for people in their day-to-day lives. Crucially, the government has failed to set out how the special focus on levelling up will differ from the normal day-to-day functions of government, and whether funding for the levelling up agenda will equal to or exceed funding that has been cut to local communities following Brexit and the previous period of austerity. In our year-long inquiry on the Business, Energy and Industrial Committee, we took evidence from many stakeholders, including the government and a number of its ministers, to ask many of these simple questions. Unfortunately, answers were not forthcoming. In our view, therefore, we concluded that levelling up is about a more equal distribution of economic and social opportunities across the United Kingdom. We agreed this is a laudable aim and one that has been pursued by many governments of different colours over many years. We took evidence from local authorities, local enterprise partnerships, city and regional mayors, powerhouses and ministers, as well as businesses, local chambers of commerce and academics. In considering their evidence, we have therefore made several recommendations to government. First, to urgently publish the promised Levelling Up white paper, which we understand will incorporate the devolution white paper, so that we are clear on what the government defines levelling up to mean, what its priorities are, and which tiers of local and regional government are responsible for delivering it. Second, to work with the Office for National Statistics, the Cities and Local Growth Unit in the Bays Department, and the National Audit Office to agree a set of metrics for the routine reporting of progress in delivering levelling up priorities. Third, to establish the functioning of a Cabinet Committee on Levelling Up that collaborates with devolved regional and local leaders. Fourth, to recognise, and this is important, that inequality exists across the whole of the United Kingdom, including within cities, and that levelling up priorities should therefore not be focused on only some regions or sub-regions of the country. And lastly, to ensure that each region in England has the capacity to competitively bid for government funding, given that some areas in England, for example, areas with metro mayors, have a greater capacity to engage with Whitehall than other areas. Devolution in England is inconsistent, and some areas perform better than others, irrespective of whether those particular areas have multiple tiers of local or regional government. If, therefore, in my personal view, the government is committed to levelling up, insofar as it relates to empowering local communities, then I would encourage ministers to be bold and progressive in the devolution sections of the Levelling Up white paper expected later this year. Ultimately, Mr Deputy Speaker, we concluded that the lack of clarity around what levelling up means and how it translates into specific policy initiatives and strategies risks levelling up becoming an everything and nothing policy, not owned by any particular minister or department, and without any means in place of evaluating or assessing its impact or efficacy in improving people's lives. At the moment, it seems as if ministers are trying to hide the fact that they don't have a real levelling up policy by saying that every other policy from government, be it about bus stops or football pitches and our obesity strategy, is in fact levelling up. The Prime Minister's spokesperson, in response to my committee's report, said that more detail would be forthcoming in the Levelling Up White Paper later this year. The imperative is therefore on the government to hear our requests as well as from others, and to step up with the level of detail expected of any competent government in delivering on its manifesto commitments. We all agreed on the committee that sharing economic and social opportunities more fairly across the country is a good thing, and we want the government to succeed in delivering on its promises and improving people's lives. We will, of course, in the meantime, continue to scrutinise the government and hold its ministers to account. But ultimately, if the government doesn't step up, it will be for the British people to decide if the government's promises have been delivered. Lastly, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to thank all the witnesses that gave oral and written evidence to our inquiry, to my parliamentary colleagues on the committee, and as ever to our excellent clerks. And may I therefore conclude by commending this report to the House.
I will now call members to put questions on the subject of the statement, and then we'll call Darren Jones to respond to these in turn. I call Richard Fuller.
Yeah. Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Chairman. Does my honourable friend agree that as the government defines better levelling up, it should not lose sight of the leading role of the private sector and its ideas, such as those announced in the Richard Koch Breakthrough Prize yesterday for ideas that can supercharge growth in Left Behind Britain, ideas such as Zoom towns, distributed policy making, reinvigorated provincial stock exchanges, and the overall winning idea for a people's rebate?
Darren Jones.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's great to see you as a fellow member of the committee in the chair, and congratulations for that appointment. I'm always grateful to the counsel of my parliamentary colleague, the member for North East Bedfordshire, and he and I agree that to deliver economic growth that is meaningful for people across the country requires an economy that is growing, that is free to innovate and to make profits. And I would support many of the points he made in ensuring that we have a successful, inspirational, innovative economy that delivers for people and for businesses across the country.
Peter Grant.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his statement. Clearly, the main focus of this particular report was on aspects of levelling up as it applies to England, but the agenda is being applied across the whole United Kingdom. So, can the Chair of the Select Committee tell us what he thinks of a situation where substantial amounts of public money are being spent within the devolved nations on areas of service that are quite clearly 100% within the competence of the devolved national parliaments and assemblies, but where decisions have been taken with no consultation whatsoever with those devolved administrations? Is that something that he would find acceptable?
Well, thank you, and thank you to the member for Glenrothes for his question. We looked briefly at the role of the devolved administrations and concluded that pretty much everybody agrees that a more equal distribution of economic and social opportunities for people across the country is something that everybody supports, irrespective of place in the country or political party membership. But we did also point to a recommendation where devolved administration leaders, alongside local and regional leaders, are engaged in a cabinet level discussion on the levelling up agenda in Whitehall, because together all of us would wish to achieve these outcomes, and we should therefore all be working together to do so.
Mr Philip Holliburn.
Could I commend the honourable gentleman for his statement and for his committee on its report. I note that in paragraph 66, the committee recommends that the government establish a cabinet committee to oversee the coordination and delivery of the levelling up agenda across Whitehall. Why did his committee recommend a cabinet committee and not a specific cabinet minister responsible for levelling up, as suggested by some of the committee's witnesses?
Thank you. It's a discussion that we had in some detail on the committee, and the Honourable Member for Kettering will know that the distinction between a cabinet committee led by the Prime Minister or a cabinet member delivering on behalf of the Prime Minister is perhaps an important distinction. But we concluded, given the Prime Minister's personal commitment to this issue and his personal desire to want to lead it, that therefore he ought to chair the cabinet committee that he has suggested ought to be put in place. Importantly, given that levelling up relates to lots of departments, we do think there needs to be a cross-departmental function. And I think that's ultimately why we landed on a cabinet committee as opposed to a specific member of the cabinet leading on levelling up.
Mr Tanmanjeet Singh Desai.
Thank you very much. Time and time again, I have urged government to fairly fund areas most in need, not create competitions often won by cabinet members representing wealthy areas. We must have a fair levelling up fund based on need, with power start down to local communities who know best. So would my honourable friend, the chair of the Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy Committee, agree that this damning report shows that the government should be focused on genuine efforts to tackle deep-rooted inequality rather than continuing these failed competitions and wheeling out hollow sound bites?
Mr Darren Jones.
I thank the Honourable Member for Slough for his question. And this issue of competition versus collaboration in bidding for funding was a really important part of our inquiry. I referenced in my remarks today how some areas of the country are better equipped and resourced at engaging with Whitehall to receive funding. But there is a root problem here in that we don't understand what the government's levelling up priorities are, what funding is then being allocated to solve them, and what data is being used to ensure that funding is distributed in a fair and equitable way where it's needed, not necessarily perhaps where the loudest voices or political priorities are placed. And that is the bedrock of our report, which I think would go some way to solving the problems that the Honourable Member has raised.
Marcus Fish virtual.
I now call Marcus Fish by video link.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just wondered whether the committee has looked at the way in which quite often a range of interlocking opportunities for levelling up require joint working and working together between agencies, between businesses, and whether things like getting one single voice, such as we are now in process of establishing in Somerset, to be able to unite all of the work that's gone on, whether through the LAP, the county plan and priorities, the local industrial strategy, and now the sort of skills agenda that the government's really championing, that I welcome. How much does he think that these things need to be integrated when the government is thinking about how to champion them?
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for his question. I'd make two observations. Firstly, that we recognised an inconsistency in the tiers of local and regional government across England. I've mentioned that we spoke with powerhouses, metro mayors, city mayors, local authorities, local enterprise partnerships, chambers of commerce and others. And evidently that means that there is an inconsistency across England. One thing that we did find was that in areas where there is a sense of coordination between those different tiers, with a single voice focusing on priorities that matter most to those local communities, they tended to be more successful in being able to bid for funding and to deliver on levelling up agendas. And that's why I say in the Levelling Up White Paper later this year, the devolution aspects are also really important to ensure that there is a consistency and an equality of opportunity for regions across England in order to bid for funding and support as part of the levelling up agenda.
Brown.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair, and congratulations on being in your place. It was quite clear to the committee that levelling up was really just a political slogan. There's no clear ways of measuring outcomes. There's no clear avenue or look ahead in funding streams. Of real concern to myself is this phrase about levelling up across the UK. Now, the Chair will understand the Scottish Parliament is there for a reason, and that was because Westminster was not delivering for Scotland and other devolved nations. At the moment, the way the Levelling Up funds are going to be distributed is the UK Government's withholding the equivalent of Barnett consequentials to allocate them directly to Scottish local authorities, pitting them against each other. Now, convention shows that it should be the Scottish Government, in conjunction with local authorities, that decide their priorities. So the Chair agree, in terms of committee recommendation, the UK Government should be working with the Scottish Government in terms of transparency, in terms of allocation of funds, and let the Scottish Government distribute these funds in the conventional method.
Well, the Honourable Member for Kilmarnock and Ladoon is a hard-working member of the Business Select Committee, and he will know that we only are able to delve so far into the functioning of devolved administrations, but we did conclude in our inquiry that leaders in the devolved administrations should be around the table with local and regional leaders in discussions with ministers in Whitehall, so that we do have a joined-up and collaborative approach to delivering on a shared objective to level up the whole of the United Kingdom.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I congratulate my honourable friend and his committee for this very serious report, which shows undeniably that the government lacks any clarity as to what they mean by levelling up. In fact, the honourable member for Newbury said this week, well, I think one of the things about levelling up is it's quite a sort of ambiguous phrase. It means what anyone wants it to mean. But clearly that shouldn't be the case, and she's at least welcome that there is now political consensus that for too long the UK has been scarred by deep regional inequalities. The biggest challenge for levelling up is that people have to leave their regions and head south in order to get good work. This has to change and can only happen by making the quantity and quality of jobs in regions our priority. But levelling up must be about investment to combat those inequalities, including between regions, within regions, and also between socio-economic groups across the whole of the UK. So can I ask the Chair, what were his committee's conclusions in relation to fair funding for levelling up, particularly in light of how the levelling up fund's piecemeal funding does not make up for the failure of austerity over the last decade, with services decimated as £15 billion worth of cuts have been made to local government? And secondly, on extending democratic power, what is his committee's view on how we should reach a consensus on which tiers of devolved and local government should have responsibility for achieving those important shared levelling up outcomes? Because quite clearly, this can no longer be done from the centre. Thank you.
Darren Jones.
Well, thank you to the Shadow Spokesperson, Member for Feltham and Heston, for those points and your kind remarks about the work of my committee. On the funding allocation, of course, the issue here is that if there isn't a clear strategy about what levelling up is, and therefore clear funding allocated to it, it is unclear what funding is being made available above and beyond the day-to-day functioning of government, and indeed in comparison to historic funding cuts through periods of austerity and following our withdrawal from the European Union. And so because of that lack of clarity, we have no answer as to how local communities can fairly bid for funding for the levelling up agenda above and beyond what already exists through the day-to-day work of government. In terms of democratic engagement in defining local economic areas, that of course is a very difficult issue and one that we didn't delve into in any great detail in our own inquiry, not least because it goes a little beyond the remit of our select committee powers. But we do recognise that there does need to be more consistency across England in democratic structures so that there is an equality of capacity to bid to Whitehall for funding in advance of, and this is my personal view, a more devolved level of decision making and funding across England in the years ahead.
We now come to the backbench debate on the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee report on a public inquiry into the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr William Wragg is unable to participate today, so I call another member of the PACAC committee, Jackie Doyle-Price. I should advise the House that there will be a 3-minute limit on backbench speeches after the opening speech. Jackie Doyle-Price.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to move this motion in the name of the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee into the very important subject of the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic and the promised public inquiry. We, as a committee, have taken evidence from actually some very well-informed help, if I could put it that way, and we brought our deliberations forward in the report under discussion today. We'd like to thank our witnesses who gave evidence, Emma Norris from the Institute for Government, Dr Alistair Stark from the University of Queensland, Jason Beer QC, Lord Butler of Brockwell, Sir Robert Francis QC, Dame Una O'Brien and Baroness Prashar of Runnymede, and all those who submitted written evidence to the inquiry. And I'd also like to thank fellow committee members for their well-informed deliberation on these matters. Now, we're all used now, I think, to public inquiries having become a routine part of the UK political landscape. And it's quite clear that the issues we've been grappling with for the last 18 months and the very difficult measures the government have taken to combat this pandemic are very much the right subject for a public inquiry. But whilst we are used to having such inquiries, there is very little guidance about how inquiries should be established, how chairs should be appointed and how terms of reference should be decided. So in the absence of such guidance, our committee has happily stepped into that void as a way of taking this discussion forwards. Now, the Prime Minister has committed in principle to establishing an inquiry, and in May of this year he suggested that it should be established in spring 2022. And I think the first message that the committee would like to give is that that timetable really ought to be brought forward for the simple reason that there is the establishment of the committee, but it takes some number of months before the inquiry can get underway in terms of establishing its secretariat and all the other functions that needed to be undertaken. And I guess one of the issues that we felt we were very keen to grapple with was that clearly the further away from events that inquiry is established, the less we can learn in a timely fashion. So we'd really like to encourage the government to think about how it will be setting up that inquiry from now, really, and it shouldn't really get in the way of the actual fight against the pandemic, particularly given where we are with regard to vaccination. Clearly, we need to be very sure about what the purpose is of the inquiry, and I think we as a committee were very, very keen to make sure that the inquiry should be about learning lessons. It should not be about apportioning blame. The facts of the matter are that the government and all our public services for that matter were dealing with unprecedented challenges, and there can be no right or wrong answers when the evidence on which you can make decisions is actually changing before your very eyes on a very day-to-day basis. Ultimately, it will come down to a matter of judgment exercised at the time, and I really hope that we can go into this inquiry very much in that spirit, because although I haven't agreed with every aspect of the government's decision-making on this matter, I absolutely recognise that everybody involved in this process was doing so honourably with the best of intentions. And we are not going to be honest about lessons learned unless we can approach this inquiry on that basis. And I think we in this place need to give some very clear messages about that, about how we are doing so in the spirit of learning. Yes, of course.
I've read the committee's report and would commend them for a very thoughtful and thorough report. And I listened carefully to what she just said, which is indeed one of the recommendations. And I understand learning lessons. That is often what committees do. I would challenge any member, particularly members who've been in this House for a long time, to remember the lessons learned and recommendations from the mad cow disease inquiry. My guess is nobody will. We already know that there are heroes and villains over the last 18 months, and I would hope that any inquiry would identify those heroes and villains. Mistakes have been made in some cases because mistakes were bound to be made, but some mistakes have been made willfully, and we need to know who were responsible for those mistakes.
Well, I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his intervention, and clearly where there is willful bad behaviour, it should be exposed. But I think we really need to sort of set the tone that this inquiry is about how the government has dealt, and society has dealt with a very difficult set of issues. The heroes and villains to whom he describes will find a way of being outed, if I can put it in such a way, without it being the entire focus or ethos of the inquiry. We obviously need to be very clear about terms of reference for the inquiry and to really inform what will be the focus and how the various themes that could be looked at will be examined. The chair will obviously be a very important appointment, and clearly this is by tradition at the choice of the minister, but again I think the respect and authority of the inquiry is very much set by who the chair is, and I think as a committee we were very attracted to a chairman and panel approach, recognising that some of the issues that will be considered by the inquiry are quite broad-ranging, so it would be appropriate for the chairman to have access to appropriate expertise in various areas. And the committee also felt that the appointment should be subject to a pre-commencement hearing with the relevant select committee, given the very high levels of parliamentary in this inquiry. Now that would be actually an unprecedented step, but again, in terms of setting the tone of how the inquiry will be progressed, it could be a very important innovation. I really do hope that the government will consider that. I mean, in respect of the various issues that need to be considered by the inquiry, there is, of course, the response by the Department of Health in terms of management of risk of transmission and so on. But we do need to consider in the round the tools adopted by the government to deal with that, including the impact on liberties and the impact on our economy, because there will be obvious consequences longer term for the nation's well-being in the round. And we also need to consider the wider behaviour of public services in that regard too. There also needs to be a way of considering the impacts in the devolved nations as well, and consideration needs to be taken as to whether it should be a UK-wide one or separate inquiries, quite possibly a combination of both. Yes, of course.
Just to clarify, will the committee also be considering in the report whether any ministerial codes have been broken, whether it be by deliberately misleading the House or by other actions?
I would clearly expect any inquiry to consider such matters, but there are, of course, other ways of bringing complaints forward about breach of the ministerial code, and any action taken by those is, of course, a matter for the Prime Minister. As I mentioned, in taking forward the public inquiry, we must work on the basis that everyone did do their best, making decisions based on information known at the time. I would expect an inquiry to consider whether the impact of policy interventions on individual liberties were proportionate and whether they were effective. I think we really do need examination of the tools employed and whether they were effective in delivering the outcome intended. For example, we had a whole programme of local lockdowns, as you will be well aware of, Madam Deputy Speaker, but whether it was a legitimate tool to close down legitimate business activity when the areas of mass infection were ones where there was dense housing density and multi-generational households, was that the right tool? Again, we need to have some consideration of that to make sure that the government have properly assess the balance between economic harm, liberty and health. Any inquiry, I would imagine, will find that development and deployment of vaccines has been an unqualified triumph, and in terms of lessons learned, we need to learn good lessons as well as things that didn't go quite as well as they should have done. I think we need a proper examination into how test, track and trace took so long to get off the ground, because that really wasn't an unqualified success, and we need to consider whether the balance was right between the centre and local government. And I think we also need to consider the issues around the supply of PPE, because having reacted to the suggestion that there was huge shortages, the fact of the matter is we now have massive stockpiles, and there are considerable costs to the taxpayer of maintaining those stockpiles. So again, we need to really properly consider how those decisions came to be made. And finally, I'd just like to invite the House and the Government to consider the reflections of Bishop James Jones following his distinguished chairmanship of the Hillsborough Inquiry, when he talked about the patronising disposition of unaccountable power. Now, I think that phrase is a very convenient way of expressing how institutions of the state can often operate to protect their own reputations at the expense of the public who they are meant to serve. And I think this is a really important principle to consider, given that the inquiry will be judging not just lives lost, but also the impact on businesses, jobs, and the wider impact on health and the harm that's also being caused by by the decisions over the last year, even though they were perhaps the best decisions that could have been made. And I think it's a behaviour that public institutions can fall into unless we in Parliament give them proper challenge. And perhaps one of the lessons we need to also learn about the last year is that quite often Parliament has not played its full role in scrutinising decisions made by the government. We've often been asked to give retrospective authority to decisions taken. And I think we all would like, I hope we would all share the view that parliamentary scrutiny actually makes for better decision making. And I'd just like to leave the final thought is that our liberties are not in the gift of government. They are ours. And it really does rest on consent given by Parliament on behalf of the public to ensure that those liberties, when we do surrender them, as we have in the last year, are not taken for granted by government. And I think in that regard, considering the behaviour of all our state institutions over this year is a very important scrutiny that the new inquiry would have to consider in order to make sure that the shift towards state power we've witnessed over the last year is not one that becomes permanent.
The question is, as on the order paper, Neil Hanvey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to focus my comments on page 1 of the report, in particular that the Government accepts that there will be an opportunity to look back at some undefined appropriate time in the future. And I would raise a concern that at some appropriate time in the future does not deal with the problems that we know exist already today. And that underscores the necessity to build public confidence in the decisions that we make in this place by holding an inquiry as quickly as possible. We already know from comments today that public confidence is waning, app usage has dropped off, and there are other compliance concerns that have been raised. And at no more time is that important than in the grip of a public emergency such as the pandemic. The Government has repeatedly called for the House to get behind their plans. However, the message that they give has been mixed, and the information that has been requested to enable members such as myself to get behind those plans has often not been forthcoming. Observant members will have noted that my efforts to seek transparency over the surveillance and testing of COVID have largely fallen on deaf ears. In July 2020, at the nadir of cases following the first wave, I first raised these concerns with the Chief Medical Officer. More recently, I raised concerns about the sensitivity of the inner bilateral flow devices to the D variant, to the Delta variant on the 29th of June, again on the 6th of July, in a follow-up email. On each occasion that I raised this with the Minister for Protection and Public Health, I was advised that it would be forthcoming. I have still not received those data. So concerned was I that I wrote a piece that was published in the Scotsman yesterday that raised the concerns that I have not been able to get answers from the Government on, and that article was taken down by the Scotsman last night after legal representatives of Innova intervened with actually quite wrong accusations that I was comparing lateral flow devices to PCR tests, and I made no such assertion or comparison. They questioned the FDA's decision, which I won't go into in the time that I'm allocated, but it is pretty well set out in articles variously, but including the BMJ. But this kind of action, when I can't get an answer from the government, when I raise my concerns in this House, when I write a piece for a reputable newspaper, and the contractors that this government is working with seek to shut that conversation down, that is an unacceptable position for any democracy to find itself in. So I feel I'm being prevented from carrying out my role, and the government is preventing me from giving proper scrutiny to their actions, and we need urgent actions to change that. Madam Deputy Speaker.
Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I be one of the many to congratulate you for being pinged into your position at such short notice. I will pick up on the Honourable Gentleman for Kirkcaldy and Beef concerning his remarks about being unable to do his job. I think collectively Parliament is doing a very great deal of scrutiny of the whole COVID pandemic. Several select committees. I certainly give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
For giving way. I agree, scrutiny must be given, but if I can't get a sensible answer from a minister at the dispatch box, if I'm given glib replies and I'm not provided the information that I have rightly requested, that makes scrutiny almost impossible.
It's frustration. But I've been serving on the Public Accounts Committee. I'm chairman of the Liaison Committee. I have served on the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee as chair, and I see the Science and Technology Committee, the Health Committee, and other committees of this House doing a very great deal of very, very drilling down scrutiny. And it's not as though there is no scrutiny taking place. What I suspect we will hear during this debate is a mixture from the opposition outrageously claiming that it's an outrage that there isn't an instant, fully comprehensive public inquiry lining people up against the wall to be shot, and the government saying there isn't possibly any time for any of this. And I have some sympathy for the government's position. A senior permanent secretary told me that it's a regular occurrence that secretaries of state complain, well, where is my permanent secretary? And they're preparing to go in front of another select committee. There is so much scrutiny going on, it's almost impeding already what the government has to do. We have to remind ourselves that a public inquiry is only a means to an end. The overriding of any public inquiry, and this is a case in point, is that it should be part of a process which will restore justified public confidence in our system of government. And that would satisfy the Honourable Gentleman for Kirkcaldy and Beef. So therefore we must prioritise. It's going to be an enormous undertaking. A lot of it should be set aside for the future. What we should concentrate on is what is most urgent. What lessons need to be learned now to prepare better for the next pandemic, which could be imminent? Why was our response so slow to build? Why, like so many governments around the world, did we continue to pretend that there wasn't going to be an impending emergency? That didn't just happen in this country, it happened everywhere. What planning had been done, and why did it prove so ineffective? And what new permanent machinery of government and capability does there need to be to address these failings so that early indications of a pandemic threat leads to timely and effective action? And what parliamentary committee should oversee all this and hold it accountable? The role of Parliament, Madam Deputy Speaker, is to stop the government fudging the terms of reference, to guarantee the independence of the chair, and to prevent the government kicking all the difficult issues far into the future. So often, and that under my chairmanship, we looked at the Chilcot inquiry. So often, inquiries are actually a means of delaying scrutiny and delaying a reckoning on the issues as opposed to learning the lessons. And I would just add, the public will expect willful wrongdoing to be punished. Backward accountability, I call that. But not an inquiry to apportion blame, least of all for party political reasons. What the public wants is honest and open truth about what has happened, which will not happen if witnesses are seeking to avoid blame. So I fully support what my honourable friend for Thurrock just said about having making sure that this is not about apportioning blame. The purpose of an inquiry like this is to establish truth so that we can hold those in power accountable for what they will do in the future to make sure things are better planned and turn out better in the future. And that's what I call forward accountability, and I think that's what select committee scrutiny in this House should be about.
Tom Randall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend, the member for Thurrock, for introducing this debate this afternoon. She's very well summarised the report by the committee, and I completely agree with everything that she says. And I'd just like to take the opportunity, if I may, just to thank the clerks, committee staff and witnesses who attended the committee for their help in helping to put this report together. The government is right to commit to a public inquiry, and the report that the committee produced is wide-ranging. I'd just like to limit my remarks, if I may, to the scope of the inquiry, the power of the inquiry, and the establishment of a secretariat. Coronavirus has been very broad. It's affected every aspect of our life, and so careful thought needs to be made on what an inquiry should cover. The committee's report has recommended, as my honourable friend from Member for Thurrock identified, is focused on learning lessons as the primary purpose rather than apportioning blame. And I was struck by Lord Butler's evidence to the committee. He referred back to the Scott inquiry. He said that the terms of reference had been extended so long it took 3 years to complete the report, which was far longer than necessary to determine the original question. The report also considered, as a committee we considered, what powers the inquiry should have, and the report recommends that it should be a statutory inquiry under the Inquiries Act. The committee heard arguments for and against a statutory inquiry, and Sir Robert Francis, who chaired the Mid-Staffordshire inquiry, said he valued the non-statutory basis of this inquiry, as it allowed him to speak to people privately. But we heard also from Dame Una O'Brien, who is the former Permanent Secretary of the Department of Health and was Secretary of the Bristol inquiries, who said that the full statutory powers will ensure that all material is handed over, especially WhatsApp messages and texts outside the departmental system. And I think, as recent events have shown, that will certainly be the case with any coronavirus inquiry, and makes the case for a statutory inquiry very strong. I was quite surprised to hear that there's no standing secretariat for public inquiries. They're established from scratch. And Sir Robert Francis told us how it had taken 6 to 9 months from his appointment to the start of an inquiry to get going. He started with a blank piece of paper. And there was even a 4-month process to go through tendering to appoint a firm of solicitors to the inquiry. So there is, I think, a strong argument for putting together an inquiry sooner rather than later to allow that important preparatory work to be undertaken. I've seen the government's response to the report, and I see in many respects the government notes the recommendations. I see that on recommendation 5 on the timing of setting up the inquiry, they have not accepted that, sadly. And while that is unfortunate, I do look forward to seeing the government's plans for the inquiry develop, so that in time government, the National Health Service and the society as a whole can learn the lessons from this terrible period.
James.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the COVID-19 outbreak has been one of the most significant and consequential periods of our lifetimes. It's led to a tragic loss of life in this country and around the world. Of course, we salute the fortitude and courage of the British people and the bravery of our NHS and key workers, which means that we've now passed the peak of deaths and hospitalisations. I am very pleased that this inquiry will have full powers under the Inquiries Act 2005 and will have the ability to compel the production of relevant material and to take oral evidence in public under oath. And I support this approach rather than a non-statutory inquiry, as it allows statutory safeguards to be put in place and ensures that it is carried out to the highest standard. I must emphasise, however, that the pandemic is not over. The threat of new, more transmissible COVID variants remains only too clear to us all, and the Prime Minister has warned of a likely surge in cases this winter, and that is why the right time for an inquiry is the spring of next year. I understand calls for an inquiry to be held sooner, but this timetable will avoid inadvertently distracting those whom we continue to need this year in the fight against the virus. Furthermore, lessons are being learned all the time by the government and health authorities during the pandemic, and measures are being implemented accordingly, so we are dealing with an organic rather than a static response to the crisis. I fully support the approach of the committee's report, which makes clear that resorting to blame individuals is not conducive and that we should be looking to learn lessons to guide our response to future pandemics and to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. It should be, as has been said by other speakers this afternoon, forward-looking in its approach. It is, of course, vital to ensure the impartiality of the Chair and that the inquiry will have the widest possible consultation and engagement, and the highest levels of confidentiality are also of particular importance, particularly when we are looking at the personal experiences of people who have suffered under COVID-19. As a Welsh MP, I'm particularly interested in how the inquiry interacts with the devolved administrations, as the member for Thurrock has touched on earlier on in the debate, because we need to ensure that the inquiry can take into account the full scope of the UK response to the pandemic in my constituency, Clwyd South, and the rest of Wales and the rest of the UK. The report recommends that each of the devolved nations must establish its own inquiry, as a large part of the response to the pandemic was devolved, and because it will ensure that proper attention is given to each nation's response. Now, the problem is that so far the Welsh Government has refused to hold its own inquiry. If the UK Government is prepared to incorporate a thorough assessment of the handling of the pandemic by the Welsh Government and the other devolved administrations in its inquiry as part of a truly UK-wide approach, then that would have my support, not least because it would be a welcome recognition of the vital importance of the Union of the UK in fighting COVID, particularly in the development and rollout of the very successful vaccination programme. But this approach, Madam Deputy Speaker, must not inadvertently result in the Welsh Government and the other devolved administrations being less rigorously assessed in terms of the inquiry. With power comes responsibility for all governments to account fully for their actions in an open and transparent way.
Jack Dromey.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to start by reading a testament from Jane Roach in Castlevale in my constituency of Erdington, who lost her father and sister to coronavirus last year. She says, "Losing my amazing dad, Vincent Pettit, and my amazing sister, Jocelyn Pettit, just 5 days apart, has been the hardest thing to deal with in my life so far. And I am still grieving and will always grieve for them, as they didn't die in a natural, dignified way with their family around them, telling them how much we love them. We were such a close family. My dad was a lovely man, no fool and strong in every way. I always felt loved and protected by him. He was so funny and had a very dry sense of humour, always making people laugh. His will to live was amazing. He fought other illnesses, but always fought on. My sister was beautiful inside and out, very kind and loving, a wonderful mother and grandmother, and her third grandchild was due to be born a month after she died, so she never got to meet him. And she was really looking forward to it. I feel robbed of my dad and my sister as they were snatched away by COVID-19. She goes on, only someone who has lost their loved one to COVID would understand how I feel. And unfortunately, there are thousands like us. I feel heartbroken, and I always will. I feel anxious most days and cry most days, and I miss them so very much. I need the public inquiry to happen this year, she says. Dragging it out until next year only makes me angry, and the grief is made worse by thinking that nobody cares about all the people that have died from COVID. This has changed my life forever. I always feel like something bad is going to happen, as I would never have expected this double tragedy last April. I will never get over this. Madam Deputy Speaker, the voice of the relatives. the voice of loss, the voice of pain, a voice that should be listened to. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank all of the honourable and right honourable members who have contributed towards this debate from across the House of Commons and those who participated in the work of the committee leading to the recommendations that are before us. I'd like to thank in particular the Honourable Member for Hazel Grove as Chair, the Honourable Member from Thurrock who gave a comprehensive report today, and the contributions made, including the Honourable Member from Harwich, about the importance of learning lessons now if we are to avoid mistakes for the future. The committee's report calls for a public inquiry, as we've heard, into the government's response to COVID-19 to begin immediately. We owe it to the families that this happens. The COVID-19 public inquiry should be a landmark event in our nation's history. Oh, I certainly will.
Well, and can I thoroughly endorse the remarks he is making that underlines the importance of giving settlement to the aggrieved and bereaved. That's a very important role for a public inquiry. But would you also agree with me that this vast task that the public inquiry will represent needs to be segmented, and there are urgent bits that need to be done now and other bits that could be done later? And would he join with me in perhaps working with some select committees to come up with some terms of reference for which parts of the inquiry should start now that would not disrupt what the government needs to carry on doing at this very pressured time, but would start the learning process on what is urgent?
The Right Honourable Member, I think, makes a very good point, that a sensible debate can and should take place on how the inquiry, commencing immediately, is then conducted in stages. And so it surely must be the case that the first priority is the learning of lessons from what's gone wrong in terms of avoiding that and in future and seeing yet more people die needlessly. So I think that approach is a sensible one, and that should form part of the debate going forward as to exactly how the public inquiry is conducted. Over the past year, the country has experienced tragedy and human suffering on a scale not seen since the Second World War. No one could have imagined that 130,000 lives would be lost to this terrible virus, which has turned whole lives upside down as family and friends mourn the loss of loved ones. And that is why this debate matters and why a public inquiry is so important. All members across the House will have heard heartbreaking stories from their constituents over the past 18 months, like from Jane, who quite simply says, "I want to know why my dad and sister died. What were the mistakes that were made?" And she always says, "How can we ensure that no one else in future suffers the loss that I have suffered?" It's absolutely vital, therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the COVID-19 public inquiry has the confidence of the bereaved families such as Jane. The committee's report is a vital contribution to making sure that the government gets the process right. In the time since the report was published, the government has announced a public inquiry will take place. However, this should not be reason to be relaxed, because I'm afraid the government's approach thus far to the inquiry falls far short of what the committee recommends should be expected. As a consequence, the government risks the trust and confidence of the bereaved families if they do not place them at the heart of the process going forward, more about which I will say later on. I wish to focus on three key areas highlighted by the report, and frankly where the government's approach is lacking. First, the timetable for the inquiry to begin. Second, the selection of the chair and terms of reference. Third, the implementation of the inquiry's recommendations. On that first point, the government have set a timetable for the inquiry to commence in the spring of next year. That is simply too far away. Everyone understands the challenges the country has had to face during the first wave, but the government's failure to learn from the lessons of the first wave has already left us with an even more tragic second wave during last winter, with too many lost lives and our stretched economy under even more strain. And then this spring we've had the debacle of the borders policy with the Delta variant sweeping through the country and a third wave developing with cases now rocketing. It is therefore critical that we learn the lessons that need to be learnt now. The government cannot kick the can down the road to next spring. I stress again, in stages going forward at the next stages. Now, we know the government have conducted internal lessons learned reviews. What are these reviews? Why won't they publish them? What is there to hide? The committee recommends that such in-house assessments by government departments should be handed to the relevant select committees and the summaries also made public, and that has got to be right. Surely on a matter so important to the future preparedness of the nation to rise to the challenge of coronavirus, the government should publish these reviews now. I now turn to the selection of the chair and the terms of reference of the inquiry. Paragraph 24 of the committee's report is clear that the setting up of the inquiry secretariat and administrative functions must begin, I quote, immediately. I quote, delaying the setup will inevitably delay the inquiry's ability to start work in earnest. The committee is absolutely right. I completely agree, and we have been clear that the work must commence now. And it must also be transparent and in consultation with the bereaved families. Just how long does the government expect the families to wait for this process to begin? As another of the family members have said to me, Jack, justice delayed is justice denied. We, the bereaved families, deserve better than this. Now, I understand why the government does not wish to redirect officials and frontline staff on a wholesale basis from the work of combating the pandemic. But surely the consultation with the bereaved families and other stakeholders on the selection of the inquiry chair, its secretariat and terms of reference can and should begin now. The committee highlights that consultation with the bereaved families could make, and I quote, a significant contribution to the inquiry. I absolutely agree. The House therefore will want to hear from the Minister on how much progress has been made on consulting the bereaved families on these matters. Yesterday, the COVID-19 Bereaved Families for Justice campaign, dozens came to London, heartbreaking to walk down row upon row of photographs of loved ones who had died. They wanted to bring home the impact upon them, the relatives, the bereaved, but what they also wanted in telling their often heartbreaking stories was, why is it that no one is talking to us? In the words of one mother whose grandmother died, she said, why is it they're not talking to us? Why is it that the government has not contacted relatives organisations, and in particular the COVID-19 Bereaved Families for Justice, to start to engage in a dialogue going forward at the next stages? It is inexplicable and absolutely unacceptable. I share, therefore, the concern of the relatives over the foot-dragging by ministers who have in the past avoided repeated mistakes to meet with the bereaved families and hear their concerns. If I can just give an example that I've been engaged in personally. Before resigning, the former Health Secretary was good enough to agree at the dispatch box to meet with the families from Birmingham last December. Yet not once did he or his office actually contact them or me, despite numerous phone calls and emails from us. Not once to make the arrangements, having therefore lifted the expectations of dozens of relatives that they would be at last involved in dialogue and consultation. The door was shut in their face. I hope that when the Minister responds, that she can give a clear assurance that the bereaved families will be consulted with on the chair and terms of reference of the inquiry, and now. Finally, there is the question of implementation of the inquiry's recommendations. I think the honourable member from a thorough and a very powerful contribution. There was also the point that was made in relation to Bishop Jones and the Hillsborough inquiries and the mistakes that were made in finally fully exposing the truth as to what happened was a point very, very well made indeed. We cannot let this be a public inquiry whose recommendations are quietly shelved or swept under the carpet. The national trauma that the country has endured for the past year demands more. Despite the crisis last year, this country has achieved great things, but a decade, I have to say this, of austerity weakened the foundations of our country and undermined our national defences against the pandemic. So we cannot simply go back to business as usual when the pandemic subsides. Lessons must be learned. The government should therefore make a clear commitment to actively engage, both to set up the inquiry and then to engage with the inquiry going forward at the next stages. It's only by beginning the inquiry that we can learn those lessons, serious lessons, to avoid future tragedies. Without that, we cannot build a better future for our country, built on the strength and resilience we tapped into to get through the hardest of times. Only then can we be ready for whatever challenges come next. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, may I refer to those who, once again, who should be at the heart of the COVID-19 public inquiry, those who died and their families. Honourable and right honourable members across the House have been meeting with bereaved families over the past year. For me, I have to say those meetings have been some of the most difficult and emotional I have ever been involved in. The families simply want to know why their loved ones died and why when many should not have, and for the right lessons to be learnt so that no one else should have to suffer the loss that they have. This is on their part a noble aim, and one that the government must rise to meet in the setting up of the public inquiry. We owe nothing less to the bereaved families.
Thank you, and congratulations, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have come to this dispatch box to answer many debates about the pandemic, and I think it has always been right to start by thinking of all those who have lost so much, who have been through such pain and distress in this cruel pandemic, which has even denied people the ability to grieve properly. And although there are many purposes to inquiries, certainly trying to, as chairman of the Hillsborough inquiry ably stated, they are a stepping stone to closure for those families, although the right honourable gentleman opposite is right to point out they will bring no comfort for their loss. And I think it is incredibly important that we place those individuals and others, for example, NHS and care staff, who have given so much during this crisis, at the absolute heart of the inquiry. And I know, having been my privilege to be the sponsoring minister for the infected blood inquiry since February 2020, how that can be done really well. And of course, I've just announced the compensation study, which will involve, it's currently going on, a consultation with those affected and infected on the terms of reference for that study. That is how we do things, and I think it would, I would give people comfort by saying, look at how we do these very sensitive inquiries, look at how we know we can do them really well, and we want to do this inquiry really well, and we will place them at the heart of it. I want to answer the many points that have been raised by honourable members, and just also put on record my thanks to the Backbench Business Committee for this debate, all honourable and right honourable members who've made contributions, and the Chair and the committee for their work, and my right honourable friend for opening this debate this afternoon. Clearly, the government agrees with the committee on the fact that there needs to be a statutory inquiry, and my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, confirmed this in a statement to this House on the 12th of May. The public inquiry will be established on a statutory basis with full powers under the Inquiries Act. Several members have raised the issue of the timing on the inquiry, and I agree with many of the comments that have been made. We want to do this as swiftly as possible, but not at the detriment to the pandemic response. And I think it has been recognised by several members this afternoon that this would place a significant burden on the whole of government, on our scientific advisors, on our NHS and many others. But clearly, although we want to start the inquiry in spring, and I hope on that timetable, given what I've said about the work that needs to be done to set it up, I will also be able to give honourable members some comfort this afternoon about the fact that this will start very shortly. But of course, we don't want to wait for that before commencing other work, as my right honourable friend, the chairman of the liaison committee, has suggested. We need to learn lessons now to enable us to continually improve our response, not just to this particular crisis, but also other threats that may be out there. And we have continually learned, not just in government, but also ably supported by the excellent work of this House and its committees, as well as the National Audit Office and many others. We're already taking important steps in improving our resilience, which is why last week we launched the Call for Evidence to inform the development of a new resilience strategy. That call for evidence starts a proper national debate about what effective resilience should mean for us all, and will allow us to move towards a whole-of-society approach to resilience and build resilience into our everyday lives. I will happily give way.
I'm most grateful to her. And I'm fully aware that the government is learning lessons as quickly as possible. But the government is underpowering its ability to strengthen public confidence, that this looks just like, too much like the ordinary activity of government. For example, if this call for evidence was going to be independently assessed, not by a statutory inquiry, but at least by an independent chair supported by a panel of independent people, and a report was going to be compiled more independently than just a government white paper, and that they would be able to take evidence from victims and others who participated in the inquiry, in the crisis, not necessarily government ministers and government scientists. But wouldn't that actually strengthen public confidence, that there was an element of independence injected into the process, and it would strengthen public confidence that things were being done that the public is not aware of, which would strengthen their confidence?
With the thrust of what my right honourable friend says, and leaving the inquiry to aside at the moment, the call for evidence, and indeed all the work that we have done with improving the risk register, but also the risk assessment tools that we have, because we recognise we need to reform the methodology that sits behind it, are with external partners. So, for example, on the risk assessment, we are using various external stakeholders with engineering skills, for example, to actually kick the tyres on our methodology. And it will be much more open and consultative than any previous process. But clearly the inquiry itself needs to, and I will come on to the how it could be established, but many members have commented on having a panel, which clearly some inquiries have taken that model, and I think that is that is a very good point, and one that I know my colleagues are listening to. We haven't rested on those findings. We have established many things to improve our response. I will just go into this in slightly more detail, as I know many members have raised these points. We've established a joint organisational learning system, jointly managed by the Emergency Services Interoperability Principles Team and the Civil Contingencies Secretariat. We've established the UK Health Security Agency, which was established in April of this year. We have a new situation centre. We have the Boardman reports, the first of which set out 28 recommendations that the department is committed to implementing in full. The second report, obviously a wider review, has identified a further 28 recommendations for improvements to procurement in government. We're also steadfast in our commitment to intensify international cooperation as well, and obviously we want to also reflect on the central role that the WHO has played over the pandemic and in achieving resilient health care systems. We're seeking to implement improvements to systems and processes so that we're better prepared for any future crisis, whether it's a health issue or any other. And those improvements need to be embedded into the development of new capabilities, such as the Situation Centre or the launch of the Catastrophic Emergency Planning Programme. I just want to also touch on those in the front line, and particularly local resilience forums. There's been a huge amount of learning that has gone on, and we are currently funding a pilot to build capacity in local resilience forums. They are in the front line. They should be in the driving seat for local decisions, and we want to build their capacity in that respect. I very much welcome the committee's conclusions, but also other members of the House who have said that the inquiry should be forward-looking and primarily focused on improving policy. I know that many are in agreement on that. And then with regard to the chair, we have heard that the committee recommended the government give proper consideration to a non-judicial chair. There are many ways that this could be set up. There could be a panel to sit alongside the chair. I think what is critical is that there is a genuine breadth of experience, and whilst not wanting to slow the inquiry down, we really do need it to be led and supported by people who have that expertise. The government is extremely grateful to the committee and this House for their thoughtful considerations on these issues. I hope that some of what I have said this afternoon may provide reassurance to all those who have been affected by these terrible events, retaining their confidence, and actually the confidence of all who have been involved in this crisis is vital if we are going to get a good result on this inquiry. And in closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would also say that we'll be working with the devolved administrations in this regard, and I want to wish all members of this. I will give way if I have time.
The Minister just said in his welcome about the importance of engagement with the families. Will the Minister agree to meet with the COVID-19 Bereaved Families for Justice campaign?
I would be happy to meet with anyone who has been affected by this. I'm not the sponsoring minister for this inquiry, but I have always found in my engagement with victims of the inquiries that I am the sponsoring minister from. They are incredibly helpful engagements in making sure that we are doing the right thing. I can give him those reassurances. I may not be the minister that would be most beneficial for them to meet, but certainly he has my assurances and my commitment to ensure that this inquiry is the best it can be.
Who is the sponsoring minister?
So at the moment it is the Prime Minister who is the sponsoring minister. Clearly he will want to delegate some functions to other ministers. I tend to do a lot of this work in the Cabinet Office, and I stand ready to play my part, but the Prime Minister himself is taking the lead, and I think that's very understandable given the nature of this inquiry. I will close, Madam Deputy Speaker, having taken a little more time, and just wish all colleagues well for the recess.
Jackie Dale-Price to wind up.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank everyone who's contributed this afternoon to the debate. I think there was a great degree of consensus that we all want this inquiry to be very much focused on learning lessons, and I guess the real issue of contention is timing more than anything else, and that just reflects the tension of, you know, doing the job properly and thoroughly, and the tension in making timely reflections so that we can act quickly. But I think I'd just like to associate myself with the comments from my right honourable friend, the member for Harwich and North Essex. Really, we need to focus on the outcome of this inquiry to get it right, and the outcome has got to be confidence from the public that we have learned those lessons, and confidence across the system that we have taken steps to make sure that we deal with all these issues more effectively in future. And in that regard, I do welcome the tone with which my right honourable friend the Minister has addressed the issues we've considered today, and I hope that very much reflects the way the government takes this forward, because, you know, it will take time for the inquiry to get up and running. So the sooner we can actually get on with making the appointments and the approach, in actual fact, there'll be some considerable time before it starts to impact on those parts of the government which are dealing with the pandemic now. So I just hope we'll be able to reflect on that again in due course.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. I'm suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable the necessary arrangements for the next business to be made. Order. Order.
Deputy Speaker.
Point of order, Mary Rimmer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In light of the recent dramatic developments of the Rugby League World Cup, of Australia and New Zealand pulling out of the competition, will the Minister come to this chamber to make a statement?
I thank the honourable member who raises an interesting point and gave me prior notice. But I have not been given a notice of the government making a statement, but there is time yet. And I have to say, I never thought that I'd see the day when we see rugby union players look tougher than rugby league players. Yet we have the situation where rugby union are sending players here, but Australia and New Zealand seem to have bottled it. Perhaps they are afraid of the competition. However, I thank you for that point of order, which is now on the record for all to see, including those in New Zealand and Australia. We now come to the general debate on matters to be raised before the forthcoming adjournment. Ian Mearns to move virtually, and I should advise the House that there will be a 3-minute time limit on the backbench speeches after the opening speech. Ian Mearns.
I'm very grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I add my congratulations to you. And at this juncture, I would normally be sitting at home or sitting in a chamber watching and hoping that someone's going to thank the Backbench Business Committee for facilitating the debate, but that hardly seems appropriate in my case. Madam Deputy Speaker, Dunstan coal staiths in my constituency of Gateshead are at over 600 metres long, a huge timber construction dating from 1893. They were significantly renovated for the Gateshead Garden Festival in 1990, where they were on show for all to see and really looked splendid. Sadly, in recent years, they've been subject to several arson attacks, and they are a significant monument to Tyneside and the coal industry's industrial heritage. From this structure, as much as 140,000 tonnes of coal per week were shipped to places further afield, along with coke from the coking works at Norwood in Team Valley and Redcliffe gas works nearby. So when someone says the phrase, that would be like taking coals to Newcastle, they actually probably mean Gateshead. But at almost 130 years old, the Dunstan staiths are a spectacular part of our industrial heritage and need to be rebuilt and refurbished. Local fundraising efforts are heroic, but are hardly scratching the surface to repair the damage. The staiths should be rebuilt and maintained properly, but that will take government support to do so properly. And I really do look forward to the day when I can meet the DCMS Minister to discuss how we're going to do that for this important industrial structure. Earlier this week, my attention was drawn, Madam Deputy Speaker, to a letter to the Chancellor written with extreme concern about the proposal to withdraw the £20 per week uplift to universal credit, which will impact disastrously on 34% of all working-age households across the northeast of England, where households are already languishing well below the national averages for individual and household income. This letter was signed by, amongst others, 9 Chief Executive Officers of Citizens Advice Bureau in the North East region, the Director of the North East Child Poverty Commission, the Bishop of Durham, the Regional Secretary of the TUC, the Chief Executive of the North East Chamber of Commerce. Their appeal should be heeded, or the slogan of levelling up start to ring very hollow indeed amongst the poorer people of the North East of England. Madam Deputy Speaker, last year's stalled takeover of Newcastle United was hoped would rescue the club from the clutches of the current owner, Mike Ashley, and it has led to that issue being referred to arbitration. Many of my constituents who are Newcastle fans have contacted me and other colleagues desperate for a positive outcome. Sadly, we heard earlier this week that the arbitration hearing has been adjourned until early 2022, with the proposed takeover already having gone on for 15-16 months. And meanwhile, Richard Masters, the Chief Executive Officer of the Premier League, it seems, has point-blank refused to answer questions, severely calling into question the Premier League's transparency, integrity and capacity to act honestly on behalf of their main customers, the fans of clubs across the country. The role of the Premier League's administrators took in the disgraceful Operation Big Picture and the proposal supported by 6 clubs to help form a European Super League has also raised questions about who the administrators of the English Premier League are actually in reality working for. And again, it is clearly not football fans, the paying customer. Madam Deputy Speaker, the fan-led review of football governance is underway. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so let us not spurn it. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the pandemic, I'm afraid to say, particularly here in the northeast of England at the moment, has not gone away. We currently have in my own constituency hospital, the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, over 50 patients who are COVID positive, and sadly, in the 7 days up to the 15th of July, 4 sadly died. Currently, in the northeast, we have between 600 and 1,000 people per 100,000 population who are testing positive in every area of the LA7 area, Northumberland, Durham and Tyne and Wear constituency areas. So can I urge my constituents and the people of the North East not to do what they can or what they are told to do, but to do what they should do and help keep themselves, their families and their communities safe. And can I urge all members and all staff across the House to stay safe and please have a good summer. You all deserve it. Thank you very much.
The question is that this House has considered matters to be raised before the forthcoming adjournment. And I call by video Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and a pleasure to follow my honourable friend, the member for Gateshead and the chairman of the Backbench Business Committee. Before we rise for the summer recess, I think it's important that we cover a number of particular issues. First, for those that follow these debates, no speech from me is complete without mentioning Stanmore Station. I'm pleased to say that the planning application by the Mayor of London is coming before Harrow Council's Planning Committee on Monday, where he wants to build thousands of flats on the car park and remove car parking spaces for commuters. I'm pleased to say that the officers of Harrow Council have recommended refusal, and I trust that the councillors of Harrow will turn down this ridiculous application and indeed call on the Mayor of London to withdraw all these plans for removing car parks across London. There's a similar application which was refused for Cannons Park Station, which of course now will be in a position whereby it could go to appeal, having been turned down by the Planning Committee earlier on. But before we move on, there are some international issues and local issues in Parliament that I would just wish to raise. First is, of course, the election in Iran of the mass murderer Ibrahim Raisi as president. He needs to be brought to justice at the International Criminal Court, and I call on the Foreign and Commonwealth Office to make representations to make that happen. Secondly, I've been told today that the Equitable Life All-Party Parliamentary Group that I co-chair with the member for Leeds North East has now reached 297 members. This is the longest running scandal that the government's having to deal with. I call on the government to come up with the £2.6 billion that has been promised to the Equitable Life policyholders to fully compensate them. Now, I've been a champion for the homeless over my time in Parliament, and I'm delighted that this week we've launched the report from the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Ending Homelessness on the need to continue with Housing First and assist those that have no roof over their heads, but equally need a network of support and help. Equally, I chair the All-Party Group for Action on Smoking and Health, and we've launched our report that says, at the moment, unless the government takes action, we will not achieve a smoke-free 2030. So I call on the government to implement the recommendations that we've made from that report. Equally, in the autumn, we'll consider the Building Safety Bill, and I look forward to appropriate amendments coming forward to enable that bill to be passed into law and protecting the leaseholders. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope that this will be the last time that I have to address the House virtually, and I look forward to coming back physically in September. But I would like to wish in particular all the people from the virtual team who've done such a magnificent job enabling me to participate in these debates. So this is Captain Bob signing off to ground control.
Emma Lewis. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Throughout this pandemic, we've seen the government award almost £1.5 billion to Tory friends and donors, send COVID patients into care homes, leading to thousands of deaths, fail to equip our heroic health service with adequate PPE, then deny them a fair pay rise, roll back on manifesto promises to pensioners, to our armed forces and on foreign aid, deny refuge to children fleeing conflict and persecution, repeatedly ignore the crisis in adult and children's social care, exclude 3 million people from financial support and be shamed into feeding hungry children, silence any dissent and clamp down on freedom of speech, proposing to jail journalists who print the truth whilst disenfranchising millions from voting in the future. And just recently, we heard the Prime Minister tell us all We need to just simply accept more people are going to die. If anyone isn't deeply frightened or concerned about the trajectory the government are taking our country in, they have not been paying attention. Yet in spite of them, we have seen communities like mine in South Shields do the exact opposite. In the pandemic, we have fundraised and delivered food and essentials to our friends, neighbours and wider community. Stuart Hatton provided online ballroom dancings. Stevie Sullivan held story time with Stevie. Charlotte Lana Min delivered free curries to people every single night. South Shields Volunteer Life Brigade, WIST and North East Animal Rights kept on keeping on volunteering. South Tyneside Council staff, my amazing team and other key workers went above and beyond every single day. Our Port of Tyne secured us as the base for the biggest offshore wind farm in the world. Richmond and West Road taxis offered free taxi transport to the elderly and vulnerable people to help them shop for essential supplies. Our pharmacists filled the gap left when GP surgeries were shut, and they made sure that essential medication was delivered across the constituency. Madam Deputy Speaker, communities across the country, including mine in South Shields, have shown the absolute best of our country. My constituents make me proud every single minute of every day, but I have never felt more proud of them than I have done throughout this pandemic. So I have a simple message to the government. Do better, be more like South Shields.
Sir David Amy.
Before the House adjourns for the summer recess, there are a number of points I wish to raise. There should be no disparity in care costs between private self-payers and council-placed residents. No one should have to give up their family home to pay for care. Political parties should agree on a way forward. Too often, new housing developments do not allow for the immediate accompanying infrastructure to be built alongside making housing more accessible for people with disabilities. I am pleased that the government is at last reviewing building regulations. There are significant costs that are created by switching from a gas to an electric boiler. The cost of environmentally friendly alternatives needs to be assessed if we are going to meet our target of net zero carbon emissions by 2050. We should look into using tidal power. My constituents are worried about their safety due to jet skis in the water. They must be used and managed responsibly. We urgently need to reduce the production of plastic-used plastic to cut the amount of waste we export abroad that eventually we use in landfill. And I'm very much looking forward to proposed amendments to the Environment Bill, which will see the government publish a plan by September 2022 to reduce sewage discharge from storm overflows. As part of the celebrations for the Platinum Jubilee of Her Majesty the Queen, Southend will be bursting into leaf. Many trees will be donated by the Embassy of the Maldives, and a local businesswoman, Mrs Barbara Coxall, she'll also be donating some, and they will grace our parks, schools and churches. The United Kingdom will be the first country in Europe to ban the live export of animals for slaughter, and I look forward to seeing a ban on cages as well. I've been contacted by a constituent expressing his concerns with the way his case was dealt with by the Pension Ombudsman. It seems that there is not currently an effective system to make a complaint regarding the conduct of this body. We should change all that. One of my constituents, Angela Greenwood, has written a book which explores the development of a thoughtful, understanding relationship based upon approach to working with vulnerable children. The contents of this book could not be more relevant in the light of the coronavirus pandemic. Last month, I helped launch the public appeal for a permanent memorial to the great late Vera Lynn in Dover. A memorial is the very least that we can do for this wonderful woman. I urge everyone to turn to the Just Giving page and give whatever they can afford. As chairman of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for the Olympics and Paralympics, I join with everyone in wishing our athletes every success. Congratulations to my constituent Kelly Swain on completing a wing walk last month. She raised over £20,000 for a charity called Now is the Time for Change, and she's now planning for a parachute jump next year. And we mustn't forget the centenary of the Royal British Legion September. And of course, we must make Southend a city.
Lillian Greenwood.
Madam Deputy Speaker. In May, East Midlands Railway promised passengers in Nottingham and many other East Midlands constituencies that the new timetable represented an exciting new chapter for train services in the region and significant new benefits to the communities we serve, helping people get to work and enjoy their leisure time It was a timely and welcome boost to our local economies. After just 4 weeks, services beset by cancellations and delays, the train operator, with the blessing of DfT ministers, withdrew the new timetable, leaving us with fewer trains and worse services, just as people were starting to return to public transport. These services may not be restored until December. East Midlands Railway will rightly be penalised for failing to deliver the promised timetable from mid-May to mid-June, but seem to be set to get away with leaving my constituents with an inadequate timetable for the next 6 months. Why are ministers not standing up for passengers' interests, particularly when this government put up fares by more than the rate of inflation in the middle of an economic downturn? The operator will blame others for the reduced timetable, but I'm afraid these problems are largely of their own making. I've been astonished to hear from railway staff across the region who are completely demoralised, not least because they're the ones who, having worked on the front line throughout the pandemic, now face angry passengers complaining about the timetable. Why aren't ministers holding East Midlands Railway to account? What's the point of allowing the private sector to run our rail services when they do such a poor job?
Exactly.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the East Midlands has suffered decades of underinvestment in our rail network. Successive Conservative governments have promised big but delivered little. Midland Main Line electrification was promised in 2015, 2017 and 2019, only to be paused, delayed and scrapped after the election campaigns were over. The Transport Decarbonisation Plan promises a rolling programme of electrification. Midland Main Line must be top of the list. But when will we actually get the cleaner, greener, quieter, faster, more reliable electric trains we need? Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, can the Minister confirm or deny rumours that the HS2 Eastern Leg, including the East Midlands Station at Toton, is about to be kicked into the long grass? This is the litmus test of the government's levelling up agenda, and we will not stand in the East Midlands for being failed again. Can I just take this final opportunity, Madam Deputy Speaker, to wish everyone a very happy summer recess. And if you get the chance to visit the newly refurbished Nottingham Castle, I urge you to do so. Thank you.
Dr. Liam Fox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Having had the chance to digest it overnight, there was much to welcome in the Government's Building Safety Bill unveiled yesterday, and I'd like to thank my constituents in Portishead for taking part in the consultation. It seems that their voices were listened to. I particularly welcome the fact there will be no EWS1 form for buildings under 18 metres, increased duties on developers, construction companies, building owners and managers. Those who create the problems should pay to sort them out. I welcome the increased right of redress for shoddy workmanship extending to 15 years and the increased right of building owners and leaseholders to seek redress through the Building Safety Regulator. I also welcome the potential for binding arbitration to avoid disputes going to court. We will look for the details of this in the further passage of the bill, but redress must not be determined by those who can afford to go to lawyers. The issue remains, however, about the bills that are still dropping through letterboxes to my constituents today. And even if the abuse of systems such as Waking Watch are addressed, we need to look at how to compensate leaseholders through the money already allocated by the government. We in North Somerset will also be paying close attention to the forthcoming planning bill. I will be looking to see that there is continued, if not increased, protection for the Green Belt. Green Belt serves 5 purposes according to the planning guidelines, including to check the unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas, to prevent neighbouring towns merging into one another, and to assist in safeguarding the countryside from encroachment. In North Somerset, the application to build on the Green Belt at Chapelpool Lane will be seen by residents over our whole county as an indication of the Council's approach, and I will not hesitate to ask the Secretary of State to call this application in if it seems that our Rainbow Coalition Council is intent on vandalising the Green Belt in clear breach of their election promises. We will also be looking in the planning bill to see if there are proposals on build-out, and right across the House many people feel it's a scandal that big companies are building up land banks, then not building the houses for which they have permission, leading to the Planning Inspectorate instruction councils to release more land for building. This catch-22 has to end, and with all due respect to the government, I would suggest to them that no build-out clause equals no bill. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, in wishing everyone a happy recess and a safe recess, can I say how much I'm looking forward to coming back to a normal Parliament in the autumn. Despite all the best efforts of those involved, this Parliament has not held the government to account in the way that it should, and the government needs to be held to account, and it will be wonderful when we get back to having the length of time to develop arguments greater than the attention span of the average CBeebies viewer.
And by video link, John Cryer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to address, like everybody else, a number of local issues or issues that affect my constituents in the limited time I have available. First of all, this was touched on earlier on by the previous speaker, actually, the cladding issue. I've been contacted by more than 150 constituents, which actually means probably nearer 300. Since many of them are families who've been affected by the cladding scandal. A number of blocks in my constituency are entirely excluded from the government's building safety fund due to their height, and individuals face, like many individuals across the country, bills of £15,000 to £20,000 to correct safety defects. Even with the government's loan scheme, these bills will be charged against the property and therefore make it very difficult to sell when the people living there choose or have to do so. I know of buildings put up within the last few years in my constituency where materials were not compliant with the current legislation or with the previous legislation, but evidence is very scant due to the buildings inspectorate being cut or in some cases being privatised. I'd also like to ask, as well as for help for leaseholders, that RSLs, registered social landlords, receive help from the government in pursuing those builders, because at the present they're struggling to do so. Second issue I want to raise is that of sick pay. Quarter of workers who receive SSP, and there are a lot on SSP, statutory sick pay at the moment, are on the lowest rate of £96 a week. In my constituency in East London, that is a very, very low rate when housing costs and other costs are very, very high. 1 in 12 workers are key workers who are on the scheme, and that includes carers, retail workers and teaching assistants, just the sort of people I represent. For instance, in Waltham Forest, one of the boroughs I represent, there are 4,200 people working in the care sector. In Redbridge, that figure is nearly 8,000. Just the sort of people who are subject to COVID, just the sort of people who are subject to injury, so just the sort of people who will end up on SSP. That's why I'm supporting the TUC campaign and the campaign by other unions to abolish the lower limit and put people on SSP on the present low limit on the living wage of £320 per week. The last issue I'd like to raise is that of overflying, which is an environmental issue. City of London Airport have got plans to expand, which will now be taken up, I fear, so we'll face increased overflying and increased pollution, noise pollution and other pollution. But more generally, I've got to say, we cannot carry on simply dumping more and more pollutants into the atmosphere while more and more planes are put up there. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, in a rush, I'd like to thank all the hard work of the many staff in Parliament who've made the past year and a half more bearable and more workable, and to wish everybody a happy and safe recess. Thank you.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't pretend to emulate the member for the City of Southend, but I'll do a quick scoot around a number of issues. And talking about scooting, I'm getting issues from constituents about e-scooters, and I hope that when the transport ministers review the regulations around the use of these modes of transport, that they will consider particularly vulnerable pedestrians. Speaking as the treasurer of the all-party group for Heritage Railways, could I draw attention to a report published a few days ago about the impact of Heritage Railways on tourism? If you've got a steam railway, particularly a steam railway in your constituency, get the visitors out there and supporting them. And don't forget that when you're passing environmental regulations, they do need a bit of coal to keep them in steam. A couple of weeks ago, I met representatives from the Royal National Institute for the Blind, And I think they made some particularly important points about the changes that they'd like to the voting system that would enable the blind and partially sighted to fully participate and to maintain the secrecy of their vote. Turning to constituency issues, Madam Deputy Chairman, I'm pleased to say that the Humber Ports got free port status. Indeed, we scored high in every category, and the advantages to the area are already being seen. We're having increased investment and more inquiries. It's absolutely vital that the government don't lose sight of the ambitions on this. Let's be real free marketeers on this issue. Turning to levelling up and the town deals and so on, fortunately the Greater Grimsby town deal that includes my constituency was established 3 or 4 years ago. And I can assure members that are involved in the levelling up agenda and so on, that these deals and all the associated issues connected with levelling up can be a great success story for our constituencies. The criticisms of levelling up I don't think are fair at the moment, because of course the reality is every area is different, and these deals have got to be tailor-made for specific areas. Turning to the planning changes that are coming up, the local plan is going to be absolutely crucial, but the reality is that people don't know about what local plans are. I've got a particular scheme that affects my constituency, the Western Relief Road in North East Lincolnshire. It's been in the local plan for many years, but the reality is only now that we're talking about the possibility of determining the route as it got through to people. And devolution, we want 3 unitary authorities to cover the county of Lincolnshire. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, thanks to all, both within the House and to within my constituency, who've been involved in fighting the pandemic. They've done a fantastic job. Thank you.
Dawn Butler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, during the last 18 months, it has been a tale of the good, the bad and the ugly. The good in that the people of Brent and elsewhere have joined together to form mutual aid groups. Religions have come together and found common ground, and strangers are now firm friends. The bad in this government's catastrophic handling of the pandemic, the mixed messages, corruption in plain sight, and the authoritarian laws and erosion of our democracy. And the ugly. Racism has reared its ugly head in society, spurred on by government reports and the hyping up of the culture war and the war on woke. And whilst the NHS was coping with 130,000 people dying from the pandemic, the Prime Minister was making his mates rich. Cronyism is rife, old chums are given jobs regardless of their skill set, and some a little bit on the side. This has been one big experiment for this corrupt, authoritarian, racist enabling government, and I'm not scared, Madam Deputy Speaker, of saying it like it is. The government said we need to talk about class, so let's do it. Let's call it out, this toxic elitism once and for all. Highlight Byline Times, Good Law Project, Novara Media, Open Democracy, Amnesty, Liberty, all exposing the government, and the government's response is to spend public money defending the indispensable. Finding how there's no money for the NHS staff, but £1 billion of COVID contracts have been awarded to Conservative donors. Ministers were not involved, we were told, but then Good Law Project exposed emails from the Prime Minister's advisers and the Home Secretary lobbying for money. This corrupt authoritarian approach of the government would be condemned and investigated if it was happening anywhere else in the world. The 1% believe they owe nothing to society. They don't believe in the NHS because they don't support it. But this week I spoke to oral youth writer Manuel Nadim. She wrote, "Let anti-racism be both common logic and law. May we have more accountability than apologies. May performative placeholders posts be followed by policy. When the future arrives, let the minimum wage be the living wage. Let survival be birthright. And when the poor cannot pay with anything else, let us not ask them to pay with their lives." Madam Deputy Speaker, poor people in our country have paid with their lives because the Prime Minister spent the last 18 months misleading this House and the country. Peter Stefanik from the CWU has over 27 million views on his online, and let me tell you some of them. He highlights that the Prime Minister said the economy has grown by 73%. It's just not true. Reinstated nurses bursary, just not true. There wasn't an app working anywhere in the world, just isn't true. Tories invested forbidden in the NHS. Not true. The Prime Minister said we have severed the link between infection and serious disease and death. Not only is this not true, Madam Deputy Speaker, but it is dangerous, and it's dangerous to lie in the pandemic. And I'm disappointed that the Prime Minister has not come to the House to correct the record and to correct the fact that he has lied to this House and the country over and over again.
Order. I'm sure that the member will reflect on her words just then, perhaps correct the record.
Madam Deputy Speaker, what would you rather, a weakened leg or a severed leg? You know, at the end of the day, the Prime Minister has lied to this House time and time again. And it's funny that we get in trouble in this place for calling out the lie rather than the person lying.
Order, order, order. Order. Can you please reflect on your words and withdraw your remarks?
Deputy Speaker, I've reflected on my words, and somebody needs to tell the truth in this House that the Prime Minister has lied.
Under the power given me by Standing Order number 43, I order the member to withdraw immediately from the House for the remainder of the day's sitting. I call Tom Randall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On perhaps a slightly lighter note, I hope that before the House adjourns today, we can celebrate the colourful display that we can currently see in Parliament Square. Tomorrow is historic British County Flags Day. It's been celebrated for some days now, and in Parliament Square are the flags of the historic counties of England, Scotland and Wales. The flags on display span the nation and also time. We can see old flags like the St Piran's Cross of Cornwall, the Warren Checks of Surrey, which dates from the 13th century, and also some more modern designs. And many of those modern designs are thanks to work by charities such as the Association of British Counties and the Flag Institute. And I declare an interest as a former editor of the Flag Institute's magazine. And I know that people at that charity, like Graham Bartram and Philip Tibbets, have worked tirelessly to encourage community groups and individuals to design flags. And Philip Tibbets in particular, crisscrossing the country. And I congratulate him on his recent appointment as the honorary vexillologist to the Court of Lord Lyon. And one of the very good examples of a modern flag design is the flag of Nottinghamshire. It was designed following a competition organised by Andy Whittaker of BBC Radio Nottingham in 2011, and I'm pleased to see that a decade later, Leicestershire has finally caught up, and as the Vice Chair of the Flags and Heraldry All-Party Parliamentary Group, I was very pleased to be in Parliament Square this week to attend the first flag raising of the flag of Leicestershire in Parliament Square. But Leicestershire does not yet have its own day, and I'm very pleased that today Nottinghamshire County Council has voted unanimously for the 25th of August to be Nottinghamshire Day, and I look forward to seeing the flag of Nottinghamshire flying across the county and also in these Houses of Parliament, and I hope also across the country. So while we are forever one united kingdom, as we leave this place, I hope that we can admire the diversity of our country, return to our constituencies and see that all the best that there is in our counties, and I believe that the best of our counties are embodied in our county flags.
Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise today to reflect on what we've lost over the last year. For us in this House, it is the scrutiny, as the Honourable Member North Somerset highlighted, of the government, but it's also that direct face-to-face contact with constituents. And I've had the privilege of being out on my doorstep surgeries in recent weeks, and it has reminded me, not that I needed reminding, but I feel I should remind the House of the very real challenge in housing terms that so many of my constituents are facing. We have a government fuelling demand for housing through things like stamp duty holidays, but not doing enough, not anywhere near enough to increase supply. And in my borough, we have far too many people living in seriously overcrowded conditions, many who I've come to visit in recent weeks, some of whom I've known for some time because they've been living in that situation for a very long time. Many forced into temporary housing accommodation, where only 5 or 6 years ago you could say to someone they will be there 6 months and then you'll get a proper home. Now, often there for years at a time. One woman who was discharged from hospital with her baby to live
in a room with her husband and her toddler. Another woman living with her 7-year-old, a working woman with her 7-year-old off school, homeschooled, in a hostel room. And there are others who are outpriced, like the Homerton Hospital porter, who brings home net £1,300 per calendar month, pays for a room in a private rented house £550 a month. It was £400 until the pandemic hit and his landlady had to put the rent up. He rented a room for him and his daughter. When the rent went up to £550 a month, he could no longer afford that, which would have taken him over £1,000 a month. So they share a room. She, Madam Deputy Speaker, is 17 years old. He is embarrassed by this, but there is no prospect in his case because, although he is a health worker, he has no recourse to public funds because he's going through, legitimately and properly, the immigration system. But because he has no recourse to public funds, with that salary he could never afford to rent a property privately in London, would not qualify for housing benefit, and certainly would not qualify for the scarce social housing we have. And there's no prospect for many people of renting or owning their own home, with prices now £750,000 for a typical 2-bedroom property. I also want to raise the challenge of childcare, always an issue in terms of cost, but co-op providers that I know through my work as a Labour co-op MP and other childcare providers in Hackney and National are seeing huge absences now because of a ping by the app. Some cases of self-isolation in staff have increased by a third in the last week alone. So will they be on this little list that the government keeps promising, which, when I've just checked, is still not published, about key workers able to go back to work if they've got double vaccinations? Because the impact is not just on the setting and the business or the co-op, but the crisis is on children under 5 who are losing out, who are severely affected by this pandemic, and of course the impact on working parents. And I want just to pay tribute to the educationalists in my constituency who've done so much to keep young people educated. But we need to make sure that the catch-up is funded, and we cannot afford to leave a generation behind, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I hope the government rethinks and comes forward with a long-term plan for making sure that our young people are supported and to catch up on the education they've had to lose this year.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've spoken many times about my opposition to HS2, a project ripe for scrapping with post-COVID rail demand uncertain, the unbelievable and still ballooning cost, and further legs now deemed as unachievable. Worst of all with HS2 is the destruction it brings to my constituency, our environment, and the real day-to-day human misery its construction is bringing. Likewise, East West Rail, whilst a railway that enjoys broad support, brings similar disruption and destruction to Buckinghamshire. So, already burdened with the toll of these state infrastructure projects, surely the principles of basic fairness and of natural justice should exempt my constituents from any more big construction from government. But no. Despite a massive cry of opposition from the villages of Edgecott, Grendon Underwood, Steeple Claydon and others, concerns I have relayed to ministers on many occasions, the Ministry of Justice persist in their plans for a new prison adjacent to HMP Spring Hill and HMP Grendon. And I know how hard local residents, our parish councils and Buckinghamshire councillors like Angela Macpherson, Frank Mahan and Michael Rand have made the case against at consultation stage. And I pay particular thanks to Rod Baker, whose detailed analysis and presentations on why these proposals are so wrong has been second to none. But it seems, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the government's drive for a rapid increase in prison places has overridden our serious concerns. This new prison is proposed in a rural area, served by rural, often unclassified roads, roads that can't cope now, let alone with yet more construction traffic and thousands of vehicle movements once it's built. And the proposals would take existing green space. And so when planning reforms talk the language of brownfield first, surely government projects must walk the walk of brownfield development. There are plenty of brownfield sites this prison could be built. That's before we get on to all the other legitimate planning concerns, too many to mention in the time this afternoon. So as we depart for recess, Madam Deputy Speaker, my work will continue throughout the summer, working with my constituents to make the case for the planning application to be rejected. and I call on the government to think again, to introduce a new policy that exempts constituencies already struck with big infrastructure from any more. And I say it is not too late on this particular one. Let's find a different brownfield site and give Buckinghamshire a break.
Yeah.
John Trickett.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and it's a pleasure to see you in the chair, having helped me set up my parliamentary office 25 years ago, I think this month. So we're thinking about what will happen after COVID. A couple of my constituency recently asked me to raise the question in the House of why our area has been left behind. And it's not only my area, it's many other areas too. And we're not being left behind, we're being held back by successive policy failures. It's as plain as the nose on your face that this is now both an acute and a chronic problem for the whole country. And yet policymakers simply turned their backs for so many years on so many communities. There was rapid and unconstrained deindustrialisation, an economic system which generated colossal inequality. Just look at my constituency. The average wage, £5,500 per person, less than the national average. It's a scandal. 4,200 children in poverty. Food banks springing up everywhere. And it's not simply Hemsworth, is it? There are 14 million people now in poverty in our country, 7.5 million of which are in work. The worst regional inequalities of any advanced OECD country. Social mobility has come to an end. That's the government's own Social Mobility Commission, a class system which is now clearly ossified. In a 3-minute speech, I can only hint at the powerful processes which brought all this about, and I'll come back to these issues in the coming weeks. But our office has identified 7 interconnected processes: austerity, unconstrained markets, the dominance of finance over the economy, inadequate investment, globalisation, the domination of too much of the public sector, including the government itself by commercial interests, repeated attacks on organised labour leading to a reduction of the wage share as a proportion of the GDP. All of these together form a single neoliberal policy consensus embraced by the British establishment, which has done massive damage to our national interest. But suddenly they're talking about levelling up, as if someone somewhere just woke up to what's been happening in plain view for more than a decade. So what should we do? First, let me say to the government, market-led solutions are not a solution. They have been the problem. So is austerity. And their Towns Fund barely scratches the surface. It's purely empty sloganeering. And let me say now to my own front bench and to our leadership, social justice is right at the heart, as we know, all of us know, of Labour's DNA. But the country has drifted so far away from justice that it now requires big change. So let me say this, timidity will not deliver what's plainly now in the national interest. Only a radical and transformative politics in a dynamic campaigning party can lead to our national renewal. Nothing less will do.
Harris. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank some people in my constituency. Newbury Racecourse, that in January of this year threw open its doors and saw 33,000 people troop through them twice to get their vaccination. To Dr James Cave and Dr Elora Evans, who led the 8 GP surgeries who participated, and to Beverley Sunderland, John Cross, Tim Marston, Graham Stanley and Mike Howie, who led the volunteers, people from every walk of life, every corner of my constituency, who gave up their time to make things work like clockwork, and I want to put on record my thanks to them. I also want to pay tribute to Ruth Saunders, who isn't well known, but at the tender age of 104, she walked a marathon over consecutive days around the streets of Newbury, inspired, of course, by Captain Tom, and she raised £50,000 for the Thames Valley Air Ambulance. She's now actually 105, and next week I'll be presenting her with a Point of Lights Award from the Prime Minister. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the limited time I have, I'd like to talk about 2 environmental issues that affect my constituency, and the first of these concerns public transport. It is my ambition to secure a bus route that will link Newbury and Oxford, stopping at the Harwell Science Park, the Milton Business Park and many others which are significant employers, along the route. One of my favourite local anecdotes is about a farmer who many years ago used to have the brass neck to put a couple of his cows on the train at Didcot and take them off at Newbury. The sad thing about that story is that that train line is long gone. And so is the bus route that replaced it. There are now, I think at the Harwell Science Park, my honourable friend will correct me if I'm wrong, there are 10,000 jobs coming in the next few years. Talented apprentices from Newbury College are increasingly getting those jobs, but their only way of getting to work is to get 2 trains and a bus, which takes over an hour to go a distance of 14 miles, or, of course, to get in their cars. I would like to see a bus route, preferably hydrogen, in the next year that will be cheap, practical and environmentally friendly for Newbury's workers. And then finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have been working with the Honourable Member for Devizes on chalk streams, and particularly the River Kennet, which flows between our constituencies. And I have to say, it is so alarming to see the state that they're in and the effect of sewage and pollution and water extraction. And it is right to say that the damage that's being done to them now puts those precious streams and the habitats that they support at serious risk. So in the coming months, I will be working closely with DEFRA in advance of the Environment Bill when it comes back before this House to seek to resolve that. Thank you.
Stephen Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 3 minutes, I believe we've got. So there's so much that could be covered that I won't have time to do so. I could have covered universal credit and the government's shoddy handling of the £20 uplift and their desire to plunge people back into poverty. I could have talked about COVID, of course, and the government's sleaze and corruption when it comes to the multitude of contracts that have came out. If you're a friend or a family member of the government, you would, of course, been on the VIP list throughout the pandemic. I could have talked about Brexit and the destructive impact that that's having upon my constituency, the one constituency in the UK that's meant to be harder hit than any other in the United Kingdom. Indeed, I raised it earlier today with the Leader of the House in relation to a situation facing a business in my constituency and the export challenges that they are facing. It's gone from 3 days to export a good to almost 6 weeks. His answer, his shameful answer, ask the French about it. What an utter abdication of responsibility. Shame on him and shame on this government. But in real terms, the biggest issue, or perhaps the biggest issue of our times, is, of course, not just the pandemic, but climate change. And as a member for Aberdeen, it would be remiss of me not to talk about energy. Aberdeen has faced the triple whammy of COVID, of course, of Brexit, of course, but also an oil price crash. And it's painted into clear focus the challenge that is going to face my city moving forward. And what did the government do? Almost nothing. They had to be dragged kicking and screaming to deliver their North Sea transition deal. But where's the hydrogen strategy? Where's the commitment to a carbon capture and underground storage facility in the northeast of Scotland? Where is the desire to ensure that there is sufficient capacity within auction round 4 of the CFD auction to ensure that Scotland doesn't lose out? And that's an important point, Madam Deputy Speaker, because Scotland is going to lose out. The great renewables robbery that this government is undertaking is alive and well. Because if you are an offshore wind project in Scotland, you will have to pay to access the energy grid. If you are an offshore project in the south east of England, you will be paid to access the very same grid. We face the highest grid connection charges, not just in the UK, but the entirety of Europe. If this government is serious about levelling up, if this government is serious about delivering for Aberdeen, if it's serious about delivering for Scotland, then that renewables robbery needs to end. It cannot continue. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Ruth.
Thank you. One aspect of my role as the Prime Minister's envoy for freedom of religion or belief is to represent the UK on the International Religious Freedom or Belief Alliance, 33 like-minded countries committed to championing for. The UK has led the way in securing a statement from several alliance members published today on the gov.uk
website. Time precludes me from reading it all, but extracts read: "We stand in solidarity with victims of human rights violations by Myanmar security forces. People of all faiths and beliefs have come together to condemn the military's actions since the February coup. Faith actors have played prominent roles in the anti-coup movement, supporting human rights defenders and vulnerable communities. As a result, some have been subjected to inhumane treatment by the military regime. We remember those killed, call for the release of all unjustly detained, condemn any attack on a place of worship and support all, including faith communities, pursuing peace in Myanmar." Such expressions of support mean a lot to people suffering on account of their faith or beliefs. They know they are not forgotten. I thank Alliance member countries supporting this statement, including Netherlands Chairman Jos Duma, with whom it's a pleasure to work. I also thank my parliamentary FORB team and the FCDO FORB team for their support for my role. This week we launched training materials for FCDO staff titled "Religion for International Engagement" to bolster understanding of faiths and beliefs, make the UK stronger in its work as a force for good globally, and for me it was a moving movement, having previously chaired a report by the APPG on religious education, calling on government to improve religious literacy across departments. Taking my envoy hat off now, speaking as co-chair of the APPG on North Korea, we published an in-depth report this week into human rights violations there to ensure the 2014 UN Commission of Inquiry report remains a live document. Our report updates the litany of atrocities meted out by the North Korean regime on its own people: murder, torture, sexual violence, rape, human trafficking, forced abortions, infanticide, slavery, persecution, inhumane punishments, and more. Time precludes me from going into detail. I hope to secure an adjournment debate. The full report can be found at appgnorthkoreainquiry.com, but I urge colleagues today to support the EDM I have put down this afternoon. Thanks to all who helped produce this report, in particular Inquiry Lead Advisor Dr. Ewelina Ochab. And I turn now to Nigeria. We must not forget the victims of horrendous violence there. We hear of attacks, of complete breakdown of law and order, of rural communities suffering. Here's one quote from a reliable source: "These continued attacks are causing horrific suffering and long-term instability. The village was attacked again last night, more homes burnt down, a third church set on fire, no government security forces to protect the village, several people hacked to death and bodies burnt. I cannot improve on the following well-chosen words of the Bishop of Truro in response. What is happening in the Middle Belt? I would argue strongly it's about much more than faith, but it's not about less than that."
And by video link, I call Mike Wood.
Thank you. I want to repeat my thanks and appreciation to all of those who have helped deliver the COVID vaccination programme. It's been a pleasure to volunteer at some of those local vaccination centres, seeing how much patients, young and old, appreciated their vaccines. But none of this would have been possible without all of those doctors, nurses, pharmacists, staff and volunteers who make a difference every day. Thanks also to the many community groups in Dudley South that have supported people throughout this pandemic. Groups like Lions Boxing Club in Brierley Hill, which offers top quality training for people of all backgrounds locally, and the Black Country Blokes podcast, which is based out of that boxing club and is helping men to talk about and address mental health. Congratulations to Kev Dillon, who helps run both groups on his recognition as a Birmingham 2022 hometown hero. We look forward to the Commonwealth Games coming to the West Midlands next year, and grassroots coaches and volunteers like Kev do so much to make it so special. Applications for the Commonwealth Games volunteering programme are now open, and I hope that my constituents in Dudley South will take full advantage of the incredible opportunities on offer. But as we look forward to a time after COVID, we must build back better and deliver better opportunities for our children and for the next generation in places like Dudley South. I've started work on my 7th annual jobs fair this September to help people back into jobs and to develop their skills for new careers. I'd like to thank Department for Work and Pensions and local staff for all of the help and support in organising this event. But delivering a brighter future for the next generation isn't only about jobs and prosperity. It was a pleasure to meet with Dudley's members of the Youth Parliament, Jake Cartwright and Labour Kieran, to talk about protecting our global environment and particularly tackling plastic pollution. This is a major challenge that our generations must take up in order to leave a better world for those who follow. But our local environment is also important. The new planning framework must help bring derelict brownfield sites back into productive use, while allowing communities to protect valuable greenbelt sites like at Hog Beach and the Triangle in King Swinford, without worrying about decisions being overturned by the inspector. The draft Black Country Plan is wrong to include those two sites, and communities need to be supported in getting them replaced with better alternatives. Levelling up means making sure people in Dudley have equal opportunities as they would elsewhere in the country. If we succeed, then Dudley has a future that is every bit as bright as our proud heritage. So, with apologies to my honourable friend for Southend West, Dudley Borough really is the clear choice to become a new city to mark Her Majesty's Diamond Jubilee next year.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last year, on the 16th of July, at the end of the term, similarly, I asked the Leader of the House in Business Questions for a debate on the human rights abuses in Kashmir. Now, over a year on, no government time has been provided for a debate, and my honourable friend, the member for Luton North, held a Westminster Hall debate in January, and that is the only debate that has taken place on this issue. Members from across the House will have constituents, like I do in Luton South, who have family and friends in Kashmir, and our constituents need the government to be involved in ending human rights violations and tackling the impact of the pandemic. On the 5th of August, it will be the second anniversary of the Indian government's Jammu and Kashmir Reorganisation Bill, which unilaterally revoked Article 370, replacing the autonomous state of Jammu with 2 territories governed directly by Delhi. The following Indian Army-imposed lockdown and communications blackout in Jammu and Kashmir has had a profound and far-reaching impact on every aspect of life in Kashmir, including health services, school closures and press freedom. Human rights abuses must be confronted at the international level through diplomacy. At 72 years, the situation in Kashmir is the longest unresolved conflict on the agenda of the United Nations, and there needs to be a concerted effort from the UK government to bring about an international multilateral response. I'm proud that the Labour Party will always uphold international law and stand up for human rights and the rule of law. It is a basic, fundamental human right that Kashmiris are empowered to decide how they are governed and by whom. Kashmiris must be able to express their right to self-determination. I want to reiterate my call for a debate in government time on how the UK government can take further action to support multilateral efforts to end the human rights abuses in Kashmir. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would also like to take the opportunity to invite everybody to come and visit Luton this summer and join the herd to follow the Big Trunk Trail, which is a beautiful, free, fun, family-oriented trail of 40 beautifully decorated elephants through our town centre and our beautiful parks. This is part of the fundraising for our local hospice, Keach Hospice, as they celebrate their 30 years. And I also would like to take the opportunity to congratulate both Luton Council of Faiths and Luton Irish Forum for receiving their Queen's Award for voluntary services this week. And they are a fantastic asset to our town, and I'm delighted for them both. Thank you.
Elliot Colburn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I begin by wishing you and all colleagues a very happy summer recess indeed. We've come a long way this year in the fight against coronavirus, and as a former NHS worker myself, I do want to take a moment to pay tribute to all NHS staff at St Helier Hospital, in Carshalton and Wallington, but also all NHS staff in places like pharmacies, such as Rena at SG Barai Pharmacy, who gave me my first jab only a few weeks ago, Matron Wendy Dyer and all the volunteers across the borough for everything they have done at the vaccination centres. Local community leaders who have been encouraging people from all backgrounds to get the vaccine, volunteers who have stepped up to help others throughout the pandemic, and all the other frontline workers who have kept going in difficult times. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is an honour of a lifetime to represent my hometown of Carshalton and Wallington in this place, and everything I try to do in this chamber addresses the concerns that constituents have raised with me. And in fact, I'm told by Hansard that this is my 100th mention of Carshalton and Wallington in this place in the last year and a half. These 100+ contributions have been about some of the most pressing issues raised by my constituents. Issues such as crime and antisocial behaviour, including catalytic converter thefts, the antisocial use of vehicles on Roundshaw Downs and in Hackbridge, and the antisocial behaviour in and around our town centres. Issues such as public transport and the need to invest in unlocking the Croydon bottleneck scheme to unlock congestion on the railways and allow more trains to run through to suburban London, including to Carshalton, Wallington, Hackbridge and Carshalton Beaches stations. Issues such as the local economy, helping our small businesses through this difficult time and accessing government support to ensure that our local high streets can be a place for businesses to thrive in the aftermath of a pandemic. Issues such as the local environment, championing better recycling, standing up for our parks and open spaces against the threat posed by the Lib Dem run council, and of course standing up for residents living in the shadow of the Bennington incinerator who are concerned about air pollution. Issues such as schools and education, ensuring every local school child has a good or outstanding place to go to and standing up to the council on EHCP failures, but of course St Helier Hospital and local healthcare, delivering that £500 million commitment from this Conservative government to improve Epsom and St Helier hospitals and build a third brand new hospital in Sutton, protecting A&E and maternity services in our borough. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is only the beginning, and throughout the summer recess and beyond, I will try to do my best to continue to champion those issues that my constituents care most about.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Margaret Greenwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As we adjourn for summer recess, one of the most important pieces of legislation we must consider is the Health and Care Bill, which had its second reading last week. The bill has profound implications for the quality and availability of healthcare for all of us, and implications too for the staff who work in the NHS. It's a matter of very real concern that the bill removes the requirement for social care needs assessments of vulnerable patients to be carried out before a patient is discharged from hospital. This will put patients at risk and leave families to pick up the pieces and those without family at risk of isolation and lack of care. The government's plans will lead to a postcode lottery as each integrated care board develops a different plan for its area, and strict financial limits will lead to increased local rationing of care. The bill provides for the deregulation of NHS professions, and this has the potential to impact on the status and, over time, the level of expertise of the people who work in the NHS, which we value so highly. It is also likely to lead to a downward spiral in terms of the pay and pensions of the workforce, and a reduction in the quality of services that patients can access. The implications for NHS staff are immense. Professor Kailash Chand, an Honorary Vice President of the British Medical Association, has said, and I quote, "The core thrust of the new reforms is to deprofessionalise and downskill the practice of medicine in this country, so as to make staff more interchangeable, easier to fire, and services more biddable and above all cheaper." The introduction to the NHS Constitution states, "The NHS belongs to the people." It's an important principle and one that the government's bill threatens to tear apart. Big business will be able to both sit on ICB decision-making boards and provide services, embedding conflicts of interest into the system and opening the door to widespread cronyism. The bill will also remove the procurement of health services from the scope of the Public Contracts Regulations 2015. And so we will see a regulated market become an unregulated market, with contracts handed out without the stringent arrangements one would expect in the awarding of public money. Instead of respecting the fact that the NHS belongs to the people, the government is handing it gift-wrapped to big business. The vision of our comprehensive, universal national health service that is valued so highly is torn apart by the Health and Care Bill. I pay tribute to the many NHS campaigners around the country who are working so hard to defend our NHS and to keep our NHS public. I hope that honourable members who voted for the bill at second reading will have time to read the analysis of its impacts beyond this place and reflect on just how damaging the changes will be for their constituents, themselves, and the future of the National Health Service.
Leonici.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's an absolute honour to be asked to speak in this debate this afternoon. It's been an extremely difficult year for many, with lockdowns, social distancing, and not being able to be with friends or family. And it's been a year where many people have been quietly working in the background to keep the country running. I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to all of those people in my constituency of Great Grimsby who have kept the town, the country and international business going. Our NHS staff and care workers have our thanks and gratitude, but I would also like to especially thank those school and college teams, the teachers, the support staff, the cleaners, the cooks and the caretakers. I'd like to thank our port and logistics workers who have kept products safely moving in and out of the country, our food producers and our shopkeepers who have been keeping open every day to ensure that we've had access to goods and supplies. And I'd also like to thank the energy workers who have kept the country running. While many people will remember the last year and a half as the year where people worked from home, in constituencies like mine, there were many people who maintained and operate most of the UK's wind energy supplies, and where 70% of the fish we eat in the UK is actually processed in Great Grimsby. And many of my constituents have never actually stopped going into work, and I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to all of them for continuing to go into work for us all. Madam Deputy Speaker, this debate allows me to tell the House what progress is going on in Grimsby since the general election. The Levelling Up agenda and the Prime Minister's 10-point Green Plan has encouraged over £300 million worth of private investment coming into the area. Greater Lincolnshire Local Enterprise Partnership tell me that they have never seen the level of inward investment coming into North East Lincolnshire that they're seeing at the moment. My job centre tells me that they have more job vacancies than they have job seekers, and at the moment, which is very, very important to me, my local employers are telling me that they want to work with me to get local people trained to get ready for the high quality, high skilled jobs that they have. Our next focus in towns like...
The Honourable Lady has exceeded her 3 minutes. I was trying to let her conclude, but I'm afraid she's taken too long now. Thank you. Steve Baker.
And I refer to the declarations I've made relating to Glint Pay and the COVID Recovery Group. I begin in a spirit of thankfulness for the government's programme, because actually we are in a much better place than we might have expected today. The pandemic is moving into an endemic phase, and that is a positive decision of the government to move us forward with overwhelmingly voluntary measures. And though I've disagreed with the government, continue to disagree with the government on some matters, I recognise that this is a time when actually the Prime Minister is providing very considerable leadership in a time of very great difficulty, and for that I'm extremely grateful. Our trade deals are advancing at pace. There's the prospect of better domestic regulation. Our aircraft carrier is heading to the Asia-Pacific. This is a time when the government's got a great story to tell. I'm looking forward to hearing my right honourable friend, the Deputy Chief Whip, tell it a little later. So I'm very grateful to start in a spirit of thankfulness. As I look forward, I think that my electors in Wickham and people across the country will expect us to be responsible, expect us to be realistic about what we face. So I want to just look forward to where I think we'll be in September or October. I think there are really two big factors that we all will need to reflect upon over the summer. The first is that I think that the NHS is, of course, going to face a difficult winter. It will face a difficult winter because of the enormous backlog, which arises not only from COVID, but also the response to COVID, and because respiratory viruses will be back. And I think that means there'll be a moment of decision. The government will face a moment when the NHS will ask for further lockdowns and restrictions, I'm quite sure, in order to deal with those pressures. I think if the government gives way and once allows our liberties to be used as a tool of NHS capacity management, I think we will then face that issue, every single winter. So it's with great hope and some faith that I look to the Prime Minister and think that he is a man who will not allow that to happen. And I fervently hope that turns out to be the case. The second point is that I think we're going to run out of other people's QE. We've spent absolutely enormous amounts of money. It's catapulted us forward on the debt trajectory set out by the OBR in their fiscal sustainability report, and that is going to begin crystallising some extremely hard spending decisions. So it was with an absolutely enormous sorrow as I came into the chamber that I learned that a survey has today said that Wickham is the most food insecure place in the United Kingdom. And I'm sorry to say I'm not that surprised, because I've been supporting our food bank, and you know, we are there on the London fringe with very expensive housing and other pressures that are repeated across the country. And I'm very sorry to say that my constituency appears to be the most food insecure place in the United Kingdom. So I've stood down from the Treasury Select Committee after a long period, because I recognise I need to work much more closely with my councillors in order to make sure we have our plan for Wickham. And I have to say, as I look forward to those two big factors I mentioned, we're going to have to make sure that food insecurity is at the very top of the list.
Yeah. Thank you. We now go by video link to Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Shock and anger, heartbreak and confusion, stirred again by knowing that the person elected to protect us, not least the vulnerable, sacrificed our most elderly and frail for political expediency. Ministers rallied around their masters, seeding COVID and care homes, embarking on herd immunity, instituting Eat Out to help out the virus to spread, locking down late and opening up early. Many died alone, locked away from loved ones. COVID is a cruel disease. Now, as the COVID wall of broken hearts stares back at this Parliament, inscribed with the names of 129,000 lives stolen, we see the same rationale behind the Prime Minister's plans being instituted once more. As infection levels spike and currently 100 or more each day are sacrificed on his pyre of pride, he shouts, Freedom Day. There's no freedom from the grave. There's no freedom for those retreating back into their homes too scared to come out. There's no freedom for the millions of children missing school. There's no freedom for the shops and businesses having to close for want of staff. Like the Pied Piper, this country is being lured into a dark place again by our Prime Minister. Tragedy awaits some. GPs are telling me the whole system is overwhelmed. NHS waiting lists can't cope. Businesses are teetering on the edge. People are needlessly dying. If people had not realised, he is using us as pawns in his political games to boost his ego and power. And as for Mr. Cummings, he may well be revealing all, but he too is playing games, or he would have spoken before so many families were torn apart when he could have saved them. Well, politics is not a game, and I want no one to be used this way. 3 things. First, from this point, we need to manage the management of this pandemic to move from number 10 to public health professionals. They're perplexed by the strategy deployed. They could turn this around. Second, the public inquiry process into COVID-19 must commence immediately. After this week, the families of the bereaved, those suffering with COVID or long COVID, need answers. So the delay is just another of his games as he avoids scrutiny ahead of an election while others are hurting. And third, I implore, hands, face, space. This is our defence against both the economic and health catastrophe. If not for your sake, then that of others. The solidarity that we have shown this last year is my hope. It goes to the core of who we are as a nation. We care about our country. We care about one another. May I wish everyone in my constituency of York Central and across the country a very safe summer. Thank you.
James Daly.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to talk about Terry Melia. Terry Melia is a great man. Terry's in his 70s. He watched Bury Football Club for just about the whole of that time. He went to every match home and away for 60 years. And that was Terry's life, it was his family, it was the thing that mattered to him. And a couple of years ago, that was wrenched away. And I want to talk about how we must never underestimate those important sporting, cultural and historical assets that we have in all of our constituencies that matter so much. Bury and its people and its football fans have been badly let down by the FA, the Football League and numerous others. A great football club like Bury, with a great history that matters to the heart of my town, just ignored and continues to be ignored. We must find a way, and I welcome recent government funding opportunities, to ensure that the fifth oldest football stadium in the country is bought back, that we see football being played at Gig Lane. We use that as not only one of the real hearts of our community, but a regeneration tool to support everyone. I also, Madam Deputy Speaker, would like to follow on from that theme in terms of preserving those things that are important to my constituents. Councillors in the Metropolitan Borough of Bury on the 28th of this month have the opportunity to vote against Places for Everyone, a strategic planning document championed by the Mayor of Greater Manchester, which will destroy large areas of green belt within my seat, specifically at Walshaw, Tottington and Elton Reservoir. Each and every councillor has the opportunity to make sure that plan doesn't come into existence, that those beautiful areas of countryside and open spaces are going to be there for us all to continue to enjoy. The power for a politician to be able to decide the future and the way that our area looks going forward is in the hands of councillors, and I trust they will make the right decision. In terms of other factors working closely with Bury Council, Madam Deputy Speaker, we need to bring Ramsbottom Co-op Theatre back to life. One of the original unique co-op theatres from the late 1870s. It has sat dormant for the last 50 to 60 years, but it can be at the heart of the Ramsbottom Town Plan, bringing back life and culture and support for all members of our community, and we can work together to do that. We need a functioning SEND hub. Children in my constituency are being let down in the SEND support they are getting within their schools, and we can work together collectively in my seat, across party, working with the public sector, with schools, to ensure that we have better support. We need a fully functioning youth employment hub to make a difference. We need a veterans hub to support our brilliant veterans in the local community. And through these cross-party efforts, through ensuring that we preserve those things that are important to us and support all of our members of our community, we can change Bury, Ramsbottom and Tottington for the better.
Thank you. Flora Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you for calling me to speak in an important debate at the end of a very, very difficult and heartbreaking year. And I would just like to send my condolences to everyone who has lost loved ones during this past year. The government was not prepared for this pandemic. As they were in many other countries, other governments were prepared, and it showed us what could have been done. The government failed to stop the devastating second wave, gave contracts to cronies instead of public services, and now a track and trace system, which has been shown to be so flawed, is being relied on. We need to build back better, based on social justice and addressing these inequalities. But I'd like to raise some urgent issues to be thought about by the government during this summer and acted on. First of all is the pandemic for nursery schools. So nursery schools in my area and across the country are saying that they're reporting a third of colleagues having to self-isolate at the moment. So they're struggling to find temporary staff to cover for this, and they need this to be addressed urgently. If lots of nursery schools close, it will be the young children who suffer, but also those parents for essential service workers, NHS staff, who will not be able to go into work. Another issue is the aid cuts. Lots of my constituents have written in from Putney, Southfields and Roehampton, who are very angry about the aid cuts. And one area of immediate concern is Tigray. The government of Ethiopia has Tigray effectively under siege as we speak now. 5.5 million people are facing a crisis in Tigray, Afar and Amhara, and the British government now needs to adopt far more effective means of influence with the government of Ethiopia to let the aid in and to stop the war. A third area is universal credit. We need to keep the £20 uplift of universal credit. Otherwise, even more people will be relying on food banks in Wandsworth. It's shocking now that 2,300 families have used the food bank in the last year. 200 communities in Roehampton rely on the amazing community food boxes which are delivered every week, but it shouldn't need to be this way. And within the next year, these numbers will only increase if we take away the universal credit uplift. During the summer, I hope to see the Green Homes grant return mysteriously by the government, because we're not going to achieve our environmental aims otherwise. And my fifth point is to stop the privatisation of the NHS and to cut the waiting lists. I would like to end by thanking all the vaccine centres at NHS, staff and volunteers. An amazing 218,000 vaccines have been given in Wandsworth, and I would urge everyone to get their vaccine. And to thank all the charities in Putney, Southfields and Roehampton who have done so much to keep us going. To everyone who doesn't do it for the thanks, a huge thanks from me to every single charity in our wonderful community. You are the best of us, and we're very grateful. And I wish a great summer recess to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. David Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My pre-politics career was spent working on social mobility, something I continue to work on here. And along with areas like education, housing is important for social mobility. It's important that we help people get on the housing ladder in the way that their parents and grandparents did. Nobody's ever written to me who rents, who says there's too many houses being built. They only say that they are unaffordable. And if we want key workers for our public services, if we want to not be in the position of telling people that they've got to move away from the area that they've always lived in if they want to get on the ladder, then we do need to build homes. But constituents in areas like mine and seats like mine are unfairly characterised as NIMBYs for having legitimate concerns about the house building that has gone on. And there are really four big areas that they have concerns in. One is volume. So across the two district councils that my constituency covers, we've had over 15,000 houses built in between 2012-13 and 2019-20. And there are thousands and thousands more to come. So one concern is, are we getting a disproportionate share of the new houses that are being built? The second concern is about affordability. The average house price is $335,000. That's 9.2 times the median income in the 2018 to 2020 period. So these so-called affordable houses are out of reach of most people. And the number of affordable houses is often driven down on the grounds that the development wouldn't be viable if they were built as intended. The third is about infrastructure. We have GP surgeries bursting at the seams. We have roads like the A420 that are hugely congested and unsafe. We've got a crying need to reopen Grove Station to be able to connect the people of Grove, something the constituents have wanted, my constituents have wanted for over 40 years now. And the fourth is about the environment, and that's not just about what it might do to the landscape, and it's not just about the fact that these houses are built quite low quality in a lot of cases. I'm frequently asked, why are we building homes that we know we've got to retrofit given our other climate change goals, with lots of gas boilers but not enough electric charging points or solar panels? Why are we still building on floodplains when we've had so many floods in the area? And so the actual proposals that will come from the planning bill that we've got in the autumn are not published yet. And I hope that what we can do when they are published is allay some of the concerns. There's been plenty of scaremongering, which is particularly rich coming from the Liberal Democrats, who had the highest house building target of any party at the election, 300,000 a year. But there are legitimate concerns about the community's voice being taken away, and I hope we can address that when it comes before the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by paying tribute to key workers in the Greater Manchester City region. I'm also grateful to the Mayor of Greater Manchester who, when the government ignored the North and when businesses and other workplaces were left in the lurch, showed leadership and stood up. Even now, when the government has dropped the legal requirement to wear face coverings, putting transport and service sector workers at disproportionate risk, Andy Burnham has called for passengers to continue wearing face coverings to protect both themselves and workers alike. In my good friend, the Honourable Member for Manchester Central's constituency, there's some graffiti that reads, "The North is not a petri dish." That is quite right, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's Andy Burnham that has exposed this government's unfair treatment of our northern communities. Madam Deputy Speaker, despite so-called Freedom Day, this pandemic isn't over and cases are still rising. But as Sir Patrick Vallance confirmed this week, 60% of people being admitted to hospital are unvaccinated. So we can seek solace in the fact that as people continue to get both doses of the vaccine, we will emerge from this pandemic. However, this brings me on to mention that even when it feels like there's light at the end of the tunnel, there's still so much to recover from. COVID's long-lasting damage can be seen in our schools, the National Health Service, and so much more. We have of course seen the disgraceful use of fire and rehire by some employers. Though this tactic existed before the pandemic, some have used COVID as an excuse to erode terms and conditions and pay. I'm sure members on both sides of this House will agree that this practice is a national scandal. We've also heard that due to pandemic, 35,000 people may die of cancer in the UK in the next year because of delays in diagnosing and treating the illness. In February, it was also revealed that almost half of people with possible cancer symptoms didn't see their GP in the first wave. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a matter of urgency that the government sets out a proper plan to address this cancer backlog and make sure people get the treatment they need. Whilst I'm on the subject, I'd like to pay tribute to Macmillan Cancer Support for the work they do in supporting people affected by cancer. A family close to me has sadly lost one of their loved ones recently, and I know that Macmillan gave them so much support. Tragically, we recently lost Mr. Neil Brookfield. He was a dedicated family man and a lifelong supporter of Crewe Alexandra Football Club. He will be sorely missed by his wife Suzanne, their children and all his friends. I'm sure everyone in this House will know someone who has received support from Macmillan, and we should all give them our thanks. We owe them a massive debt of gratitude. Madam Deputy Speaker, before I finish, I'd like to raise one more issue. This week, over 50 people were said to be deported to Zimbabwe. Because of last-minute legal challenge, The Guardian reported that only 14 people were on the flight last night. But still, despite widespread violations of political and human rights, the Home Office has deported people to a country that has harassed and detained political opponents, trade unionists and journalists. As we all go back to our constituencies for the summer and look to return in September, I hope people across the House recognise the uncertainty so many people at the threat of being deported back to countries with grave human rights abuses face. I'd like to thank Lord Oates in the other place for his consistent and unwavering support for the Zimbabwean people and his work for the APPG on Zimbabwe. I thank you for allowing me to contribute.
Tom Hunt.
Due to time constraints, because I haven't had any opportunity to raise this before today, I'm just going to talk exclusively about one issue. We've heard a lot about the struggles that many leaseholders face and the debates about, regarding the fire safety bill, building safety bill. But I wanted to talk today about a St Francis Tower block in Ipswich, where actually the leaseholders there were successful in getting funds through the Building Safety Fund to carry out remediation work to that tower block. But I've been absolutely shocked what's happened since. The building manager, block management, who actually managed the building, have decided to cover the entire tower block in a shrink wrap, which could be on there for up to 12 months. I was absolutely shocked. I was invited by the residents to go and see the conditions in which they have been expected to live. They have virtually no natural light. They're living in small flats, one bedroom, no balconies, and in the middle of a pandemic, in a hot summer, and they've got no natural light. To make it even worse, there is no consultation. They weren't informed this was going to happen. And then they put bars on the windows, so they can now barely open the windows to get fresh air. So no natural light, barely no fresh air. I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, in all the time I've been a Member of Parliament, this is probably the most shocking thing that I've come across. 100 of my constituents living in those conditions, and I find it deeply disturbing that block management have behaved in this way, despite a lot of interventions from myself, despite the local media, the Ipswich Star, BBC Radio Suffolk, highlighting this, raising the attention of the issue. I still haven't had a proper response from them to a letter that I wrote about 6 or 7 weeks ago. I should be having a meeting with them soon, but so I do think it's important, Madam Deputy Speaker, because we do hope that through things like the Building Safety Fund, there is going to be a lot of this work carried out, and a lot of this work needs to be carried out. Dangerous cladding needs to be removed, various defects have to be resolved, but we need to do this in a way that is sensitive to the quality of life and the mental health of those who are living in those structures. And we need to have a debate, and I would like to work with the government in holding to account block management to support my constituents who are at the moment going through great distress because of the behaviour of block management. They're being treated like animals, not like human beings, and it's a disgrace, and I will fight for them. And I will mention block management and their behaviour in here as many times as I need to until they meet with residents and resolve this. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Chris Stevens.
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure, as always, to lead for the SNP in these debates, which are uncharitably referred to as the Winchfest, but I couldn't disagree more, because I think that what we've heard today is a quality debate with a number of very important issues, and I'll perhaps touch on them. The debate was started by the member for Gateshead, who kicked off with a football theme, which many others continued in the debate. I very much agree with the shocking situation in Bury, but of course the member for Gateshead supports England's greatest football team, Newcastle United Football Club, and he's quite right to raise issues around the ownership of football clubs, and I certainly want to see fan ownership being extended across these islands in terms of that. Now, the last adjournment debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, I said that I'd hope that the Tartan Army could be at Wembley in June, and I was delighted to see that happened, and I was delighted to see the Tartan Army at Wembley cheering on the boys, and the only team who did not concede a goal against England, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, there's many constitutional debates, and some people seem to suggest that there's deadlock between those who support Scottish independence and those who don't, and the fact that the government seem unwilling to grant us a referendum. Well, I have an alternative idea, Madam Deputy Speaker. If they're not willing to give us a referendum, perhaps they could give us a penalty shootout to decide the issue, because we know Scotland's record at penalty shootouts is rather good. We managed to qualify for the Euros winning a penalty shootout. And of course there's England's record, which is perhaps somewhat different. In fact, let's not sugarcoat it, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's as poor as the trains going to and from Southend that we regularly hear from the Honourable Member for Southend West. So perhaps we could do that. But I do want to make a serious point. I did find it rather strange and disturbing that some Cabinet Ministers found themselves in the wrong end of a culture war and having a go at the England football team, because in all seriousness, I think it's hard not to like this particular England football team. I think they're a credit to themselves and they're a credit to England, and I certainly think that some of the racism that England players got after the finals was completely and utterly despicable and should be condemned by every single member of this House. We're obviously here, Madam Deputy Speaker, to hold the government to account, and a number of members have raised the Building Standards Bill, particularly the Honourable Member for Ipswich raised a rather shocking example, but I am pleased that what the government has done is that they've listened to those of us who represent companies like, for example, Bell Building Projects Limited, who are struggling to get the indemnity insurance. This is a company that specialises in cladding, but we're not getting the appropriate insurance in order to carry out that work, and the government seems to have moved substantially in that position with a government-sponsored scheme. I agree with many of the honourable members who have raised the issue of sick pay. This is something which I think the government will need to come back to. The low level of sick pay, I think, was responsible for many workers having to decide whether to turn up to their work or whether to self-isolate. And I'm particularly pleased to hear a number of members across the House mention poverty and the universal credit, the proposed cut to the £20 uplift. I think that that's something that this Parliament will need to debate in September, and I hope that the Government will use the recess to rethink, because new analysis that will be published by the Independent Food Aid Network and Feeding Britain will show that in 2020 the relative poverty rate for individuals in a family where someone was disabled was as high as 31%. So there's a lot of work to do, and I want to thank the members, particularly the Honourable Member for Wickham, who raised the issue of holiday hunger, and I want to thank organisations in Glasgow South West, Drummoyne Community Council, Crookston Community Group, G53 together for combating holiday hunger. The sad fact is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that for when MPs are on recess, and it is a recess, that there are some children who do suffer from holiday hunger, and I'll be particularly delighted to see the Three Hills Community Supermarket project in the Glasgow South West constituency, which will be the first community supermarket project in Scotland, take place. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope that in the next few weeks the Government will come to its senses and resolve the industrial action dispute in DVLA. It's quite frankly incredible that ministers stopped a proposed solution to that between DVLA officials and the trade union PCS, and ministerial interference stopped that resolution. I think is something of a disgrace, and something that the government need to apologise for. And I do hear that the Transport Select Committee was very interesting indeed yesterday. I think we should also recognise this week, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I know you gave me a wee row in relation to my face mask, but the 1950s born women have got something of a result, and I want to pay tribute to the 1950s born women across these islands who have been campaigning in that issue, particularly the Wasp Glasgow and Lanarkshire group, who are excellent in the campaigning, the work that they do, and particularly congratulations to Rosie Dixon and Cathy MacDonald, who lead those women superbly. I hope that we will not see a war or otherwise, a culture war or anything else in relation to the Home Office and the City of Glasgow. I was proud, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be at Kenmure Street in Pollokshields, exercising my right to freedom of peaceful assembly to ensure that the Home Office did not take away a fellow Glaswegian whose only crime it seems to be that he fell off the Home Office's radar. This was not a criminal, this was not a terrorist, this is someone who just happened to fall off the radar, and that was a completely unacceptable way of dealing with that issue.
On the issue of freedom?
On the issue of freedom of peaceful assembly.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. One of my great concerns has been the Christians across the world. 309 million Christians are facing extreme levels of persecution and discrimination for their faith. Does the honourable gentleman agree with me that that issue should be core of what we're sorting out in this House as well?
Yes, I do, and I thank the honourable gentleman for the regular work he does highlighting those issues. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said, it's not a holiday, it's a recess. And I want to pay a particular tribute to the parliamentary staff, but the constituency office staff of every single member of this House. They have worked extremely hard, and I want to pay a particular tribute to Justina, Greg, Dominique, Keith, Scott, Tony, and the great Rosa Sally, who leads the Glasgow South West team superbly. And I hope that all honourable members of the House will have a good summer. Thank you.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Asar Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to be making my first and hopefully last virtual appearance at the Dispatch Park as a Shadow Deputy Leader of the House for today's convivial debate. We have heard this afternoon from many honourable members about the issues that are close to their hearts, and it has been a pleasure to listen to members from all benches of this House and all parts of the country. We have heard a host of excellent speeches today. The honourable member for Gatling gave an insightful speech on the upcoming historic British county flags today. I may be biased, but I would argue that the flag of Lancashire is by far the most superior. The honourable member for South and West spoke about a wide variety of issues, from the future of social care, a memorial for Vera Lynn, the safety of jet skis, and the upcoming environmental bill. But of course, his speech would not have been completed without a final call for South End to be designated a city, although it sounds as though he has competition on his hands from the honourable member for Dudley South, who's gunning for a Dudley to gain city status. The honourable member for the Cleethorpes gave a glowing recommendation of the government's Townsdale, but we can agree to disagree. But on the subject of levelling up, my honourable friend, the members for Hamsworth asked why the government have turned its back on his constituents. My honourable friend, the member for Nottingham South, raised the poor services on East Midlands Railway and the lack of accountability, while the honourable member for Buckingham put on record his strong feelings about HS2 and East West Rail. My honourable friend, the member for Luton South, made a moving contribution about the ongoing situation in Kashmir, while my honourable member, the member for Putney, raised the crisis that continues to rock Tigray and Ethiopia. I was also pleased to see the honourable member for Congleton raise the issue of freedom of religion and belief and the persecution of Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar. As a fellow member of the APPG on ending homelessness, it was good to hear that the honourable member for Harrow East raising the scandal of homelessness and the APPG's recent report on the need to continue with housing first. Meanwhile, the honourable member for North Somerset and my friend, the Honourable Member for Leighton and Wanstead, both raised the ongoing plight of leaseholders caught with the dangerous cladding and skyrocketing remediation work, or the cost, I should say. I was shocked to hear the Honourable Member for Ipswich raise the issue of St. Francis Tower block in his constituency. I hope he succeeds in supporting the constituents to resolve this. With the demand for housing only rising, my honourable friend, the member for Hackney South and Shoreditch, spoke powerfully about the overcrowding her constituents are experiencing due to the housing shortages. Similarly, the honourable member for the Wantage spoke of the housing shortage affecting his constituents. The honourable member for the Newbury, Carshalton and Wallington and Great Grimsby all paid tributes to hard work of local people to support the covered vaccination efforts in their constituencies. As a sentiment, I am sure we would all echo for our own constituencies. If there was a theme among the many speeches we have heard today, it was the ever-present concern of COVID infections and the terrible toll the past year and a half have taken on our country and its hardworking people. My honourable friend, the member for South Shields, gave an excellent summary of the government's long list of failures for the past year. It was fantastic to hear how well the communities of South Shields, like so many more around the country, who stepped up during these difficult months. I wholeheartedly agree the government should be more like South Shields, or perhaps I may more like Manchester Gorton. I am grateful to my honourable friend, the member for Stockport, for raising the disproportionate impact this pandemic has had on Greater Manchester and the North. My honourable friend, the member for York Central, spoke powerfully about the need for an urgent public inquiry into the government's handling of the pandemic. Bereaved families need answers now, and we must learn the lessons of the pandemic to avoid making the same mistakes again. On this point, I would encourage all those in the House today who have not yet had an opportunity to visit the covered memorial wall opposite Parliament to do so before they return home. A number of speakers, including the Honourable Member for Aberdeen South, Brent Central, and Putney, have all raised the scandal of government ministers handling their friends' huge contracts throughout the pandemic. And I thank my honourable friend, the member for Wirral West, for her powerful words opposing the government's health and care bill. This legislation will be deeply damaging, and my honourable friend is right to call for the House to join Labour in rejecting it. I hesitate to say it, but I agree with the honourable member for Wycombe on his concern for how the NHS will cope this winter and his call for the food insecurity to place at the top of the government's agenda. Like many other members, I'm looking forward to catching up on constituency visits while we have this fine weather. On Saturday, I'm very much looking forward to attending a ribbon cutting ceremony for the new Debdale Nature Centre in Debdale Park in my constituency. If the pandemic has taught us anything, it is a renewed appreciation for the green spaces, which become a sanctuary for so many during the lockdown. With football on the mind, my honourable friend, the member for Gateshead, spoke of the scandalous takeover of Newcastle United, and the honourable member for Bury North spoke passionately of the future of Bury Football Club. Despite the Euros disappointment earlier this summer, Manchester continues to benefit from thriving grassroots football. Later this month, I'll be visiting Rushford Park in Longside to open 2 new football pitches, which may well be used by the next Marcus Rashford or Harry Kane. As the summer of sport continues, I want to wish all the Team GP Great Britain's athletes the best of luck for the Olympics and Paralympics in Tokyo. The Olympics is always a fantastic occasion, showcasing the very best of human achievements and endeavors. However, I want to remind the House the dark shadows hang over the Beijing 2022 Winter Olympics as the genocide perpetrated by the Chinese government on Uyghur Muslims continues to unchecked and unchallenged by the international community. Now is the time for a political and diplomatic boycott of the Beijing Games. I would like to thank all the staff across both houses and of their tireless work, and I wish them all a restful summer. Special thanks must also go to all wonderful staff that work for us as MPs. My personal thanks go to my own staff, Tom, Josephine, Anissa, Alice, Sam, and Naeem for all their hard work. Finally, I would like to thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the Speaker, and all the rest of the Deputy Speakers, and your fellow Deputy in keeping us all checked. I hope everyone has a peaceful summer, and I look forward to seeing you all in person in September. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Stuart Andrew.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have to say I've grown to really enjoy responding to this debate, because not only does it give us a tour of the United Kingdom, we also have a whole range of issues that we learn a lot about from honourable and right honourable members from all sides of the House. But I think the medal still goes to my right honourable friend, the member for Southend, who I think managed to raise 15 issues in 3 minutes. That's quite an achievement. And I referred the honourable gentleman for the SNP who offered a penalty shootout. I have to say to him, when he talks about the independence referendum, we gave the people of Scotland a choice. These are not my words. It was once in a generation opportunity. They took it and they decided it was better to stay in the United Kingdom. Madam Deputy Speaker, a lot of members have referred to the pandemic, and I'd like to join them in paying tribute to all of those people who've worked tirelessly to keep our country going and to caring for those who needed it most. The community groups that we've heard about today, it really has been extraordinary, and I've seen that in my own constituency. Those who kept our hospitals going, those who kept our schools going, those that kept the shops going. I don't think they've had as much credit as they should have. Really have been a credit to this country, and I thank them all most sincerely for what they have done in what has been an incredibly difficult time. I don't think I'm going to have time to respond to all of the issues that were raised today, but I will certainly do my best. Football has come up a fair bit, as we have heard, and the honourable gentleman for Gateshead and my honourable friend, the member for Bury North, talked about their clubs in particularly, and I'm sure it won't have escaped their notice that ministers in DCMS are taking the future of football very seriously. And that will include, of course, the governance of the game too, and I look forward to them reporting back as soon as possible. My honourable friend, the member for Harrow East, has continued his campaign on Stanmore Station. I will raise those issues that he's given me with ministers in MHCLG. He also talked about the all-party group on smoking, and I think, given my habit there, I better keep quiet. My honourable friend, as I said, the member for Southend West, again raised all of those issues, and two that particularly stand out, of course, are that tribute to Vera Lynn. I think everybody is united in wanting to support him in that campaign, and I wish him well in his bid for Southend to become a city. The honourable lady for Nottingham South mentioned investment in railways. I would point out that we've given £40 billion for our railways under this government, one of the biggest investments since the Victorian era, and that is a proud record that we stand on. A number of members mentioned planning and cladding, and these are, of course, important issues. Honourable members from North Somerset, from Leighton and Wanstead, Cleethorpes, Hackney South and Shoreditch, Dudley South, Bury North, Wantage, Ipswich. It shows what an important issue this is. And the planning bill that will be coming before this House is an important opportunity for us to make sure that we build those houses that my honourable friend, the member for Wantage, talked about, so that young people have somewhere where they can live, but do so in a way that makes sure that we do it in the right places, the right houses in the right places. And I know that my own community groups, like Airborough Neighbourhood Development Forum, successfully challenged their local council on their plan to build on Greenbelt at the High Court and won. And I think that demonstrates that local voices can really count for a great deal. I can't, I'm afraid, ignore the tone and disappointing tone of the honourable member for Brent Central. It was disappointing to hear the constant accusation of cronyism and corruption. I took particular offence to being described as a member of a racist enabling government. As someone who has faced prejudice in my life, as someone who actually ended up in hospital, and so did my father, because of my own sexuality, and for someone who actually, and also to be told that I don't believe in the NHS when I spent most of my working life working for the hospice movement, and when we're told that we don't care about poorer families, when my dad spent a lot of time under unemployment and I had to have free school meals, I really do take exception to those sort of accusations. I will stand up to anyone who discriminates against any single person for who or what they are or who they love. I will defend the NHS for as long as I am alive, and I believe that the best way to help our poorest families is to give them the opportunity to have a job that pays well, because when they're able to support themselves, it is the best opportunity that they have for a better life. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm conscious of time is coming to an end, but I want to say thank you to all honourable and right honourable members who've taken part in this debate. As I say, it brings out a whole host of issues, and what we have heard is that the government's agenda to build back better is actually working all across the country, and despite what we heard from some honourable members, those town centre deals are actually delivering improvements in our towns across this country. And if they think it isn't, it's not working, well, actually look at those successful colleagues on our side who have lobbied hard to get that money and are now seeing the investment that they need for their towns. Look at the infrastructure that is being invested in all parts of the country. And as my honourable friend, the member for Wickham, mentioned, let us concentrate on being that outward-looking nation that is determined to build on the trade deals that will then create the jobs that we need in this country, and be proud of our armed forces who work tirelessly in all corners of the world so that we can show that we are, as he said, a truly outward-looking country. And in conclusion, can I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the Speaker, the clerks and all of our staff, has been mentioned, that support us in our daily work, the catering and cleaning teams that look after us, and a special mention to the doorkeepers, who I have to say, having to wear those outfits in this weather is incredibly difficult, but they are always there to help us all. I look forward to us coming back to normal, and as someone who's been carrying the proxies, I can't wait to see the back of them. And may I finish by wishing all of our Olympians the very best of luck. The whole nation is behind you, and may I wish everyone a very happy recess.
Thank you very much. I think we had unanimity there on the wish of a happy recess. The question is that this House has considered matters to be raised before the forthcoming adjournment. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Petition, John Trickett.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and I'm pleased to present this petition on behalf of 815,000 people who've expressed their views, no doubt, about the government's paltry offer of 3% to NHS staff. The petition reads as follows: to the House of Commons, the petition of residents of the United Kingdom declares that throughout the pandemic, thousands of NHS workers have been working around the clock, putting their lives at risk to protect the public. Notes that the average nurse in the UK has lost 20% of their income during the last 10 years, and that it's not surprising that there are 100,000 vacancies within the NHS currently. Declares that many NHS workers are using food banks to get by. Notes that earlier this year the government announced a pay rise for public sector service workers in recognition of their efforts in tackling COVID-19, but many NHS staff, including nurses, porters and cleaners, were not included. Declares that the well-being of the NHS staff is more important than ever.
Order. The honourable gentleman isn't meant to be making a long speech at this point. He's just meant to be presenting his petition. Yeah, perhaps he could just get to the end of the petition.
I wonder if you'll give me guidance. I'm reading the petition out, the words of the petition. It's not a speech. These are the words of the petition. Should I not?
It's meant to be short.
It's just the petition has agreed with the office, madam. I take your advice, but Perhaps I'll just leave it then that the petition is there available for people to read. Will be placed before the House at the end of this session, I guess. And thank you much for your guidance.
Petition NHS Pay.
Petition John Trickett. We now come to, by video link, petition Sarah Olney.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know you want me to be quick, but I do feel I would like to mark the fact that I am the final MP to be participating virtually. And if, with your permission, I'd just like to mark that occasion by just saying a huge thanks to all of the technical staff who have made our virtual Parliament possible over the last 18 months. It really is an extraordinary and, dare I say, historic achievement. But I will very quickly present my petition. I present a petition on behalf of the residents of the United Kingdom regarding planning applications in the constituency of Richmond Park. The petition declares that localist planning principles must be applied to the former Stag Brewery planning application and the Homebase Manor Road planning application, and notes that weakening the planning decisions made by local authorities at local level risks allowing unsuitable development, including architecturally displeasing development, environmentally damaging development, and development that is not primarily designed to meet the needs of the local community. The petition further notes the former Stag Brewery planning application cannot be seen in isolation from the Homebase Manor Road application, the partial closure of Hammersmith Bridge and other relevant issues, and emphasises that the GLA must institute a holistic approach by assessing the former Stag Brewery application and then reviewing the Homebase Manor Road application accordingly. The petitioners therefore request the House of Commons urge the government, and particularly the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government of the United Kingdom, to meet with myself, the MP for Richmond Park, to discuss the implications of the former Stag Brewery planning application and the Homebase Manor Road planning application, and the petitioners remain, etc. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Petition planning applications for Richmond Park.
Thank you, and I appreciate what the Honourable Lady for Richmond Park has said, and let us fervently hope that she is the last Member of Parliament to participate virtually, as we say, by video link. Let us hope that when we next meet, everyone will be able to be here in this chamber. And I say to the other gentleman who presented his petition, I hope I haven't stopped an important part being recorded in Hansard, but his petition will be there. Thank you very much.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Scott Benton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to lead this adjournment debate on the Gambling Act review, and I refer members of this House to my register of members' interests and to my position as chair of the APPG for Betting and Gaming. I'd like to thank my right honourable friend, the Minister for Media and Data, for his engagement with the industry and the aforementioned APPG so far on this issue. And it would also be remiss of me not to mention his predecessor too, as I know that he did the same thing when gambling fell under his ministerial remit. Betting and gaming is a key part of the UK's dynamic and diverse leisure and entertainment industry. VGC companies alone support 119,000 jobs. The figure is even higher when you include wider bingo, adult gaming centres and arcades on seaside piers. The online sector in particular is responsible for a growing number of well-paid tech jobs. The government desperately needs those jobs and the tax revenue they bring as we rightly build back better from this pandemic. Absolutely.
Thank the honourable member for giving way. Refer to my entry in the register. But isn't it also the very big supply chain for these for these outlets? But also the fact that it adds to the life of this country and makes it one of the factors that makes us an attractive venue for a visitor attraction. And isn't that also greatly to be encouraged?
My right honourable friend makes a Brilliant point. It's not just the jobs directly, indirectly, the taxation to the exchequer. It's also its contribution to the cultural fabric of this society as well. So I appreciate the point he's making, and I'll refer to that in my remarks later on. The industry's contribution to the national economy and local economies, such as mine in Blackpool, must be taken into account during the upcoming gambling review, which provides a golden opportunity to upgrade much of the legislation in this area, which is increasingly becoming analogue in a digital age. Absolutely.
The Honourable Gentleman for Blackpool South for giving way. There have been concerns that the Gambling Act is not fit for the digital age. I think that's one of the things he's referring to. Does the Honourable Member agree that there's an issue with offshore gambling organisations which are not illegal, but a review of this legislation should look at the loopholes being taken to prevent and control offshore gambling that is equally dangerous to those who have addiction and are gamblers? Thank you.
The honourable friend makes a very valid point. The so-called black market or offshore gambling element, billions of pounds of UK customers' money is spent on those black market websites every single year. And of course the problem there is, unlike UK online gaming operators, those offshore operators are not regulated, and the propensity for online harm for people who do have a problem is much higher. So I thank him for raising that important point. The key decisions in this review need to be taken by ministers and by Parliament. It is vitally important that the government hears the views of both the industry and those who have concerns about problem gambling. I must stress that the review has to be grounded by the evidence rather than blind ideology, and we must not lose sight of the enjoyment that millions of people get from gambling, with recent polling suggesting that 7 in 10 people in the UK gamble every single year, and 73% of people see betting as a leisure activity. This approach cannot be compromised by what some perceive to be the perspective advocated by the Gambling Commission. Questions have to be asked about whether the Gambling Commission has extended its role beyond what is expected of a regulator. Over the years, it has been said that the Commission has taken a stance similar to the personal feelings of its chief executive at any particular time. Whilst the Commission is there to support businesses and enable them to operate within the guidelines, it has on occasion unnecessarily made negative comments, overly critical of the industry as a whole, and has faced criticism for being obstructive to firms trying to engage with them. There is a real risk that over-regulation and intrusive precautions could push people towards the black market. Indeed, a PwC study has estimated that the size of the active black market in the UK has doubled in the last couple of years, and over 400,000 customers were predicted to have used an unlicensed operator in the past year, with an estimated spend of around £2.8 billion. The existence and potential growth of the black market poses a significant threat in terms of lost tax revenue, lost jobs, limited player protections, and fewer money laundering protections. When appraising the opportunities for necessary change in regulation, we must take proportionate steps to continue to protect the small number of people who do have problems with gambling. The estimated rate of those with a gambling problem was around 0.5% of the adult population and has been stable for the past 20 years, a very small number in comparison to rates reported in other nations around the world, testament to the safeguards already put in place by the sector here in the UK. However, we must ensure that the necessary support is offered to these people. Those that I have spoken to within the industry have acknowledged the need for such protections and appreciate the importance of protecting problem gamblers and young people. Over the last couple of years, the industry has voluntarily taken steps to increase safeguards for vulnerable people, including increasing funding for Gamble Aware, reducing TV advertising and educating children of the risks of gambling, as well as investing heavily in technologies that better identify and interact with customers who might start to have problems. Above what the industry has voluntarily committed for funding for research, education and treatment for problem gambling, a blanket levy across the industry has been mooted. The evidence would suggest that this is simply not necessary. The Gambling Commission's own report, reviewing the research, education and treatment arrangements, states that a plausible sum for annual requirements would be in the range of £21 to £67 million. In 2019, I understand that the largest members of the Betting and Gaming Council agreed to increase funding for RET by up to £100 million over the next 4 years and committed to give 1% of gross gambling yield by 2023 to RET, bringing the total funding within that required range. A blanket levy would therefore be unnecessary and not of any additional benefit to consumers. It is worth bearing in mind that these funds are already given voluntarily by the industry over and above the billions of pounds paid in taxes and duties to the Exchequer. I understand that the Gambling Commission is looking into a system which aims to restrict a customer's gambling spend to a limit based on a person's discretionary income, known as affordability, to try and protect gamblers. Inherently, without an incredibly invasive and cross-industry system in place, this is a deeply flawed concept. All it would require to circumnavigate the limit is for the player to open an account with another operator, and then without tracking the individual's spend with all operators, their affordability limit would thus instantly be doubled. Most regular gamblers already have multiple accounts. Instead, this creates an off-putting and burdensome process for customers who wish to place a few bets simply for fun. There is no evidence to suggest this reduces problem gambling, only that it reduces gambling overall. It is also morally questionable. Indeed, where would all of this end? Should we place affordability criteria on other areas of people's lives, perhaps limiting spending on fast food, on alcohol, or indeed on anything else which people deem to be potentially addictive? Further questions would also need answering if this were to be implemented. It would be near impossible to ask all of the land-based gambling sector, including betting shops and casinos, to manage this directive. Would they even fall under the same regulations imposed onto online operators? If not, this clearly creates an unlevel playing field for businesses whilst undermining the whole affordability strategy. How would all of this actually work in practice? Understandably, the whole industry, from bingo operators to casinos to sports betting companies, believe this to be an ill-conceived, blunt instrument which targets all gamblers. Its only real consequence is to reduce gambling overall, rather than focusing on protecting those vulnerable people with a genuine gambling problem. It's right that operators intervene where harms are identified, and support must always be made available. But this completely ignores the demand for gambling, and if we are not careful, would turn people to the black market instead if they are asked to provide intrusive documentation such as payslips. Flutter, a leading operator in the industry, has developed their own affordability triple step, 3 layers of protection as part of a flexible, risk-based approach, whilst Entain have developed the ARC platform, which uses cutting-edge behavioural science to spot whenever someone's play becomes problematic, so that an intervention can intermediately take place. Such schemes are just a couple of examples of the industry proactively taking steps to protect customers without the need for an overreactive and invasive approach targeting all customers. Market research suggests that 40% of customers would not comply with affordability checks, and 3/4 of those would look to evade the restrictions by opening other accounts, playing in various physical locations and turning to unregulated online gambling sites, as the Honourable Gentleman alluded to earlier on. Also of concern for many of the same reasons is the so-called single view of the customer, a proposal for a national database that will contain the betting information of every single gambler, as well as any personal information on their betting behaviour and information gathered about their financial position. The industry has been looking at more appropriate options where they share information about those who are most at risk and who have been flagged as having problems. It is far less intrusive to focus on those who need support rather than every single person who likes a bet. Though the legal case is uncertain under GDPR legislation, the Gambling Commission are looking to implement this unilaterally. As previously mentioned, such policy proposals must only be considered within the context of the Gambling Act review. Moving on to advertising, Madam Deputy Speaker. Advertising and sponsorship provides valuable support for sports across this country. Betting sponsorship of sports such as horse racing, football, rugby league, darts and snooker amounts to over £70 million per year. Many clubs in the English Football League are adamant that they could not survive without the income they gain from gambling operators, which would not easily be replaced. Importantly, advertising plays a role in keeping consumers safe, allowing operators to distinguish their offers from unregulated websites and communicating safer gambling messages to drive awareness and usage. The Sky Bet 3 Simple Tools campaign resulted in a 69% increase in the use of cool-off periods, a 10% rise in customers setting deposit limits, and 83% of Sky Bet customers using the profit and loss tool. There is very little evidence that suggests gambling advertising leads to problem gambling. In any case, the industry has voluntarily introduced a whistle-to-whistle advertising ban during live sport, support for safer gambling campaigns, and the newly released code on AdTech to minimise exposure of gambling advertising to under 25-year-olds. The cumulative effect of these measures should be considered when looking to place any further restrictions on this already tightly regulated area. Although the number of reported issues is incredibly small, when problems do arise, the Gambling Commission does not deal with individual complaints from consumers. This helps build a case for an independent consumer redress system for regulatory complaints, such as an ombudsman, which would improve the process and make it more consistent for those raising concerns. Finally, with regards to the main commercial operators in the gambling industry, there are several needs for land-based casinos in the Gambling Review, but I do not want to give my honourable friend a sense of déjà vu, and so I would just like to reiterate my thanks to him for his thoughtful and engaging response in the recent Westminster Hall debate on some of the key asks from the sector and the review of a super casino and the opportunities this could bring to a town such as Blackpool. Quite distinct from the industry's commercial operators sits the successful charity lottery sector. Charity lotteries exist purely to generate funds for good causes across Britain, with advertising fundamental to their ability to deliver this funding. It is vital that ministers recognise the distinct contribution of charity lotteries and their positive role which advertising plays in helping them support good causes as this gambling review progresses. In Blackpool, for example, the People's Postcode Lottery have funded small grants totalling over £100,000, supporting local organisations such as Donna's Dream House and the Blackpool Football Club Community Trust. Given that lotteries are widely seen as being low risk from any problem gambling, changes to policy must allow them to thrive so that they can continue to do more for the good causes they support throughout this country. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Minister's further engagement with this important review, and I look forward to his response on many of the key issues alluded to in this speech, both in this debate and before the review finally comes back to Parliament in the autumn. To finish on a political note, constituencies like mine and many more with significant working class communities were hard won by supporters of this government. Betting and the sports that depend on betting are part of our national culture. What's more, many of these people are sick and tired of being told what they can and what they cannot do, and so the government must tread very carefully here. Completing this review will not be an easy task. I'm fully aware that the Minister will have to weigh up competing viewpoints, but I hope that he can progress with a rational and evidence-based assessment which takes into account the need to protect the small number of people who do have a gambling problem with the huge economic and cultural benefits the industry has across the UK. The voters won't thank us if we get this balance wrong. Thank you.
Minister John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I begin by congratulating my honourable friend, the member for Blackpool South, for obtaining this debate, which indeed comes hard on the heels of the debate which we had last week in Westminster Hall about casinos. And I'd also like to thank him for his work as chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Betting and Gaming, and for all the members of the group for their engagement with us over the gambling review and the assessment of what further measures are necessary. Let me start by making it clear. The government has a very simple vision for the gambling sector. We want the millions of people who choose to gamble in Britain to be able to do so in a safe way. The sector needs to have up-to-date legislation and protections with a strong regulator with the powers and resources needed to oversee a responsible industry that offers customer choice while protecting players. As my right honourable friend, the Minister for Sports, Heritage and Tourism set out last December, the aim of our gambling review is to ensure that these objectives can be delivered in the digital age and that we have the balance right between protecting people from harm and maintaining freedom of choice in how they spend their money and leisure time. Gambling is a legitimate leisure activity, and there are millions of gamblers in this country. In the year to March, 40% of all adults surveyed had taken part in at least one form of gambling in the previous 4 weeks, which is down from 47% in the pre-pandemic year to March 2020. And as my honourable friend has mentioned, and indeed endorsed by the honourable member for Worley, businesses like casinos and bingo provide jobs and opportunity for social engagement in towns and cities right across the country. And in some, online gambling is also an important source of skilled technology jobs. But while every single type of gambling comes with an element of risk, some forms are undoubtedly associated with higher risks than others. When I first took on responsibility for this brief, one of the first meetings I had was with the Lived Experience Advisory Group set up by the Gambling Commission to hear from those who have suffered from gambling addiction or indeed their members of their families and those affected by it. And we know there are something like 300,000 people who are classified as problem gamblers in this country, and we are very much aware that it can devastate not just their lives, but also those around them. And this morning I had a meeting with the Gambling with Lives charity, who was describing some of the most tragic cases where gambling addiction has certainly contributed to their decision to take their own life. So we already have a public health approach to gambling regulation with preventative rules designed to minimise the risk of harm to all consumers and the provision of treatment to help those who suffer harm. However, in this review, we are taking a very close look at whether further measures are needed to deliver the government's objectives and to protect people in proportionate but robust ways. This, of course, has to be based on evidence, which is why we started with the call for evidence which closed at the end of March and which has received around 16,000 responses. And I'm grateful to the huge range of individuals and organisations who have made submissions, including representatives in the industry, academics, researchers, charities, campaign groups, and indeed, as I said earlier, members of this House and the House, the other place. It is our intention to publish a white paper later this year, which will set out the government's vision for change and allow all of those with an interest to continue to shape policy. But ahead of that, I can give some indication of one or two of the areas about which we are thinking of making further change. It has become clear that we need to take a holistic approach to gambling reform, recognising where parallels apply across sectors and issues which have traditionally been thought of as entirely distinct. And we need to design a coherent package which is flexible enough to respond to future changes and innovation. When I was, Madam Deputy Speaker, the opposition spokesman during the passage of the Gambling Act 2005, online gambling was hardly mentioned during the entire course of the debate on that bill. It was in its infancy, yet now it has become one of the major forms of gambling, and in some ways it has created greater risks. It has transformed the industry, and it comes with it with certain safeguards. Operators can and must use customers' data to identify where they may be at risk of harm and to intervene accordingly. And it's also now possible to self-exclude from all forms of online gambling through one single request. And since April of last year, membership of GamStop has been a requirement for all licensed operators. On the other hand, it has given rise to new products which are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, which challenge the 2005 Act's assumption that controlling availability is a way of controlling risk. As I said, online gambling now accounts for more revenue than gambling in person, and the shift in how people gamble has become even clearer over the last 18 months as a result of the pandemic. Yes, of course I'll give it.
Also offshore, which therefore very often is unregulated.
The honourable gentleman is quite right to draw attention to the threat posed from the black market, as indeed the honourable gentleman for Strangford did in his intervention, and that is certainly something we need to bear in mind. It is very important that we create a safe space where people are given protection if they're gambling online, but we do not want to drive them away from the regulated sector into the black market, and that is certainly something which we will bear in mind during our consideration of these things. But we are looking at whether further controls for play online would be effective in preventing gambling harm, including whether greater controls are needed at an account or product level. And we're also working closely with the Gambling Commission on their parallel work to improve how operators interact with customers, and we will ensure that any new checks that they introduce to increase protections for those who are financially vulnerable, binge gambling or losing significant amounts over time harmonise with the aims of our own review. Now, while it is the case that more people are now gambling online, the land-based sector is still very important in our gambling landscape, and it, of course, accounts for something like over 4/5 of the jobs in gambling. And I absolutely recognise the important role, the social role, which some gambling clubs play in communities. We know in particular that bingo clubs attract a wide demographic of players who rely on those places as spaces to socialise and to see friends. And I'm looking forward to my visit to Buzz Bingo in Clacton-on-Sea on Monday. We recognise the importance of both a well-regulated sector that keeps people safe wherever they choose to gamble and a strong gambling industry which supports jobs. And I don't want to repeat what I said last week about the casino sector, but as my honourable friend knows, there is a need to look at the existing restrictions within the casino sector, which in some cases have become steadily more anomalous and clearly need to be updated. Consumer redress is another matter which we are considering and which is featured in a lot of the submissions to our call for evidence and in the public discourse. It is a condition of their licence that gambling operators must provide customers with free access to alternative dispute resolution services to handle complaints. And this applies where customers are unhappy with an operator's service or their response to a complaint, for example on paying out on a bet. But I recognise that current arrangements deal with contractual disputes only and do not allow for individual resolution if a complaint is about whether the operator has breached its social responsibility obligations, for example, by failing to step in when someone showed signs that their gambling was getting out of control. And this means that consumers may end up having to pursue action through the courts, and concerns have understandably been raised that the current system makes it difficult for individuals to seek compensation or support, and we are looking carefully at the evidence in this area. My honourable friend also talked about the Gambling Commission, and it is the case that the Gambling Commission have broad powers under the Gambling Act, which enable them to tackle new and emerging risk through licence conditions without the government having to take legislation through Parliament. And in the last 18 months, the Commission has, for example, banned gambling on credit cards, tightened rules on VIP schemes, and introduced new rules to limit the intensity of online slots, as well as permanently banning reverse withdrawals. We are consulting on and indeed have now approved proposals for a fees uplift for the Commission, which will take effect from the 1st of October for remote operators and from April of next year for the land-based sector. And this will allow the Commission to continue to cover its costs. As my honourable friend will know, there is also a new Chief Executive who has just been appointed to the Commission, Mr Andrew Rhodes, and we are in the process of selecting a new chair of the Gambling Commission. So the Commission is undergoing a reboot, and its powers and performance are matters which we are also looking at as part of the review. My honourable friend mentioned advertising. It's too early, I think, to say where we will end up on the issues around advertising, but we are looking at the evidence very closely indeed. But it is worth emphasising that there are already many rules which govern gambling advertising in this country. The UK advertising codes make clear that all gambling advertising must be socially responsible, it must not be targeted at under 18s, and its content must not encourage irresponsible gambling behaviour. Gambling adverts are also not permitted to be shown in or around children's programmes, and compliance with these codes is a licence condition, so breaches can and do result in enforcement action by the Gambling Commission. Licence conditions also set out additional controls on gambling advertising, and the Gambling Industry Code for Socially Responsible Advertising includes rules such as the 9 p.m. watershed on most television advertising and the whistle-to-whistle advertising ban around live sports. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am grateful to my honourable friend for allowing us an opportunity to debate some of these issues. As I say, work is ongoing, particularly in scrutinising the 16,000 submissions which we have received as part of the review, and I look forward to coming back to the House later this year with a white paper which will set out our conclusions and recommendations. And therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I end by wishing you, my honourable friends, and all honourable members, and indeed all those who work for us so well in this House, a very happy recess.
Thank you very much, and may I also echo what has been said many times today. We are all extremely grateful for the amazing service given by everybody who works in this amazing building during these very difficult times in order to keep our precious democracy working and working well. Let us hope that when we return, it will be to normal and working even better. May I also wish everybody a happy recess. The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as that opinion say aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.